لست بآثم لست بآثم Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
화이팅! 원아, 보람, 킹원 화이팅!
US 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on a wonderful Sunday afternoon, and we're getting into T1 up against BNK FearX at the TCZ Lal Park. I am Valdez, with me is Ox, and we're getting ready for this matchup. Thoughts on this one coming into this, Ox?
I mean, I think T1 coming in as favorites, but obviously an interesting series they've had most recently.
That you and I cast.
Certainly one of the series of all time. Very memorable. Very memorable indeed. Certainly in the minds, I feel like even more so in the minds of their opponents and their fan base, who obviously suffered a 2-0 defeat, which I think really shouldn't have been, but that's just the T1 magic coming out again, and again, and again.
Yeah.
It just resurfaces every time.
They just find a way to make it work, and based on the last 4 days, we have had 1 win for Group Elder and 1 win for Group Baron. That's the way it's gone. It was 5-5, then it was 6-6, all the way up to 9-9.
Oh, I thought when you said the last 4 days, you're going to say, based on the last 4 days, gold just doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't, actually. Gold is a construct. Better probably not to pay attention to it, honestly. T1 can come back from 14,000 gold down. Anything is possible. And BNK, they did take 1 loss so far. They also dropped a game to Bro, so it's not like they have the easiest or the most obvious schedule coming into this one, as it is a matchup after 9 months. 3-0 undefeated T1 versus BNK with a broken win streak.
Yeah, I think given the fact that they obviously haven't played each other when they were in the Legend and Rise groups, it's been a while, and also, you know, with context, obviously T1 undefeated, and it was a massive comeback, but they still did end up in that situation. On the other side, yes, BNK FearX did just suffer a loss, but it was against Gen G, who look in pretty terrifying form right now. This is a pretty fun one, you know, both of them former Rookies of the Year, both of them AD carry players with a lot of hype around them.
Yeah, and not the only Rookies of the Year, but the two that will go head-to-head in that bot lane, the AD carry matchup. We also have Vikla, who did get it in, I think it was 2022, and then Karya also got it 2020 spring, based on the data I received. So lots of Rookies of the Year. And I remember Chronicler was very angry that Kyle did not get it, and Vikla did get it, but it is what it is. Vikla got more votes, and he is here, and he's having a great season so far.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Vikla is still here.
Yeah.
Chronicler isn't.
We got rid of that other guy.
Yeah,
he's
so
gone.
Vikla has the staying power. That's the message here, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Chronicler, yeah, his opinions, we're not welcome here anymore.
And Vikla did win, and he did remain. Has to go up against Faker here in this matchup, and Faker also has been having a great LCK Cup so far. So, to be honest, yes, Vikla was able to get a solo kill against Chovy. I think Chovy was more caught off guard on that play more than anything else, but it was still a great play from Vikla, and I'm sure that Faker will take him very seriously here in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vikla's been in pretty great form, and we've been talking a lot about BNK FearX. If Vikla can maintain this level of form, this roster really starts to look pretty fearsome. We had good things to say about them last year, but I think mid lane was definitely their weaker role, but he's just had a massive resurgence this year. And of course, this is one of the rosters that has stuck together. So if they can just keep building on that existing synergy, that's obviously going to be a real strong point. T1, of course, do have a lot of synergy between 3 of their members who've been together for a very long time. It feels like Doran is just going from strength to strength, having now won a World Championship, and Pays slotting in, but still, I think some things he has to work on. I feel like we saw him in the Casper Cup looking phenomenal. I feel like there's been some matches he's looked good so far, and then some matches he's been targeted quite heavily by the other team, which I don't think is necessarily his fault, but yeah, definitely not had just complete smooth sailing since he's joined the LCK back again.
And I feel like any member of T1, especially the AD carry role, always going to have a lot of eyes and criticism on them. I do think that pays, you know, he has been great, but also we've been pointing out some of the issues that he has run into. I feel like sometimes he almost tries too hard to make plays, whereas, you know, he's got this great foundation around him. Doesn't necessarily need to bring out that LPL in him like Kanavi loves to do.
Yeah, I think also maybe just coming from the situation that he was in JDG, where, you know, you really had to put the whole game on his back, maybe thinking, I have to do that. I don't think you do right now on T1, especially with some of the performances from his teammates. But it's still early days, right? With him being on this roster, still a lot of time. Worlds is a long way away, and as we know, T1's goal is always that.
They're always scaling, whether it's in a 14K gold deficit or just over the course of the year. And that's the focus on the two AD carry players, rookies of the year. This guy also, at that time in 2020 spring, it was actually called the youngest, or the Young Player Award, something like that. Carrier won that award, which is basically what the Rookie of the Year award was named back then. And also it was for an individual split, right? You notice I was saying 2020 spring instead of just 2020. And yeah, obviously Carrier deserved it then. And he's still here. He's still kicking, still bringing out Lyssandra's support against people and making them look silly.
Yeah, I heard that was talked about a little bit, how they had it prepped for Worlds. Just gone, and we're ready to bring it out if needed. Wasn't, but I think that's something that obviously with Fearless you have a lot more pocket picks that you have prepared, ready to dive into. You're forced to expand those pools, and obviously players like Carrier are the sorts of players who've already had a very expanded and eclectic champion pool. And it's cool to see opportunities like this to bring it out. We'll see if we get any more of those today. Talked already about the bot lane matchup, but I'm happy to see that, especially with how much income these AD carries are getting with, you know, cashback and the role quests, and the fact that, you know, when we go late, when they get the full real 6 items or close to that, just so much power in the role. So Hayes and Dabble going head to head. Want to see what they can do.
Yeah, we are jumping in a draft. Of course, Roth's right of first selection did go to T1. They chose first pick, so they have first ban as well. We're not letting many of our mid laners play Azir very often, and we're not going to let Faker do it this time, like the ban of Yunara against Diablo as well.
It's interesting because it's something they have definitely prioritized. You know, they played Yunara, Lulu together a lot, but this pick, despite being the most played AD carry in the LCK, has been losing a lot, has been struggling quite a bit. And BFX going heavy on the mid lane pool, but the most played pick for Faker has been Ryze so far. He has been actualizing all over the place. So it's interesting, especially as they have first pick, that they could just pick up the Ryze here. And they don't ban the Cassiopeia, which I think is the right move, because if you do, you just telegraph. You just telegraph that you're going to pick Ryze.
And they also target ban Vikla. Vikla got that solo kill on Chovy's Azir with Akali, who does do well in the Akali versus Azir matchup. Also going to ban Carrier's Bard.
I think they're probably just going to pick up the Ryze situation.
Jace is available. That's the other pick that was on their minds, and they do slam lock that.
I did miss the fact that Jace just got left open, so yeah, that will come in. Rumble also available.
And Vi too, and Varus. A lot of great stuff left here.
Yeah, did kind of just tunnel vision on the Ryze, but a lot of power picks. A lot of poke as well with the Jace and Varus on both sides. I will see T1 now opt to pick up Faker's pick. And they do.
Might as well, I mean.
Yeah, I also think the point-and-click CC, the setup for the Jace is really powerful. The fact that you can have that guaranteed route. This is kind of the thing, though, when one team bans both the Azir and Orianna, which you sometimes see let through and traded, is that you just end up with all these power picks going in. I am interested to see what Doran takes into the Rumble. I've seen a lot of teams just taking tanks into it. Keen has been someone who's massively punished that, going like first strike cashback and just farming off them.
Aurora
is something that you can play into it. Could just go for an 80 carry here, though, to match. Sivir is something we've seen a lot into the Varus. But actually, it's like we're getting Jace top.
Wow, how strange.
Yeah, so a big switch up here. We have not seen the Jace top at all this season. It's just been exclusively jungle, and even then it's just been banned a ton, so not much. So obviously with it being fearless as well, that means Jace is out for the rest of the series. Via pick with a good amount of power. And BNK Ferex going to pick up the Taliyah for Vikla.
Yeah, Taliyah, I feel like, hasn't been the most impactful so far. We've seen some pretty good games of it, but definitely some ways for the Vi to get over the rocks, obviously, with the ult. Doesn't really enjoy using her Q over those rocks, but also very often used into the Rise in the mid lane matchup.
I think the thing is as well is that Rumble often benefits from playing into champions. You can just bully out of the lane, and obviously Jace is also a lane bully, but I'm interested to see what Raptor can get in the jungle, because I feel like if you can just put the hit onto Doran and just pressure him, find opportunities to gank, that can make a big difference. Something like the Jarvan could have a lot of value here, especially since you know Rise has no way to get out the Cataclysm, the Jace doesn't either. Also, in my mind, the Sivir is something that does well into the Varus, being able to spell shield a lot of his damage, being able to just shred waves in the way, and Jarvan obviously good into that. Pantheon also something that syncs well with the Taliyah and does well with at ganking. They are going to go for the Ambessa first and foremost, though.
Yeah, it's a top source of attack damage from the jungle, right? You already have that AP top, so Ambessa definitely up there with some of our best AD junglers, so they're going to take that off the board, but still another ban to go. They're going to take another ban into Keria, which I feel like generally outside of the Bart ban is not really a good idea, because he can play literally anything, but still going to take away some of the best options for Keria. Curious what he will play this game.
Yeah, go for the Karma ban, something that you can pair with things like Caitlyn, like Ezreal, and have a lot of lane pressure. And also, there's a lot of good items for her now on the current pack. They do ban away that Pantheon that syncs well with the Taliyah, and also a lot of gank pressure. I feel like Jarvan is, as I said before, something that kind of sticks out that's left available. They're going to prioritize the Nico now, though, and snap that one up. Makes sense with respect to the Karma ban. I feel like Karma is one of those picks that really can bully the Nico out in the laning phase.
Yeah.
E1 considering the Corki here. I think as well, the fact that you already know that it's a Nico and you don't know what else is going to be picked in the jungle, I think going something with a dash, definitely having that element of safety makes a lot of sense for Pays.
Yeah.
And it is a pick that does have a bit of lane pressure. But it is generally going to be a bit of a rougher lane. They're going to go for the Nami as well. We've seen Nami Corki before. Into Varus Nico, though. This is a hard lane to play into.
Yeah. We see it a lot from Genji and their bottom lane duo. Duro seems to love to play the Nami for some reason. The Corki, though, feels very good. Kind of goes with anything. Looking at a Nocturne, actually, here. They're going to snatch that one up right away. So it is Nocturne alongside of Taliyah and Rumble.
It's a lot of dive threat, right? The Nocturne Nico can be so suffocating, especially you're playing into an Enchanter support, you're playing into a Jace. It does mean you're not going to have as much pressure pre-6, but as long as you can just track Owner, make sure he doesn't get any momentum early, I feel like once the ultimates come online for BNK Ferex, they have so much threat on the map, so much playmaking potential, so much ability to punish this Jace. It just really comes down to, the solo lanes, I think, for T1 are the scary thing right now. What is Doran going to do on this Jace early? What is Faker going to do? The last time we saw him on this Rise into Taliyah, he was into BDD and he solo killed him. So is Vikla going to be able to match up into that?
I mean, it looks like Vikla's laning is pretty good nowadays. Honestly, I feel like BDD has struggled a little bit, at least in the lane. He's still been good, but I feel like has been... Maybe just that solo queue is the solo kill rather is on my mind as well, but does feel like he is falling to some other guys such as Faker. I think that Vikla will be just fine. I am curious to see how much value this Nocturne is going to get, and if they can make the Nocturne Nico duo actually happen in some of these team fights. A very strong duo there, as we do have BNK up against T1 for game number 1. Game 1, match 19. We'll have match 20 later today. That's Bro versus KT. And then we move into Super Week, which is best of fives, 1 per day, evenly matched teams. It's going to be a lot of fun next week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. I think as well, I hope we're surprised because they are aiming to be generally evenly matched. I think some of them, with how things have played out, might not on paper be as evenly matched as we hoped, but we'll see.
Gen G Home Life Esports.
I mean, you said it, but we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, best of five is always a different game, especially with Fearless. Carrier Pace getting some good early pressure here.
It was definitely pressure. It pushed them back. They didn't do a whole lot of damage, but they did trade heals.
I'm excited to see how this lane plays out. I feel like once Diablo Callan get control of the lane, it's going to be pretty difficult. There's a lot of sustain on the side of the Nami, but both lanes kind of trade in a similar way around having a good amount of burst. But I just feel like the poke from Callan and Diablo is more severe. But if you get control of the lane like this, you're able to poke them out, use the ebb and flow effectively, you can be in a great spot. I just think the range is my main concern. You can throw the Pop Blossoms very non-committal from a distance. The Varus as well, you know, outranges the Corki quite hard. But the fact they've gotten this early prio, pushed them back in, puts them in good stead for now.
And Diablo and Kellen are a very strong duo in the bottom lane. These guys had the most duo kills last year in the LCK. And they are up against Paze and Carrier, but certainly a duo to be respected that can get a lot of work done. So curious to see what they can do on the Varus and Nico.
Yeah, both supports actually getting an early recall in, getting a refillable each, and a control ward. So really just trying to ensure they have as much power in this lane as possible. And utilizing those home guards and the power of them. You know, committing those early potions just to try and have as much presence and trading power in the lane.
Yeah, can be very important. Raptor is coming up here. He is going to spot that owner just took this one. As we had the question mark ping from T1 on the top scuttle. They didn't actually know exactly where Raptor was or where he had started. Or maybe they knew where he started but assumed he cleared the bottom side first and went to the top. But that was not the case as we saw him go. I think it was Raptors into top side clear. Then he finished off on the bottom side. And that puts him, you know, not able to get that scuttle ahead of owner who does pick it up.
Yeah, so not a major concern, but does put owner in an okay position. You see both AD carries able to get a back off, get a tier. Paze does have the refillable over Diablo here. But things panning out pretty evenly so far.
Yeah, just kind of farming it out. You know, no big action on the bottom side of the map. Teleport is used from Diablo, so he's not going to have that. Paze brought the barrier this time. Just might be able to utilize that. Raptor thinking about taking the Raptors.
It's his domain.
This is what this guy does. He just can't help himself with the Raptors. Needs to get in there and is willing to take the 1v1 versus owner. Did not quite have his Q available, but now is going to go in, gets a spell shielded. As I think owner did smite away the big one.
Owner got the smite on the big one. This does mean, however, Raptor's free to take the Scuttle Crab uncontested. Carrier getting some great trades in here with the ebb and flow hitting 2 targets.
Looks like the heal is up once again, which means it's time to trade. It's time to get aggro. And Paze and Carrier continue to have control of that bottom lane, which is very important. Not really giving an opportunity for Diablo and Kellen to get on the map here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I think if you... Oh,
Diablo actually in a little bit of trouble. Has to flash in the 1v2 right after Kellen left.
If you let the Varus Nico keep you at a distance and just fire off skill shots, you're never going to have control of the lane. But, you know, Carrier's moving forward, getting the double ebb and flow value. Paze is pushing forward as well. And it's not a traditional way you play out the lane, right? They're kind of going in one at a time, but it's working out really effectively because they're baiting out the skills and then they know that when they get up close and personal, they actually end up winning out. They have more auto damage than a poke Varus, who just doesn't really have that much threat, that much sustained auto attack damage compared to a Corki or even just a Nami with the ebb and flow.
Yeah, absolutely. So Diablo now down his flash. We do have Mountain Drake first. We also have Owner slightly ahead. I think he's about one camp ahead, and he is ahead on XP, although Raptor did just finish that camp off and has caught up, so totally fine. Should be hitting level 6 around the same time. And we're just biding our time. We're just waiting for the game to open up, for the action to begin.
I mean, Raptor's his 6 now, so that's a big point, right? Having that available. And I feel like we often talk about with Nocturne, that first ult, how much value you get, especially as he'll go Ultimate Hunter, and getting that early stack is always just a lot of value.
See the double root come in. It does look like they want to go for a bot dive here. Raptor is ready to go. The wall is as well from Vikla. And there's the wall. They're going to be split up a little bit. We'll see which target they do decide to go on, as the answer is kind of nobody. They just kind of wait around. There is first blood, but also a kill goes to Pays. And so, yes, they do get the kill. They get the Ultimate Hunter stack. But now T1 is on the chase. They have this Vi ult as well. They're going in onto Diablo. Tons of damage does go into Owner, but it is traded out as flash over the wall, and Pays collects a second kill and is feeling pretty good about his Corki pick here.
I think the initial play, being KFRX, were like, okay, 1-for-1, we can take it. They did get the Realm Warp over, but T1 are like, no, we're not letting you get away with that one. Chase them down and end up getting 2 more on the exit. Faker gets a decent trade there, and the health from Carrier, so really getting a good trade. That Realm Warp, when Owner and Faker turn up, immediately being KFRX were like, okay, we need to get out.
Yeah.
A pretty telegraphed dive. We all saw it coming. Both teams saw it coming. And the fact that you get both jungle and mid in to make the counterplay ends up very favorably, and the gold going exactly where you'd want it. You can see both of them moving over. The warning ping even comes out. They try and make it quick, but the bubble's great to buy time. And they're kind of just saying, okay, we trade kills, we get out. Kellen, unfortunately, actually takes aggro right at the end, so he's very low. But Owner's like, I am going. We're making this into more than it is. And Faker going very aggressive with Pays to confirm these kills. But it works out well, right? You got a kill on your Rise, 2 kills on your Corki. That's exactly where you want that money.
And we take a look at the damage dealt chart at 8 minutes into the game. Basically just highlighting the bottom lane doing a lot of damage.
Look how much damage Carrier has done as a Nami. That's what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah.
You really, I expected this lane matchup, the Varus, Nico, so non-committal, you can just throw your poke out from a distance, but I think Pays and Carrier have not only done a great job of dodging a lot of the skill shots, but also Carrier was just walking up, bouncing the W, so it was healing him and hitting both targets on the opposite side, playing with a lot of confidence and not getting punished for it. So some great laning from the bot lane of T1 and Carrier in particular, really paying off and giving them an advantage already.
Carrier has kind of hid on Bush for a very long time. They're going to spot him now, but the tidal wave is already coming out into the bubble, as it is a very nice trade for the bottom lane of T1 once again. Even with Raptor here and Paranoia available, Owner also very close by. So some babysitting jungles on the bottom side of the map. That is what we often see.
Yeah, I think Carrier does need to be a little careful from this point onwards, just because with no flash into a Varus, into a Nocturne, and a Nico approaching level 6, those ultimates can just instantly cause your death. But he's still playing with a lot of confidence, so for the time being, happy just to trade those. But definitely a scary composition on the other side of the rift that can immediately punish any squishy champions, of which there are a good amount on the side of T1.
Yeah, pretty much everybody. I mean, Rise and Vi.
Right, yeah, those two are the tanks in your team, and they're bruisers, right?
Yeah. We haven't talked a lot about the top lane because, well, it is the top lane.
Remember when Tank Jace was a thing?
Yeah, that was not fair. Remember Tank Azir?
Oh, man.
It's just all these champs that are really good and do a lot of damage, but also are tanky with the right builds. So now they're thinking about clearing out vision. Not thinking about fighting. Absolutely not. Not a good idea. But T1 just enjoying about 1,000 gold lead and kind of just waiting by, you know. They have an actualizer in their dreams, and they're trying to actualize it.
Yeah, I don't think they're really in a rush in this game. I mean, the fights at any point, I feel, are going to be a little bit scary, spooky, right, into a Nocturne Nico. But I think that comp really holds up well into the later stages. Just that concern of you are a bit squishy. There is a lot of one-shot potential. One thing to note is that no real look towards the dragon yet, right? We're 11 minutes into the game, not even an attempt at this first dragon. So Seoul going to be slow no matter what. And we've seen games on this patch, on this season, be slow. Especially Baron's hard to take, a lot of commitment needed, a lot of damage needed. Very hard to sneak a Baron, even for a team like T1, who we know they will just have a tendency, at least in the past, to start at 20 minutes. It's a lot harder to do. So with dragons being slow, this game could just go the distance.
Yeah, maybe BNK saw that KT game and they're like, well, we don't want to spawn Elder Drake, so we got to be careful about taking these dragons early on. But they are eventually going to take this mountain, and it doesn't look like T1 really care. And to be honest, if I'm T1, I also don't care, because it's just one mountain, and also it's very late, so there's not a lot of pressure there, as you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the later the first dragon's taken, the less you really care about it, because, you know, dragons lead to Soul, but the later it is, the less like the Soul's going to happen. But it's still, BNK Fearax will pick it up. Do have our first role quest coming in. Clear has picked up his.
Yeah, pretty interesting that he's the one, but now Faker kind of in an awkward spot. Does have double sums, but rooted basically forever. He is tanky, though, already with the rod finished, and Kellen flashes away. Paranoia is coming in, but Owner had his sights set on the Nico and does pick up the kill. As now we have TPs arriving. Doran and Clear are here. No equalizer, though, as he used it on the wave earlier. Looking for Raptor. He has to flash away. The flash bubble comes in, and the tidal wave is there, but it already gained enough distance. And so T1 saying, well, that's good enough. We got the one kill. Nice bait, Faker.
I think just drastically overestimating the damage for BNK Fearax. I mean, Talia has an uncompleted Seraphs. It's just, there's no real damage there. It's a support Nico, and you're into a Rise who had a Rod of Ages and a Null Magic Mantle. And that extra little bit of MR when both your AP is going to make a difference. I think that could have been a different play if Varus was there or Nocturne was there, but just a very ambitious play that gets turned around pretty quickly. And also, when they commit onto Owner, I think Raptor, you have to expect the flash over the wall. If you're not going to follow, you're not going to get the kill. Now, in particular, Faker's gone the upgraded Merc Tread, so you know, that play didn't work there. It's definitely not going to work now.
And he just runs at Talia, Vikla in this case, and he doesn't take damage. Like, if there's ever a straight line, no junglers, I think Faker, as long as he can gain enough you know, proximity, as long as he can be close enough to Vikla, he will win those trades. So he's going to be looking for those as much as possible, even before he's scaled up, but way before he gets the second item. As Clear and Raptor are here, and that ward is just barely going to see him. Looks like
to spot him out.
Yep.
Yep. Kellen trying to pretend to be a minion.
I always like looking to see how fast they figure it out.
Wait, but he he autoed the minion, and then he had the proc from his support item. So he's just like, why did this minion just one-shot this other minion?
It's the new season. It's a new change.
New feature. Wow, this
team who's behind gets like a support item minion.
This minion is so bugged. We need to take it down. Yeah. Everyone stand near it. Why is it rising up into the air?
Yeah. So this is the damage taken charts, and the majority of it goes over to Raptor. Next up is Faker, who did just get ganked, and Owner, who has been a lot of the action. And now he's going into it again, as Clear is going to flash away. Equalizer comes down, and T1 say, well, that's good enough. We'll just get his flash and back away.
It was a zoning equalizer. He was like ready for them to commit more, and they're like, no, you're good, bro. We got your summoner. We're fine.
Yep.
Yeah, Vikla just really not doing that much damage. But sending a message to Pays that he should leave, I guess.
Yeah.
are looking towards the Herald now. Oh, they're going for the Nami.
Yeah, Keria kind of standing on a ward and not realizing it, and immediately just kind of dies.
This is one of the things with playing an Enchanter or just any squishy support into this comp. Also, Keria's gone the Dreammaker support item, and we sometimes see Celestial opposition come out, even on these, you know, Enchanters or these squishy supports. Like, you know, Kellen on Nico has gone Celestial opposition. That's why. Like, don't get me wrong, Dreammaker is really strong, and the value you get from it, you know, the damage block, the damage dealt, I 100% get it. I'm also a support player, can be very greedy, but
You no way.
but playing into this composition, it's a tough time. It is a tough time, especially when you don't have flash. So Keria does just get one shot there. It was a good arrow from the Varus as well, just clipping him to do that extra damage.
Faker running at them once again.
They actually broke the shield on the Merc Treads. Wow. Yeah, they
Yeah.
so close to taking him down.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't commit more. You know, learn the lesson from last time.
Oh, trying to go for the all-in here under the turret. Doran gonna have to flash away.
Clear. Probably a little bit shocked by that. Just like, okay.
Yeah, not ending up being the most effective. Did get him low, but also got himself low. So not exactly the trade they're looking for.
I would watch out.
Oh, flash on in. Diablo might be in a bit of trouble here. Does get ulted once again. And Nico finds 3, but he just dies immediately. And now finally the Paranoia comes out and clear frontlining. But the Nocturne also taking a ton of damage from Pays before he went down to clear. And so pretty even trade there in the mid lane. 3 of them going down a piece.
I mean, that was just absurd value from the Rumble. I feel like that fight, honestly, was just very winnable for T1. Right, the Varus is just dead. Yes, the Nico ult is big, but the Chains of Corruption into the Rumble ult, and Clear just roasts everyone. And he just picked up Leandri's as well, so he was just melting people. Great time to have the Rumble turn up. A lot of value there. Vic was looking.
So Doran flashed in that trade in the top lane, and now he's dead.
He's regretting that a little bit.
Yeah. Going for that aggressive trade comes back to bite him when he was going for kind of a random walk in the river.
You know, we didn't talk much about top lane this game. Rumble has been just very obnoxious, very strong. I wasn't 100% certain what we were going to get out of the top lane matchup, but yeah, it just hasn't really... I mean, Doran's done fine, right, into clear, but Rumble's still Rumble. This champion is just still... just not okay. Not okay.
Not okay.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So it is Chemtech Soul, actually.
When will Rumble stop being broken in competitive?
When will Azir stop being broken in competitive? When will Corki stop being...
Corki comes and goes. Right?
Yeah, Corki does come and go, but he was there for a
At least
really
we get different shades
time.
of Corki, right? It's now Corki bot lane. It's now auto attack Corki,
I feel like if you're in the meta solidly as a S tier pick for like a good 2+ years,
but at least
it's enough.
At least it's different, right?
It is different. It's a small step down for sure from Rumble and Azir, especially here in the LCK. So BNK actually finally taking a very slight gold lead. It's basically even, as we can see in the actual gold, but on the graph you can see it peak up there just a little bit.
Yeah, I think just so much teamfight power from BNK FearX. You know, even if they had a deficit going into these big teamfight moments, this is where they get really scary. There's a Chemtech Soul though, and I just don't think that really gives a lot of value to their composition. Sometimes, like, look, I'm not a fan of Chemtech Soul. We've been there a lot of times. There's a lot of times it doesn't give much value, but sometimes I'm like, hey, you have like a Cassante, he likes to get low in HP.
Yeah. Kellen kind of forcing an engage here. Will be punished for it, gets slowed up by the tidal wave, and just gets blown up. So, look, saw an opportunity and took it.
Even with Chemtech Soul, that's not going to save you there. Yeah, just I'm not sure many of your champions are really going to be sitting around on low HP. Kellen was trying to sit around on low HP, but he ran out of health in that situation. They did get Keria's flash though, So he's perhaps, I mean, he was already a target, but more of a target now.
Perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. And clear out that ward, that pesky ward there on that Phalite. That ward gets so much value if you can place it, especially, I feel like, on the blue side. If you're winning, you just move on in, you place a ward there, you can see the jungler coming for the next minute.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's the thing, it's like it goes both ways, because it's like, it's a lot of value, but it's so telegraphed.
Uh-huh.
You should expect a ward there. And the extended vision's only temporary, right?
Mm-hmm. For the next minute. A little extra information. Clear, level 15. Pretty scary. The same as Faker, who had the Rod of Ages level up. So this is one really scary Rumble. This isn't just your average Rumble. And Clear showed off what he could do in that last team fight as well, when everybody kind of piles in or gets CC'd for a long time, which their comp does.
Yeah. It isn't... actually, I don't know if he's gone cash. I don't think he has, based on his items. But I don't know. I didn't see earlier. But it's not like the First Strike cashback that we saw. But like, you wouldn't go First Strike into Jace. But like all the First Strike cashback we saw Keen going, that was really disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Where you just farm against a tank and have infinite money. Cashback really is just a ruin of all time.
It's not kleptomancy.
We're getting a lot of throwbacks today. Living in the past.
Kleptomancy was certainly one of the runes of all time for sure.
Yeah.
That one broke a lot of matchups. Nuggery was very happy to use that every single game in the top lane.
I think if he was still playing, he would just play First Strike cashback on every champion.
Probably.
Triple Tonic as well.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, a lot of your power in this game comes from items and hitting spikes, and as long as you can do it as fast as possible, even if you fall
still
behind.
has the Adaptive Force Triple Tonic potion. He's waiting for his moment. 30 Adaptive Force, it's a lot.
Yeah, Faker used that in the bot play we saw the dive like 16 minutes ago.
The saddest is when you pop it and everyone just flashes out immediately. You're like, oh.
Yeah, well, they're going to go on in. You talked about targets. Carry is certainly one of them, and he is not long for this world, as nobody's really able to help them out. It's a double kill for Vikla, and now Clear gets onto that backline. Faker just going to TP out. Oh, barely gets away from the chains. And if he gets hit by that, obviously he gets interrupted and rooted. As Vikla looking for more, gets the knockback here on a Doran. I think Doran should be okay, just doesn't want to have to use his flash. And it was getting a little dicey there.
You know what? I did talk earlier about carry against special opposition. I gotta apologize, because I don't think that would have done anything there. I just don't think there's much you can do when this composition wants to kill you. They are gunning for him. They just don't like to see fish on the rift. They turn him in the sushi.
Unless you're Fizz.
Well, we don't see Fizz very often either. Clear's in a bit of trouble. Oh, but Kellen's here.
Trying to punish him. Kellen does come in. There's the flash from Clear, just trying to disengage from this, but pays with red buff on the chase as well. Elects not to go in on it.
It's a nice flash pickup. Clear's ult's nearly up again though, and he's level 16 now, so he's strong. Yeah, I just love that they're just like, let's just ult him, let's just take him out. And even with, it's a great bit of CC coming out from Carrier, but he's like so dead that like Ona dies with him. Like Carrier dies, and then like there's still damage coming to finish off Ona afterwards. It's a nice getaway from Faker there though. But yeah, not a fun game to be playing Nami, is all I'm saying. He's trying, he's doing his best to stay alive, but he's just not long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, he saw everything except the Nocturne when he picked Nami. Obviously, the last pick in this case did go over to BNK, as T1, I think the right of first selection, did take first pick.
I think it's a difficulty, and it's why this Nico pick's been so effective, because like, if he picked something that was like bulkier and more survivable, lane would have just been miserable.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, do you want to lose lane? Then you'll be more survivable after lane, but you'll have lost lane, and you'll probably just get picked anyway.
Yeah.
Or you have a better time in lane, but then this is what happens. But at least the game's closer, so pick your poison.
Yeah. theoretically, something like Nami, if the fights are actually close, gonna have to hold that thought as this time Carry just flashes away. But now Vikla goes over the left side of the wall, instantly dies, gives the shutdown to Pays, and that's exactly the mistake T1 were looking for as the equalizer gets big damage and might push them back, but it didn't hit Faker, who is leading the charge now as Kellen is gonna go down. Triple kill for Pays as T1 just like that, one mistake, and they're ahead of the game.
Yeah, big flub there from BNK FearX, but good peel from T1 Carrier, just immediately flashing over the wall. If Raptor wanted to go for him, he'd have to commit so deep, and in the end, he doesn't. It's Vikla who oversteps, and Pays makes him pay for it now, 7-1 and 2. And you know that conversation we're just having about, do you want to get picked out of lane but win lane? I think the decision to win lane was a great one, because look how strong Pays is.
Yeah.
Ends up taking down Vikla who oversteps, and then Pays just pumping out so much damage. That big one there, taking out the enemy jungler, and then Kellen tries to find this angle here onto Fake and just gets obliterated.
Yeah. The equalizer was very good, but it was basically the only thing that hit T1. And it didn't hit Faker, who was able to get that really nice angle.
And now the goal lead, I mean, they were pretty dead even. It's 4,000 for T1. Yeah, that's a gold graph.
Gold is fake, though. I'm not a believer. I am a believer in T1's ability to punish mistakes and make very few of their own.
I mean, if they can win from 14,000 gold down, I think when they're 5,000 gold up, odds are pretty positive.
It helps, for sure. Gold is still fake.
Also, Faker is close to actualizing all over.
Uh-oh. I hope they're ready. He's going to actualize and realize his dreams. They will not be memes in this game. He's going at third, no delay. And, you know, he is actually still 1,000 gold behind Vikla. Oh. But where the gold lead lies for T1 is in Pays. As we do have the TP coming in, nice flash there, but the equalizer still going to hit Pays. Doesn't have his Valkyrie, doesn't have flash, and eventually he will die as they do get him down. And also Owner, who went deep, dies to the Varus. And now it's basically just, okay, a dead Doran, and Faker's like, what happened to my team?
Just a great team fight from BNK FearX. The dive comes in, and Pays does everything he can to dodge the Pop Blossom, but Claire just slides in and takes him out. This Rumble doing absurd damage. But Faker not quite ready to actualize all over the place. He survives, but can't put the damage back in return. Kellen comes in, nearly catches him, but look at this. Raptor tries to buy time, but Claire just goes up, slams him with the overheat. And then there's Zhonya's to buy time. Kellen moves forward, catches this route, and helps to take out the Jason. This is why even with the gold advantage, it's still so volatile into this composition, because you have squishy members. There's so much engage on this BNK FearX composition, and now about 2,000 gold lead. The Red Bull Baron power play is it's -7, -52, -72. Wow.
And we got a Chemtech Drake, Chemtech Soul here for BNK if they can pick it up. It does just spawn.
Faker does have the actualizer though. He's hit it.
He's about to actualize all over BNK. And I do wonder if they recognize this, if they're willing to take a straight up fight, if they have tabs on Faker, who is right now in the mid lane.
Hayes does have no flash now.
Owner taking a bit of damage. They got to be careful. They are collapsing in on an Owner who does not have his flash, has to commit to the play, is so deep in the thick of 4 of them, doesn't get an opportunity to even smite. As Clear might be in a bit of trouble here, going face to face with Faker, who is going to actualize and picks up the shutdown. The chase still on, Pays full health, is trying to Valkyrie forward and get even more value out of this play. And T1, they are not done with this one. You see the chase is on. Doran on the bottom side here, going to land a big shock blast as well. They take down Vikla, and it looks like finally BNK get away. They get the Chemtech Soul, which we talked about isn't the biggest value, but it's still a soul, and they will take it as T1 will look to push more.
Yeah, not the end of the world for T1 that was taken. They do manage to take down Claire and get a massive shutdown. I assume, I didn't actually check what his shutdown was, but he was 4-0.
Pretty large, I'd say.
I mean, they were down in gold, so I don't know. Can't say for sure what the shutdown was, but they did shut him down, at least. We'll see the replay on the fight. Do see a Gage initially onto Owen, and he makes a decision just to end up going in, but Clear ends up getting flanked by Faker on the rise, so he pushes forward. Great bubble here by Carrier. Faker just completely dismantles him, and with those upgraded Merc Treads and the bulkiness of the rise, Clear can't do anything. Not the target. Oh, it was 1,000 gold Faker got there. So yes, there was a huge shutdown. My assumption was correct. And then they managed to push forward here. It was a great dodge from Pays on the seismic shove. So a lot of value picked up there from T1, even if they didn't get the soul.
As now we have Equalizer here on a Faker, no Ghost, no Flash, and I think this will be more than enough. As Clear going to retake the top spot there on the damage dealt meter. And he has a full-on death cap.
He's had that for a while.
Yeah.
I honestly think he might be close to Zhonya's at this point.
Probably. Faker with the shutdown went back and picked up his own arm guard. So definitely very valuable there.
You know that fight they had around mid where he took out Pays? He's had those items since then. So I think he might just go base after a wave or so and pick up Zhonya's. Yeah, you can see he had the Rabadons for like 4 minutes. So that's my expectation. And then having that status again will be very powerful. Faker has picked up the Seeker's Arm Guard himself. Hayes nearly full build. Going for the Infinity Edge next, I assume, which will put him at 100% crit. Won't have the Bloodthirster though, but he does have some sustain from Carrier. It's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, Baron's up. We got Elder in 3 minutes. This is a spot where T1 are very comfortable based on their recent games.
Oh,
actually, their most recent game.
They did just TP in, so I assume he bought the Zhonya's. We can't see the items right now.
Good assumption, good assumption. Pays is just kind of... Diablo trying to step up to them, and Pays says no. They turn out to the Zhonya's, though. That's not going to work, but they're able to front to back in here with Faker in the front, the tank of the team. Clear gets a ton of damage, but more importantly, he dies, and the rest of his team is so low. They get the catch here on a Raptor in the back line. And Vikla, nice shove back. Looks like he might be able to live for now, actually, because of that, but it should be another Baron here for T1.
Yeah, Devil just disrespects the rapid fire there and just walks straight up to Pays, takes so much damage, and it feels like it was almost a panicked start from being KPRX. Like, what is happening? So 80 carry, we have to do something. Clear does so much work in this fight, but it's just not quite enough. I feel like a big aspect was him not having flash here. But yeah, I mean, it's rapid fire. It's also the buff from the Nami. Just disrespects him. And then here, look how much damage Clear ends up doing. And also, look, he last tick turns it towards Doran with the extra damage and spins him so he dies. But the rest of the team is kind of just crumbling. I think T1 doing a great job as a unit here. And Pays finding this great angle, also dodging the Chains of Corruption and the Equalizer. If he got hit, he was just dead.
Yeah.
But Clear is a one-man army right now.
I mean, he's still doing damage with so many threats in his face. Perfectly flashes and Valkyrie's out of the way.
Oh, these Valks are so good. Like, 3 Valks, the Unraveled Earth. If he's slow, just slightly, he's dead. And didn't actually go the IE. Went the GA. Honestly, he has a ton of damage already, so...
yeah, and if they go all in onto him, now there's more than enough damage besides him while he's dead.
Yeah, I think you could probably sell the Collector eventually and get IE instead of that. Could well be the decision he goes for. For now, do see it's Elder in 50 seconds. It's a huge gold lead for T1. I think main thing, though, is also the break points, because Vic was approaching a Rabadon. It's not quite there yet.
Trying to get in onto Doran. That was actually a solo effort from Raptor. Still gets the flash out of Doran.
Yeah, so it's 47 seconds on Raptor's ult, and it's 30 seconds on the Elder. So I actually like that play. It'll be a little late, but the Elder takes a decent amount of time to take down. So as long as T1 aren't able to just straight rush it down, which with how these things plays out, I don't think they'll be able to. You'll have the ult back up for the fight, and now Doran has no flash. but they don't have that much control in the area is the only concern. So we'll see how it plays out. Raptor trying to move in here.
I mean, BNK only have one choice, and that is to approach the Elder. So T1 posturing aggressively, just not allowing them to enter.
That's one concern, though, is not having the ult does make it harder to approach. And maybe T1 call is just to start up, but it's 20,000 HP.
And Faker's not dealing damage to it. He's actually fighting with Clear here on the left.
And winning.
Does do a lot to him. The Equalizer also only really going to hit Faker. Meanwhile, we got the G8 procced here as Paze takes down the Nico, and Raptor bites the dust as well. They were desperate to enter into this Elder pit, and instead they end up taking a losing fight to BNK. So now T1 should have a free Elder under their belt.
Yeah, felt very rushed to get in there, and I think they just need to take it a bit slower, wait for some cooldowns, and the Elder was still very healthy. You know, I guess they didn't have full information, didn't have full control, but it felt like a desperate play from BNK FairX, and T1 so slow, so controlled, are now pushing up into the base, and the Elder's about to be secured as well. If Paze autos someone, I don't think it's quite there. I think without IE, he's not just going to one auto Elder proc, but it won't be far away.
Depends on who as well. And they have a lot of other poke in this chase. Dorn isn't the most fed, but he's ahead of the Rumble at this point in time, as looks like they're waiting.
Yeah, maximizing time with it. So we'll see the replay. Clay is trying to play on the flank, but he's just really got a bad matchup into Faker, because Faker has those upgraded Merc Treads and is very bulky. It's very hard for him to deal with them. Look at that Seraph shield! Yeah. It's huge! And then Vikla tries to move over to help, but he's just not that strong. Doesn't even have the Rabadon yet. Diablo tries to help take out Faker and just really isn't there for support, and the team kind of just crumbles. Again, they have great engage tools, but they need to go. They didn't have the vision, they didn't have the setup. And Kellen dies before he can even get his ult actually to connect onto Paze.
Yeah. It was kind of him and Raptor on the right side by themselves without a Rumble supporting them, just kind of going in, forcing it.
Oh, and Paze
the rest of the team behind them.
Now sold the collective IE, so he's
almost 7,000 gold ahead of his opponent.
He's now full build. Because normally, right, when someone's got full items, you're like, well, at least they can't get more items. Well, he's an 80 carry, so he has 6 items.
Unlimited items.
And now he's sold the collective for an IE, so now he's like really optimizing.
Yeah. That Edge of Night is getting some mega value in this game, by the way.
Yeah, no kidding.
There have been some accelerated shock blasts that hit that. There have been obviously a lot of missiles, as this is just the decoy.
They have a minute 10 on the Elder to stall out. I'm not feeling too hot on BNK FairX's chances. Bot inhib's already down, obviously. Top inhib's going down.
They have a wave coming into mid.
Yeah, I think mid inhib
on that one.
Mid inhib's gone.
All right, well, they're going to wall in. Faker decides to take the Realm Warp and go towards Vikla. It's a big shield in his face.
I mean, he gets low, but they just don't punish.
Yeah. And now they have the poke. I mean, Vikla doesn't have Edge of Night, no Banshees, obviously, so taking a ton from Paze, who is the raid boss in this game. Has the GA, has the Nami, barrier and flash available. There isn't a lot that he can't do at this point. BNK, I'm sure they're looking for one opportunity to get onto him, but I'm not seeing it right now. Bit of damage goes in Vikla! No! That's kind of that one combo you were talking about. Vikla is going to get healed up as Owner goes very deep and does go into the GA. And Pace is just running over the Equalizer, doesn't care at all. He's trying to do the damage as Carrier tries to hit a bubble, not going to. The C1 do get pretty low, and the flash is coming out here from Diablo, but the damage from Paze is a bit more. Paze getting incredibly low himself. They take out Diablo and the rest of the team, and T1 will end the game up 16k gold.
Carrier bought a Seeker's Arm Guard at the end. And just in that final play, Devil like flashed in to kill him and he Seeker's Arm Guarded. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this was a game where BNK FairX, you know what the composition was trying to do. There were some moments where they executed. Clear really tried to make it happen, and you saw the power of the Rumble pick, but T1, they were just operating as a unit better, right? When it came to setups, when it came to Paze on this Corki, he just felt almost untouchable at times. Other than that one fight where Clear just beeline for him, it felt so hard to deal with this little yordle in his little plane.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why you picked that Corki. Even before seeing the jungle, just knowing that the jungle is going to also be something that dives. And then even with the Nocturne, he was able to just Valkyrie, flash, and perfectly time things to get out of dodge when he needed it most. So
I think
very well played.
What was so impressive was he was playing around his rapid fire procs and going so aggressively forward, and then just using his Valkyrie almost like an arcane shift and being like, I'm going to step forward. I trust my mechanics to carry me. And you know what? They did.
They absolutely did. T1 with the dominant first game, and they will take that first one. It's 1-0, and we'll have a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
버프 있어요? 나 있어. 한번 볼게. 럼블 선택 되지?
확인.
입구 왼쪽 정면. 입구 왼쪽. 뭉쳐있잖아. 정면이야 가운데.
열심히 하거든. 마지막 써보자.
오케이 이번 라인. 이번에 봐도 돼.
이번에 바로 볼게.
나가
사자, 사자.
나 헬 깔아줘.
사자 못 잡았어.
괜찮아.
나 좀 빠졌고. 아래 받을 수 있냐?
봐도 돼. 나안 좋아.
나 죽었어.
타워 깰 수 있나? 타워.
타워로 가야 돼. 타워로.
이 2초야?
아, 왜 이렇게 아파요? 바루스 노플.
바루스
타워 쳐봐. 타워. 우리 장로 끝났다잉?
확인했어. 나도.
세긴 하네.
아 예? 아.
إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. It's been a long time since I've been able to say that. I am very excited to be here, trying to host again. It's been a very long time, but hopefully my beautiful guests here, Wolf and Wadid, are going to help me out. And I'm going to start things off with an Atlas's Fact of the Week, because we're never allowed to have those. What, gentlemen, makes today the cutest space that we've ever had?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I didn't know this was coming. I didn't have time to think.
All right, I'll give you the answer. The reason is our acronym is AW.
Aww.
Isn't it cute? Oh, it's the cutest space. True. All right, let's get into a cute draft here between B&K Furex and T1. T1, the victors in this one, but how did it happen, gentlemen?
I really just want to talk about how expensive this draft is across both teams for what it's going to affect for the rest of the series for Fearless. You have Rumble gone, Jace gone, Vi, Ryze, Talia, Nico, Corki Nami goes through, and they take the Nocturne away as well. So Nocturne, Orianna no longer a thing. Both of these teams going heavy into the S-tier picks. The Corki, though, reigns supreme.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally see it from highlight one that we're gonna pull off right now. Is that like they already have such a good team comp to just pull the trigger. So I think even though they didn't have the lane control, like it was really easy for B&K to just win the fight in the mid lane, because like Nico, Rumble, and Nocturne and Varus all together, it's like you just press R to win the team fight.
Yeah, Rumble Varus has been a combination since, what, about 2015 or something like that, when it was played in Varus in mid lane. It has been something that's worked really well in the past, and I actually felt like B&K had a really good shot here.
The equalizers were really good this game. Also, in that particular fight, you know, they were able to sense Karia's angle there, the way he was going to use his Nami ultimate, and then they went right in right afterwards. There was no peel. Well, we didn't see that pulled off consistently enough. They need to find those fights constantly. Once you lose control of the map, it gets a little trickier.
Yeah, and as we move on to highlight number 2, we're going to see how it all kind of went wrong for B&K Furex here in the mid lane.
Yeah, in the mid game, it felt a little weird for B&K because it feels like they're winning every single team fight, but they're not really far ahead. The issue is their lane matchup was not really good for them, so that's why they couldn't really get the turret after winning team fight. So that's why T1 could always fight back. So they shouldn't make these kind of silly mistakes. I mean, I think they already shown up like Kellen and Vikla tries to kill Rise 2v1, but it's not gonna happen because he already has like 3k HP. So I think they shouldn't make any single mistakes while they snowballing from the early game, but they did. So that's why T1 could turn back.
In this particular highlight, there's just not enough quick follow-up there. The equalizer is amazing, but it's so late that it doesn't matter. It's just kind of an afterthought. And the target selection they're trying to go onto a Corki is always going to be tricky. It doesn't even have to flash. It's got Valkyrie. It's the second Weaver's Wall fail that we saw from Vikla this game. The first one was in the early game where they tried to look for that dive there. And I like how they played through a lot of those mid-fights, but sometimes they overforce at the wrong moments.
Yeah, really, I felt like it was the year of Vikla, but perhaps the year of Vikla has been put on hold here for this particular game because it wasn't exactly his greatest performance this time around. And then T1 hammered it home here. We still felt like BNK had some hope after that last highlight, but this one was a little bit the Page show, as Diablo's not allowed to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, you just stepped up and you got hit by Corki when he has 5 items with Nami. Literally, you just need one auto attack to win the team fight, and after that, even though you got Soul, I think the value-wise, T1 had such a better comp in a scaling.
When you get a free win like that at the beginning of the fight with a Rise composition like this, Faker just gets to tell you, like, get in this Realm Warp. We're going to chase them down. Nobody survives. Nobody's getting out alive. We get to get the Baron. And we saw an Elder fight. Arguably, there was an Elder fight there. And BNK looked really silly in that last fight because they had no vision, right? They had no setup, and this composition relies on map control. They kept trying to fight constantly in mid to get that prio back to hopefully then be able to turn this into a one game. I think the fact that the Soul was Chemtech Soul really didn't do them any favors as well. If it was a Infernal Soul, for example, obviously the Varus would have done a lot more damage, so a little unlucky here for BNK as well.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like that KT game where you unlock the Elder Dragon for T1 by taking the Soul, and T1 then managed to beat you with it. But gentlemen, what is going to be the answer here for BNK FearX? Like, what do they do? What quick thoughts?
I mean, I think they were really good in early game. They just need to set up correctly for their Soul and the mid-game teamfight. They just need to have some consistent mindset that they can actually win by their setups.
Wolf,
maybe Orianna Pantheon. Maybe that's the angle. Try to grab that on second pick.
All right, we'll see whether they can do that. Let's throw it back over to the gentleman on the desk to bring us to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Atlas host and Wolf and Wadid, of course, for the breakdown there as we're getting into game number 2. And this is where T1 sometimes get a little weak. You know, they do a little bit of happy gaming. It's not the most straightforward. As Wolf was talking about, it was a very expensive draft from both teams. It felt like, you know, a lot of comfort there on the side of T1. Curious to see what they'll do in game 2.
Last series against KT, they won 2-0. So what do you mean they get a bit weak in?
Well, game 2 was much closer, Rox.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So she came here without her husband knowing, actually. Came to watch T1 and said, you can handle your own dinner.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think it's good to be able to provide for yourself, to make your own dinner. Ox, what is your favorite go-to cooking meal?
Oh, spaghetti bolognese.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Actually, I like that as well. I don't usually do spaghetti, though. We don't have a lot of spaghetti at my house.
No?
For some reason. We have like all other sorts of pasta, but spaghetti, I don't know, it's a little bit too long, you know?
That's the point.
I know, that's why I don't like it.
You're like a toilet with a fork?
It's fine. I'm just not the biggest fan. I like other pasta better.
What the heck? What's your favorite pasta then?
Huh?
What's your favorite pasta?
I think it's called like fusilli or something. It's like the pretty short, like twisty one.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are nice because the sauce gets in all the layers and stuff. I really like ravioli too, but that's kind of like a different genre of pasta.
Genre. Okay. Good talk.
Yeah.
Okay. T1 have picked their first pick, but they're on blue side.
Yes.
What does it mean?
Well, BNK had right of first selection after losing game 1, and they chose to pick second. And so T1 said, cool story, bro, or BNK in this case. I will choose blue side and have first pick.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So coming in through the bans, it is once again going to be... Oh, there's no Bard band. Oh.
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 Well.
Oh, well.
All right, so our next series is Bro versus KT. We'll see you guys after the break to jump.
No, guys, they're going to deny it. They're going to pick it themselves.
They probably
So we
should.
saw the Malphite Yunara ban again. Pantheon was taken away this time. So Akali got left open, and they took away the Ambessa instead of the Bard. Xin Zhao instantly prioritized here for Owner. And BNK FearX are going to pick Aphelios Bard. Interesting. Lucian Bard is a weird combo.
To be fair to Owner as well, I mean, this is one of his Giga picks. It's just that Bard is a bit more flashy, and Keria makes these incredible plays. Owner does as well.
See, no.
But it's Xin Zhao. It's a very different
Don't pick Jarvan into Bard. That's...
Maybe they don't know
You
that
don't...
he likes to play Bard.
You don't pick Jarvan. The whole point is when you do Cataclysm, he does the Bard ult. Like, people ban Bard when they pick Jarvan because he ults when you ult, so it's just stasis. I don't know if you know this, Brendan. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Keria is somewhat known for his Bard play. Honestly, it'd be so based if Keria was like, I don't even need my Bard. He doesn't. He's just gonna pick Thresh. Wow.
All right, fantastic read from BNK saying there's no way you play Bard here in game 2.
Yeah, well, he's got Thresh here, so, you know, he can just lantern you out of the Cataclysm. Yeah.
I thought he was just going to play Lulu and just kind of call it a day.
I thought he was just going to play Bard, but Thresh Aphelios is pretty good.
Weird that you would think that. I think BNK didn't think that was going to happen either.
Yeah, I guess they just saw through it. Lucian Milio, pretty strong lane. Obviously, also the ult, pretty effective against the Thresh. If that's one of your main sources of getting in is the hook, you obviously have that ult that can deny that later on. And also, you're kind of lacking for engage for T1 because, you know, the Xin Zhao is not super reliable. The death sentence from the Thresh can now be mitigated by the Milio. So the Lucian's got a lot of free real estate in this game. Gwen going to get banned away, denying the Gwen Xin Zhao combo. Great call, great move. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice for them to deny that one. And we're just waiting for this final ban here for BNK. I do wonder what they are going to target. Will it be another Doran pick? I mean, the Gwen is kind of like... Okay, this is kind of like... Maybe they're just going to go Renekton.
Yeah, that could happen. Also, you know what pick I feel like has been seeing some success recently? Is Rek'Sai, especially in the later stages of the game. Has been kind of doing well, but I wouldn't want to play Rek'Sai into Thresh. That sounds miserable. So don't do that. But we'll see. I mean, to be fair, if you find a flank angle, it's okay.
Oh.
They will ban it, so you won't get a chance to. Here for BNK FearX, expect a mid laner to be picked up. Aurora is still available as an option. A lot of the higher prior mids have just kind of been whittled down. They're just going to go Sion, though, so saving the pick for Vikla. And even though BNK FearX, who picked second pick...
Is it Vayne top?
Not doing counter pick.
Is it time for Vayne top?
No, probably not.
Okay. I was just asking. I mean, it might have been time.
Could go
I guess
Zehen
it's not time.
here. If you want to be less interested, you could just go...
Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante. I mean, so far, BNK FearX do kind of lack damage to cut through a Cassante, so you could just go that and be a brick wall.
Yeah.
But also, Zehen does kind of, if he gets rolling, become very hard to kill. It is the Aurora. We presume for Faker, that could also be Flex, though, so we'll see what they're going to lock in here.
I love this shot where it's Doran in the foreground, Faker right behind, and it's Yone. And, you know, we don't know 100% which is going where, and that makes this job for Vikla a little bit more difficult as well.
Yeah, kind of keeps them guessing a little bit as to who's going where. But two threats that can be a bit hard to deal with, and two picks that can be a bit of a nuisance in the side lane. Scout of the Week, good value here, that's for sure.
They don't have any consistent damage, Ox.
Yeah, but no one on T1's that tanky, so I don't think it's that much of a concern. I think it would have been a concern if they had something bulkier, but...
I mean, I've played against some Yones in solo queue that feels like they can live through anything.
That's true. If Yone gets ahead, he's a little bit annoying. And by a little bit annoying, I mean incredibly frustrating to play against, and I don't want to play against him.
Yeah.
But I think that is one of the things that really this draft hinges on for BNK4X. You have a Syndra and a Lucian who, if they're ahead, you're going to feel fine. If they fall behind, and especially when you're playing into like an Aurora and a Yone who take up a lot of space when they're being proactive with their ultimates. If Lucian or Syndra fall behind, you got no gas in the tank. You're just going to fall apart. So it's really important that these two picks find value in the early game and get a bit ahead, right? Just don't fall behind. Just don't fall significantly behind.
Just don't.
Just don't lose.
Yeah.
That's you know
Kill
what?
the enemy Nexus. Don't lose your Nexus. And you'll end up winning more often than not.
This is good advice.
Does look like we're ready to go. T1 versus BNK, game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I was so convinced he was going to play Bard.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Yeah. I mean, his Thresh is also ridiculous. I don't remember exactly when it was, but there was one game where I remember saying, are we just going to have to permaban Thresh against him too? And it's kind of insane what he's able to do on this champ. So excited. You know, we see a lot of carry a Bard. How about a little more carry a Thresh?
Well, actually, so far this season, he's played one Bard game and one Thresh game, so...
Yeah, I meant in his career.
Okay.
Yeah, not this season.
Okay.
Not this LCK Cup.
Thank you for clarifying.
Not this 2 weeks that we've had so far.
I'm glad we could clear that up.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Doesn't it feel like this has been going on for a decent amount of time, but it's only been 2 weeks? Or do you think, in your mind, it's actually been pretty short so far?
It's felt like about 2 weeks.
All right. I'm glad I could figure that out.
Glad I could end that conversation. Carrier just keeps whipping Kellen quite successfully, so getting some good autos in. The Lucian Milio not having so much pressure right now. Oh no.
Just don't get hooked. That is the strategy. But Carrier doesn't like that strategy, and he's going to land those more often than not.
Skill level 1? Because I haven't seen him shield yet, I don't think. Or did he and I missed it? Am I blind?
Maybe it was on cooldown. Maybe, you know, we hopped to mid, maybe use something and then...
Oh, there, he shielded. But he is level 2 now, so I don't know. Either way.
Suspicious.
Maybe I can blame the skin and say it's the skin's fault.
Is that a Christmas tree on his back?
Well, they just panned away, so I don't know now. Now I'm interested.
Answer the question.
Why wouldn't you say that before? Thera's having a lot of fun. You know, this is what you get. You get one Rumble game, we have a good time. Scion duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like Scion in a lot of matchups is generally okay, but not this one early on, as there's the stun into Faker, and Faker trying to hold onto his flash, uses it at the last moment, and does get away, but a nice little gank here from Raptor. Oh, gets the root onto Diablo and then just hits the hook on Kellen, actually, who does get quite low, has to heal. And guess who's here? It's Owner.
Yeah, they're looking for a dive here. And heal down on Kellen, he's a pretty easy target.
All right, they're going to be looking for him for sure. Just dashes on in. There it is. First blood given over to Owner, as he's not quite able to get onto the lantern. Looks like maybe it was kind of behind the turret, so he couldn't quite click it.
Yeah, Kellen went for the Q early to try and disrupt, and it was a good dodge from Owner there. Good pressure from Carrier leading to that kill. Didn't Faker get like a really cool Yone skin for being finals MVP? Not using it, by the way, in case you're wondering. This is a great hook to set this up. And then, so here was the moment where Kellen, he goes for the Q, because you can see Ona stacking the Q on the wave for the knock-up, and Kellen's like, ow, oh, sidestep, knock-up, gone. And then Devil flashes to try and burst him down and doesn't get it. But yeah, as I was saying, didn't Faker get like, you know how they get the, if you're MVP, you get like the extra skin?
Yeah.
And Faker, didn't he get like a really cool Yone skin? But he's not using it. To no one's.
Of course he's not.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring it up, because I was thinking about the fact that he obviously got that cool skin.
Well, not meant to be. I was busy looking at Melio. I think he does have a Christmas tree on his back. But I'm not 100% sure.
Isn't that is it a Christmas tree?
I thought it was a snowman at first, but it kind of lacks some of the...
We need him to stop moving. He's bouncing so jauntily. Stand still.
He's really enjoying himself.
Carrier, hook him so he stands still.
But then he might be facing the wrong way if he's facing Carrier.
True, actually.
Little stun comes in here. Faker going to get the power unleashed onto him and just poke him with the sword and walk away.
Fleet footwork, Darn Shield, second wind.
And an unwavering spirit.
Oh, nice dodge there, though.
Yeah. He's got his 2-3 available. Goes through.
You know, sometimes you phase tank and sustain, and sometimes you just dodge.
I think one of the most annoying parts of Yone in the lane is that he just doesn't have any sort of energy. Like, no mana, no energy, nothing, right?
I think Vikla autoed him and his health went up. Oh, man.
And Raptors trying to declare.
I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, but they're going to move up.
Okay, the back end of Vic was going to make the difference.
Yeah. You just say, well, okay.
Oh.
It's an igloo.
Is that a...
It's an igloo with
the little,
Christmas decoration.
A little ceiling.
Yeah.
That's adorable. Wow,
that's amazing. I think that is the correct Melio skin.
That was,
you know how like there are correct skins.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad we could see that, because that would have... Well, look at it. You can see it like poke his head out.
What is the seal's name though? Is it just there?
I don't know.
It's just hanging out?
That's something we really need to... Oh, he shoots it when he fires his Q! That's great. That's good to know.
Uh-oh. Little fake around there.
Oh,
Kellen not expecting that in the close range hook. And Kellen doesn't even...
Wait, look!
He doesn't even flash or heal or anything.
It was just blinking.
Oh. Where is it?
It's just like...
It's gone.
It rolled backwards inside the...
Oh. Maybe it went to sleep.
Yeah.
Faker is in a lot of trouble here. Is going to try to seal the fate of himself. And does go down, so the follow-up gank there is good.
Yeah, good gank there. Trying to mitigate the pressure. Just being set up by the bot lane. You know, T1's bot lane getting further and further ahead. Raptor trying to make things happen in mid lane in return. Oh, good ult.
Yeah, Onar going in on that one. The Cataclysm actually keeps Vikla outside of the challenge, but he is going to go down regardless. As Onar says, you can't take my Raptors. And Raptor says, I am Raptor.
That is exactly what he said. This was great from Carrier though. Walks up and Diablo Kellen tries to find space in return. And then here, flays him. Kellen tries to hug the wall to throw him off, thinking he's going to like hook to the right, and he just hooks left, grabs him.
Yeah.
And now Pei's getting pretty fed as a result. Here though, this was just, you know, Faker uses his Q, ends up getting caught immediately after it. And then Raptor also blocking the ult so he can't get away, flashless still. This is a good play for the mid jungle of BNK and important to make sure that Syndra is strong. Unfortunately, bot lane not going as well.
Bot lane not going as well. Top lane not going as well.
I mean, it's Sion. He's going to get Koenig Rookin. That's what I'm not as bothered about the tank being behind.
I just like when carries get free lanes. You know, it feels like the tanks aren't just allowed to exist and not be punished.
Yeah.
Like, even though Sion is down on farm, I'm more so focused on the fact that Doran gets free farm on Aurora, and that's going to be very nice. Probably not a lot of kills there, though. As we got the stun combo into Owner, he just kind of goes in, does not have his ult, just wants to get the kill here on Avikla, and uses his flash to make that happen.
Wow.
And by make that happen, I mean him dying.
Yeah, Vikla didn't have ult yet. It just came up now. So I was thinking maybe there's a window to find something, but Owner gets punished.
All right, well, Diablo's going in on this one, and there is the play. This time, Diablo flashes forward. He wants the kill, and he will have it. As there's the ult down to Diablo as well. Should be totally fine in the 2v2 trade afterwards.
Played that one so aggressive there and ends up paying off. I think the big thing was Kellen having the level 6 available, and it's so hard as a thresh there because you're looking for a hook potentially is the main thing that could disengage that play. But you have the ult from the Milio, so even if it lands, you wouldn't really be able to do anything. And if Diablo's willing to commit flash to the play, there's just really not much you can do to peel. Knowing the limits to champion. And we said we needed the mid and AD carry to be strong here. So picking up those kills, definitely a big boon for BNK FairX. We'll see the replay mid. This was just Owner face checking. And he's like, oh, I guess I will jump in. Faker's ult's not quite available.
Faker's dead, by the way, again.
That was a solo kill.
And now Raptor is 4-0.
You know, I was talking about the mid and AD carry.
Yeah.
I'm like, those are the main damage sources. But if you get this fed on Jarvan, it's like, well, he's the carry.
Yeah. At least for like the early to mid game, he's going to be very strong. Center Sky finished. I mean, same for Owner.
2 levels up. Okay, he's actually like a level and a bit up on Owner, but still, it feels very scary.
Just trying to be up a bit more once Vikla gets over here. There it is, trying to punish Owner. Maybe didn't know he was there exactly. Looking for a dive, but with Owner here, it's not quite going to happen.
Look what the first dragon was.
Chemtech.
So it can't be a Chemtech soul. You could actually get a useful soul.
True.
Okay, how did this happen? Oh,
oh no.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Well, that can happen.
That is one of the possibilities.
I think the issue was that Faker ran out of health.
That was part of it, yeah.
Doran's having a fun time. And Clear's just, you know, weathering the storm.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has Koenig Rukin soonish. There we go. Okay. Now, matchup somewhat playable.
Guess who's back? It is Raptor. This time Faker has his flash, but he doesn't have TP and flash, and he goes back in for the minions.
Yeah, risky.
Yeah, maybe calculated, but he's still down so much.
He lives, though. That's the important thing. Honestly, he's not actually that much down in farm compared to Vikla. So he's also not that... Okay, he's pretty far down in gold.
He's
right?
down both sums.
Yeah.
Fed Jarvan on
no,
the
no,
prowl.
no, ignore the jungle matchup. That's not his matchup.
Oh, okay.
That's Owner's problem. Focus
a bit
really...
selective.
Right? That's not for him to worry about. He only has to worry about the mid matchup, in which he is a little bit down, but it's less than 1,000 gold. And in terms of farm, it's only a couple of waves. Owner vs Raptor, you know what? That's his problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit rough.
That's what I was talking about with T1 in Game 2s. BNK is definitely playing this very well, but especially the Owner going and flashing in the play. He was never going to get away, so I think, you know, it's fine if he goes in, but actually flashing to try to make it work.
Okay, Clay has Koenig Rukin now. Now he can walk up and take damage and then still not have fun.
He's having more fun.
Yeah.
Owner's here, and so is Pace, and so is Carry.
Oh my god, he didn't get the cannon. I can't take it.
Faker by himself. Owner is going to get in front of that, but the flash comes in. Carry is not having any of that as he flashes for the hook and the box, and Owner picks up the kill.
I think he probably should have just stayed in the tower, but that's hindsight. He did at least get some, but yeah. He went from, he was like, I have my Koenig Rukin, I can finally have no fun allowed. No fun allowed. You're not allowed to have fun. You're a top laner.
So Doran TP's into this one.
He's a lot harder to jump than the Sun.
Yeah, I mean, ult available, flash available.
That's just a thing you can do as Aurora. So, yep. And also, Ona got that kill, so the jungle match not looking nearly as bad.
T1 ahead in gold for now, but once that turret does go down, BNK take the very slight lead. They're going to have the first couple of dragons. And we'll see what the soul ends up being here.
Anything but Ocean.
Yeah. Ocean definitely feels the worst. You do have a Scion, but there are better souls out there. As it's actually going to be T1 who pick up the dragon, as BNK have to back away from that objective.
Oh, they're going to kill him? No.
No. Just going to leave Diablo here. Oh, hooks around the minions! And the flash comes out from Diablo, but the knockup comes in from Raptor, and that's going to be a kill on Owner. And he even wards the lantern as Pays doesn't want to have to flash this, but he will in the end. The flash over into the scout of the week gets the job done. And now Carrier not long for this world either. Double kill goes through for Vikla, who's getting fed in his own right now.
Sometimes, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Great hook from Carrier ends up backfiring completely for the team. Ona goes in on the tower, and things all pan out terribly for T1 there. BNK punishing, and Vikla and Raptor, this mid-jungle duo, popping off so far. It is Ocean Soul. It is Ocean Soul.
BNK just can't. They just can't catch a break. They got double flags stolen by a Jarvan against Gen G, and now they're getting double worse souls back to back.
Yeah. Devil with some nice side steps here after getting hit by the hook, obviously, which wasn't a nice side step. But then Vikla, the power of Ghost, you know, just runs in, Pays, goes to the flash, but the ult puts all these orbs everywhere for an easy scatter, and then Carrier's trying to peel. To be fair, even if he hadn't gone in to peel, there's no tower, so he was dead.
Doran's trying to 1v4 here in the mid lane. No, he's just clearing the wave.
Yep.
And he does do that effectively.
Raptors 5-0. I mean, it's good, right? For BNK having a strong jungle, having a strong mid. Diablo's not that far behind. This is what I feel like that comp needed to do, right? It's definitely positive. But not completely 100% confident, just based on how some of their games have gone. But it's a good start. Just need to see them continue the momentum.
It's Aura Box.
Yeah.
Drop it in the face of Diablo. Show him who's boss. Diablo's like, oh, okay. Gotta be careful around this.
Carrier was just showing that he's thinking outside of the box, right?
Oh, that's true.
He put the box down and then he walked outside of it.
I think if he stayed inside, it would have not had the same effect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know? That sent a clear message to me. Whether Diablo got the same message, that's another question. We'll have to see if he interpreted it the same way. Maybe there'll be a coach voice comes in to explain it to him.
Yeah.
This is what he meant.
It's pretty important for him to know.
Yeah, and then BNK Frax like, oh, that's what he meant. Oh, I understand now.
Faker does not win this 1v2, obviously. The stun is going to come down, and eventually Faker will go down. As Vikla picks up a third kill for himself, and Faker a third death with nothing else on his scoreboard.
Yeah, he's having what we call roughy-toughy this game.
Yeah. You know, he used to play a lot of Yone last year, but it wasn't always the best received. You know, fans were always like, not sure about that. He hasn't looked super comfortable on that pick. And to be fair, that's when Faker was kind of struggling back then. He's doing much better nowadays. But the Yone kind of, he's getting bullied again.
I think you can play any pick, right? If you get ganked like 17 times in a row, you're not going to look good on it, right? This has just been a little bit of a bullying situation by Raptor and Vikla. So, you know, sometimes it be that way. Also difficult as a melee champion to evade these situations when you have to walk up to the wave, when you have to exist in lane. Clear I always feel like with Koenig Rukin, it's very unclear how much health he actually has, especially when he's into an AD champion.
Yeah.
Hard to actually tell from the health bar visually. But he didn't seem to be taking much damage regardless.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, he has Warden's Mail and Giant's Belt as well. He's Scion, so he's just kind of...
an LDR on Pays, so that will definitely help cut through some of the bulk. It does have the Giant Slayer part of it now, which is different. It used to be, it was based on like the difference in health between you and your target. Now it's just how much bonus health they have. So pretty good against Jarvan and Scion. We'll definitely get value there. Also, so interestingly, Vikla's gone the Cosmic Drive. We often see this if you go Blackfire Torch, because it procs up your damage. And if you go Blackfire Torch, it's like you get the constant movement speed because of the dots. So interesting, we get this combo. I'd have thought if you go on Ludens, you go Shadow Flame just for like, I'm going to explode you. Burst damage.
Yeah.
It's kind of like melding both. But I guess one of that early burst from the Ludens still wants that ability haste and movement speed from the Cosmic Drive.
He's going to be very fast. I mean, he's got Ghosts as well.
Yeah, almost got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, so could go for a Medjai's if you're feeling confident.
I don't think I would. Showmaker would.
Oh, well.
I don't think I would.
Yeah.
Faker keeps doing this.
If you're afraid, you wouldn't.
Clear is just being run down the lane. He doesn't very much have a way to trade with Faker, to be honest. It doesn't matter how not fed Faker is or what Clear had to deal with. He built a Koenig Rookern, and now he's dealing with a Yone.
So he has the Randuins, and I think Randuins is actually just a really good item when you're dealing with crit, but Faker actually doesn't have that much crit yet. He has a Blade of the Rune King and like one Agility Cloak, and I know it's doubled for Yone, but even then, it's like he's not critting that much compared to like, you know, I think Randuins is great when you're dealing with like a full build crit AD carry, or you know later when Faker eventually will have IE.
Speaking of bullying, I think this time maybe Vikla's too far away. Although Raptor, I guess, is doing a good job of baiting him into the fight. As Ghost was utilized, Vikla never going to not go in for a play. Does unleash his power, and Faker does get away.
Yeah. Well, Faker definitely looking a lot stronger now, just in general, feeling himself a bit more, going for some heavy trades.
I mean, he's doing it into Scion, who's like...
a punching bag, yes, I know.
Literally nothing. He will be the front line eventually.
But hey, the pace has slowed down a bit, and he's farming up.
I do feel like T1 again, okay, I'm going to take that totally back. We got an aggressive backline TP coming in from Doran. As I was going to say, hey, T1 are definitely slowing this game down. Well, not anymore. It seems like they do want to take an aggressive play here. Doran just going invisible and then walking away. As now, Faker goes for the engage. The Sealed Fate dodges the ult from Clear, but Vic will also dodge the Sealed Fate, so...
Yeah, they will just commit the TPs, back off, and that's all she wrote. So still being KFRX with a lead, but it's not that substantial given the point of the game we're in. And I'm feeling, you know, when the game slows down and we start moving later and later, there was another game in which this happened. I don't know if you remember, Brendan. That game had a much bigger lead.
It was 2 days ago, so I've already forgotten.
Yeah, too long ago for you?
Yeah, it's too much has happened between then and now.
I get it. Yeah. I get it. Oh, let's just start the Baron. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I guess so.
No AD carry on it makes it a little bit hard to track. And Owners, oh, he canceled the recall. They walked into the river and he canceled the recall.
Yeah.
Suspicious.
There it
okay,
is.
Blue Trinket, you have to back off. You have to back off.
Yep.
You're not going to get it done in time.
They're looking to turn, actually, on Owner. They're not going to get his ult out.
It just takes so long, honestly, that it's really hard to fully commit to it.
Yeah, and think about T1's situation here. They know it takes forever and that they can't really do it, right? They don't have a lot of consistent damage. Like, Syndra and Lucian are not the best at taking Baron. And you've got a great amount of scaling. You also got, importantly, that one dragon. Like, imagine if this were Hextech or Infernal. Like, you got that one mountain, so you're gaining another 5 minutes. to just bide your time.
And it's Ocean Soul.
And it's Ocean Soul, right? It's not
So it's
actually
like,
Hextech.
whatever. Yeah.
So they're just kind of sitting back, and they don't really care. You know, B&K can try to make these plays. That's why I was surprised that Doran actually went for that DPP, and you can see that they were reluctant to go for it after it was answered.
Well, I think actually part of the logic behind the DPP... Oh.
Just doing Yone things.
Part of the logic behind the deep TP is that Faker has TP.
Yeah.
So by doing that, they forced Clear to match, and then Faker just had so much pressure, has so much pressure in the side lane. So I think there's a lot of logic in that.
Yeah, that's the thing about Yone too. You can go 0-3 and fall behind, but yet, like, the Sion can't match you, the Syndra can't match you alone.
And also, Vikla doesn't have TP, so it's uncomfortable having him in the side lane on the other side of the map. So I think the TP play, especially because it's an Aurora, no matter how deep Doran goes, it's almost impossible for them to actually punish him. So I think trading TPs was really paid off for T1 and was really smart.
Yeah.
They're closing the lead in terms of gold. They're doing it again. I mean, it's not as big of a lead, right? They're doing it again.
And it's a different comp for B&K than what we saw from KT. KT had like a full dive comp. B&K obviously do have some dive elements, but a lot of pick, and they have Lucian. Syndra, they have ways to attack you from range and siege turrets. But they're not really in a position where they're super dominant in taking down inhibitors. They're pretty far away from that. It's a very close game still, as it was like a 3,000 gold lead, I think, and now it's only 600. Gold is not real.
It's fake. Lesson is just pick Smolder every game.
I mean, if T1 are going to play like this...
No, but then you lose lane, and then it's just miserable.
Well, Faker lost lane. You can just play it mid and die 3 times, fine. As long as you're stacking.
You're so smart, actually.
Yeah. And I've seen a lot of LCK.
Doran is on a ward, so maybe they're going to try and one-shot him. They did just pick up double Infinity Edge for both Faker and Pays. I mean, Keppel got his 2, but Vikla's not got his Happy Hat yet. He's sitting on 2 large rods. Oh! It's a cannon.
All right, it's over.
Especially when you're bad, like, you know, it never feels good, but like, he's trying to get Rabadons. That's the worst time.
Faker's getting Crystalline Overgrowth in the side lane.
He's 0-3-0, and he's just... How is this okay?
It's just Yone things. It's part of why you pick the Yone, I guess. To just have this threat in the side lane and not be too answerable once he gets a couple of items at least. Even just the Borg generally, but now at the Infinity Edge, it's even more obnoxious.
He did take some damage there from the tower, but never from Clear.
Yone is a lot of fun. And you can tell that B&K are like, well, what do we do? Because they tried to go for the Baron. It got spotted. They had to peel off of it. They can't deal with the Yone. They're trying to start fights, but they can't. Because T1 are not giving them an opportunity. And they don't have great engage either. Like, they have Jarvan.
But they're into a Thresh, and everyone has sums.
So, like, what do you do?
This is their solution.
Poke Doran down. I mean, he nearly dies, actually. Has to get healed at the very end. Has
like,
TP.
They're like, is this enough? Is this enough? Should we Baron? What should we do?
Push mid?
Hit the tower? Baron? Everything? Something. Raptor's like, Baron? Guys?
This looks like solo queue where the jungler's like, guys, we're doing Baron. He's like pinging it over and over, and everybody else just leaves. Well, they are going to do Baron. And with the Scryers, they are going to spot this happening.
Oh, they're TPing it. They're committing.
Yeah, they're committing this time. A lot of damage into Owner. And so that's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to actually get in, as Owner is thinking about it, has to go into his ultimate ability. Doran doing some poke down, and they're all in the pit, but they still get the Baron, and Clear does a great job of zoning for the team. Faker lines up 2. He's going very deep, but he's Yone, so he gets away. As Diablo carefully just going to ride that line, and so they get Baron for just 1 death.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. Good pickup from B&K FearX. Decent amount of summoners burn, but you know T1 also used 2 flashes on the solo laners. Question is now, what can you do with the Baron? This was a little bit scary. Vikla gets the ult onto Ona, which makes him low and makes it way harder to approach. Clear is like, I know what my job is. I have the big shield, TPing, I ult Ona, I walk into everyone, and I am a punching bag.
Yeah.
Doran's so hard to punish, and the Lantern was great as well. Faker nearly getting a big play, but forcing summoners out. But the thing is now, Baron's worth less gold. So the Red Bull Baron power play is currently 340 gold. T1 are ahead. So again, they need to get more out of this. It's not enough just to have gotten Baron.
Yeah.
They need to translate this into a little bit more. They are pushing mid currently.
Yeah, BNK just have to do things, right? Like, you can just do things with Baron. It does feel like they were able to finally figure out, okay, we got to do the Baron. And they figured that, they did that. But now, with the Baron, you have to get at least some turrets. You have to get some more gold. You have to do something. It's actually T1 who are engaging onto this. Owner going in. Diablo going to get rooted up and hooked, but he still stays alive. Owner, though, not taking any damage. As the Q is going to land there onto that back line as Faker goes back in. A stun on a Faker. Owner super low as now the Between Worlds comes in and Doran is here to party. Although it is going to be Xinjiang the first one to go down as Raptor had his GA. So he is going to live.
That was close. It's a 1-0 for BNK FairX. A good pickup there. And with Soul in 15 seconds.
Doran, he's looking for the one-shot combo.
Raptor.
Oh, what auto! Could do it, and there it is! 1,090 gold! That goes over to Doran!
Huge shutdown and Baron's up. I mean, not Baron, Dragon's up, Soul's up.
Yeah.
I know we said the Ocean Soul's not that important, but it's still, you wanted to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, oh, they don't have vision of this brush. The hook comes through. Vikla, he might just die here. Big burst damage, though, from Diablo. Takes out the AD carry, and Diablo, the hope of the team. He's going to push Faker back on the Yone, and now the stun comes in on Adoran, who is not long for the world. And double kill goes to Diablo.
Clutches it when they need it most. Manages to find the angle. Now, though, they have to finish off the Dragon before Ona can get there. I
don't think they can.
It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have flash. He has to hit a W to get over the...
Oh, Emilio, you troll.
He has to hit a W. Don't let him over the wall. Guys, you have to hit the Dragon.
Well, he's going to go into that ult as now he's got some help from Faker. That's not actually going to help. Maybe Faker gets the Dragon. Oh. No, goes over to Diablo, and he gets the kill too. Diablo puts the team on his back the last minute here.
Okay, Diablo just completely clutched that play. And you know what? I was thinking both Sion and Lucian came off. I was like, is Kellen soloing the Dragon? They just stopped all damage off it, which was a smart play. BNK FairX, this is such a crazy passage of play. Everything's slowed down to like, not even walking, crawling plays for such a long time. It felt like they couldn't see the way to close out the game. And it literally took such a mammoth effort from the AD carry to get them over the... Oh, do not die right now. It's taken such a mammoth effort from the AD carry to get them over the line. And it's still not done. But they are approaching. They've broken the base finally.
Yeah.
31 minutes, they have Soul, they have a gold lead, 2.5k, which is not that much at this point of the game. But I want to see what the AD carry buys now after this. This was crazy though, this fight. Diablo here was focused down, gets knocked up, manages to flash away, gets rooted. I thought he was dead. Ooh. The cleanse from Kellen is massive to save him.
Right after the hook too.
Yeah, and then he reapproaches in here, and actually what's his dash? He dashes just before he gets hit by Doran's ult. So he dodges the damage. Otherwise, I don't think it would. I don't know if it would have killed him. Honestly, it does a lot of damage. I think he would have survived, but he would have been very low. And here ends up focusing down Pays, kills Kerry as well, dodges away from that Q from Faker, dodges away from that damage from Doran, and then pushes in, confident he can take down Doran with no cooldowns.
Got a little play here. The box is down. Keria asking for some help, but guess who? It's Diablo. He's back. Has Vikla in a bit of trouble here. Does go Zonius.
He can flash, I think.
Yeah. And now Doran's like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? Get Cataclysmed. No, it's down. But it's still Jarvan, and eventually, okay, he's going to elect to flash away.
If he just keeps chasing him, I think getting Doran... Oh, he can just kill him. Okay, that's even better.
At the scanner.
Yeah, you'll do that. Diablo's still here. He has a lot of... He has double BF still in his inventory. Because why not? He's very strong right now, and they just don't really have an answer. Kellen's still with cooldowns. And you know, we said this series might just be about these 80 carries. It has been.
Pays in game 1. Diablo absolutely here in game 2. Or at least the important parts of game 2, which is like the last 4 minutes. So, we're going to have a lot into Clear, but he's not the main guy. It's all about Diablo here. As Clear is taking up quite a lot, though. He is getting pretty low as even the Moonlight Vigil does come through from Pays. We got Zombie Scion now. They're going to take down the turret as Owner is still going in there, but Diablo getting into the circle, dodges the sealed fates, and he's just living behind the ranks of T1. It doesn't seem to care. Takes down a Pays, but eventually can't pull off a miracle, and maybe just a little bit too aggressive as we got TP coming in. And Vikla, I don't know if he's getting out of this one. Nope, not with the ult available here for Doran. The Between Worlds will take him down with that last auto. And just a little bit too aggressive, but BNK did so much damage in that base.
Yeah, and I think Wave State, they can't end with the death timers. They can go Baron, though. That was a little bit too far. Feeling himself a little bit too much.
I was getting hit, though. That was cool.
Yeah, that was...
But it might lose them the game.
It hasn't lost them the game.
Not yet.
Not yet. This was a little bit crazy. Clear a bit too deep, and Paige does have a lot of damage to that Scion. He is getting shredded, and Diablo just... You know what? I respect aggression. This was a bit too much. He's like, I'm going to be inside the Xin ult to make this work. He gets super close to Faker and dodges away. He's like, I'm trusting my mechanics, but Lucian does not have much range. He is like, I'm going to kill Paige. I'm going to trade with him. There's 3 people next to you.
But he got Pays.
He
showed Pays.
When you're playing an Enchanter and you have to be close enough to your 80 carry to like buff them, and then they do something crazy and they die, and you're like, well, I'm next.
Oh, what a sad time. It is. So T1 did get the Baron. They're like 500 gold. Again, gold is kind of whatever, especially at this point, like actually.
Okay, Bloodthirster picked up for Diablo, so big spike. GA picked up now for Pays.
I saw him buy a GA. I guess he went back on it, undid it, and got a BT.
He's like, if I'm dying, game's over. And Bloodthirster, I want to shield. Okay, so Elder's up in a minute, and it's going to be really hard for them to take this tower, but their strategy is just keep them trapped in the base. They have super minions pushing in top and mid. If they can just keep them trapped in the base, it's going to be really hard for T1 to contest Elder. And, you know, Elder's just game ending at this point with 2 inhibs down. Should be good. Happy Hat picked up there by Doran.
All right, a lot of eyes on Diablo. There's that extra range, and he is not scared to use it. Doran gets in there. Oh, look at that burst on a Diablo.
Okay.
Maybe that's what the BT's for.
Yeah, got to give up some space. Does have a lot of sustain between him and Kellen, so he does heal up.
All right, Culling going to come out, but eventually is blocked by the minions.
Yeah, the Baron minion's honestly very helpful for blocking Cullings. 10 seconds on the Elder, so I imagine at some point BNK will start to move towards that. Will they set a trap in the jungle is the question.
It's a bit of a standoff here between all the members on the Rifts. Faker pulls.
Nice.
Oh, he's going in, and he wants Diablo. Forces the flash just like that. Diablo down his flash here. The hook is going to miss. Pays going head to head with Diablo is very scary. But the damage from range comes in from the Aphelios, and Clear is going to go down. Most importantly, they take out the frontline tank, and now BNK down a member. What do they do?
That dash in from Carrier was crazy. And now top lane are down for BNK FearX, so super long timer there. They're going straight for the Elder.
Yep.
Raptors to try and make this happen. 12,000, 10,000 health.
Oh, Doran has the angle here. Going to chunk Kellen. Nearly gets hit by the Aphelios, and the Moonlight Vigil also going to be dodged, but Diablo has to step up. He's not quite able to, though. Taking it slowly. Raptor looking for the steal. It's a flip. It goes to Owner. And this guy does not lose.
How does it keep happening?
It doesn't make any sense. They can't keep getting away with this.
It just happens every time. Oh my god. You know what? It's just a circus. It's just a circus. And you know what? They are entertaining. I'll tell you that. I will tell you that. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. How does this keep happening? Well, we'll get to see. This was insane. Because I was like, oh, this is a good move from Clear. And then Carrier goes in. And he's still not allowed to. He's like, Paze, come with me. Paze is like, buddy, calm down.
No thanks, bro.
And then Doran's got this angle on the side. They just shred through Clear. And then the thing is, because look at the vision on the map. All of the vision from BNK FearX is really pushed up. So they have no vision here. It's really hard for them to approach because they didn't actually have any vision in the pit. And like, Devil nearly gets killed by this turret here.
Yeah.
And then Faker ults into the pit to kill the... They just flip the Elder.
Yeah,
They just flip it. Yeah, why not?
Oh boy, here we go. Everything's burning. Doran's getting in. And Raptor is already so low. He's got to be careful. One more tick of damage and he is out of the game.
Okay, one thing is they have a minute on the Elder, and it's a minute 40 till Baron. So if they can just clear waves. The base hasn't been broken yet. If they can just clear waves, they have a Syndra, might be able to hold on to the game.
They will.
How does this game 2?
So the game between T1 and KT was 46 minutes and 36 seconds.
Is this going to keep happening? Is this like going to be a consistent theme?
I mean, it feels like T1 identifies positions where they will win a late game, and they're confident that they can as well in their own ability to, and also in their champions. And they say, well, let's just not do anything. They can't take Baron. They can't get Elder very fast. Let's just wait until Elder spawns, and then we'll fight them.
Sure. I mean, yeah, why not?
Inhibitors aren't real. Nexus turrets, they respawn now.
Yeah, let's just give them a gold leading soul and just flip it at Elder. Yeah, why not? You know what? Next time you queue up a solo queue game, why don't you pitch that to your teammates? I'm sure it'll go well.
I don't talk to my teammates.
That's a good call, honestly.
Yeah, I'd rather not. Damage dealt. Diablo's up there with Doran and Paze. Doran!
Ooh. One thing I am noticing as a pretty significant issue, Vikla doesn't have a Void Staff. It's 40 minutes into the game, and he doesn't have a Void Staff. That is not good.
You can see here that a lot of flashes are down for BNK. Only the one on the side of T1, which is Paze, as Doran immediately going to ult out there. Good respect from him, but now he's very far away from his team.
They are far from Baron, though. Guys, this is going down quick.
Yeah, they're just not here. The Baron's going to go over. T1 gets the Baron, and now T1 want to go for the turn. Doran does not have Between Worlds. And in goes Owner right onto Vikla. He is not scared, as Diablo is very much willing to go into that circle if you let him. Gonna take him down in the GA. And so now Owner in a little bit of trouble. Faker goes on in, gets that engage on the Diablo, but look at the sustain from this Lucian. Does not die to the Yone as they finally take down Clear. And Paze, Key, he is still very much alive. Doran as well on the backside with carry of a Paze. Takes the Lantern over to Raptor. Is still kiting this one out with Doran, but I think Doran is not very long for this world. He will go down. The kiting comes out for Paze. Takes down the 80 carry, but I mean, there's no way he lives for very much longer, right? I mean, he's still running.
Wait, the tower's up.
Yeah, just looking for the execute, I guess.
But I mean, execute doesn't really do anything at this point. They're gonna end the game.
Yeah. Well, he's going to go down, and Raptor's pushing mid.
Okay, so they don't get away with it again. BNK FearX, make them pay. You can't just give them soul and just flip Elder and win the game. You can't keep getting away with it. They punish them. Although, actually, I say that. Owner and Faker are about to be up.
I feel like they should be able to.
They should be able to end. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of damage.
They end this.
Owner's going to try. Faker's going to try.
I mean, Owner's got his ult, importantly. Just gets stunned, and now he goes into his ult. We got TPs coming in. Faker is here, but he's not all that tanky. The flash away by Diablo should seal the deal. As Faker going to flash away himself. Carrier can't do anything, and we will be going to a game number 3. This T1, they play with their food once again. This time, it does not pay off, as BNK take down T1.
I mean, I have to respect the perseverance from BNK FearX, but oh my god, they just made them work so hard for it. It's like you played a full best of 5 in one game. Like, it's so exhausting to go through all of that. And it's like, okay, guys, it's now 1-1 in the series. Reset, lock in. We have to close this out. It's, yeah, I mean, Diablo obviously did so much in that game on the Lucian in some of those big fights, but it's just chaos. It's just absolute chaos, and they have to work so hard to get through this game to just destroy the Nexus. Like, T1 are just refusing to roll over, and this time they weren't able to turn it around. They weren't able to take the 2-0 like they did to KT. I don't know what I'd be able. I don't know what I'd say. I don't know what I would do if they did it again.
Yeah, I mean, when they took the Elder, just mentally, I was already like, okay, they did it. But once you took stock of the game and noticed that they hadn't really taken any turrets at all, it wasn't the end.
You know, that's testament to BNK4X. I think a lot of people watching, they saw that moment and they thought it's happening again.
Yeah.
And BNK4X said, no, it isn't.
They said no, and that brings us to a Game 3 between T1 and BNK after the break.
지금 랜턴 빠졌고 위쪽 지를 수 있나? 위쪽? 힘들어. 앞라인 맞아요. 앞라인 맞아요. 나 빠질게. 앞라인 봐줘. 앞에 가둬놨어.
이 볼게 이.
앞라인 봐줘. 싸워봐봐. 싸워. 앞라인 봐줘. 앞라인. 앞에 풀 없어. 풀 아직 싸워부터. 나와. 맞을게. 스킬 없어. 스킬 없어. 아 싸워봐. 앞라인. 나 스킬 없어. EQ 있죠. 더블 있죠.
내가 뭐 넣을게. 빨리지 마.
앞에 풀.
야 2-3초. 나 앞에 큐이 돼.
나 위쪽 이겼어.
아.
천천히 봐줘. 나 큐 있어.
앞에 봐줘. 앞에.
그러면 가인이긴 해.
야 2-3초.
나 더블 5초.
천천히 해봐. 나 2-3초.
한주. 야나 미드 갈게. 미드 가. 이거 알아서 잡을 수 있지.
알아서 잡을 수 있어.
미드 가? 한번 미드 가긴 해야 돼. 잡으면 끝나.
야 미드 가자 이거.
그냥 미드 가볼래?
나 미드 갈게.
뒤에 없애.
I still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayer! Outbreaker! will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space here at the beautiful Chijijik Lol Park. I am Atlas, once again joined by Wolf and Wadid. And we thought perhaps history was going to repeat itself, like in the KT incident that we saw earlier on, but not to be the case, despite the fact that history dictates that Syndra versus Yone has been a difficulty in the past.
Everyone remembers that Chovy versus BDD game on Yone's release where the BDD Syndra did not have a good time and Chovy had the best time of his life. But in this matchup with Faker piloting the Yone, which is not one of his most famous champions, even though he does have his skin on it, it's not one that he has shown a lot of proficiency here domestically on. The Syndra picked Ghost, which we were a little bit concerned about how that's going to affect side lanes. We dominated the lane enough, was given a ton of jungle attention, and was able to get them to a position in this game where they could actually play toe-to-toe with T1. If they had fallen behind, I think this game becomes so incredibly difficult for BNK.
I mean, what we could see from Highlight 1 is that, I think they just literally had the better composition in terms of the skirmishes. They had better mid-jungle 2v2, Syndra Jarvan, as known as strongest 2v2 in the mid lane. And also in the bot lane, I think they had such a great moment. So.
Yep, this is the Syndra Jarvan doing some pretty good things.
Yeah, basically you just have so much damage and it's so easy setup. You just press your buttons and there is no counterplay. And also the bot lane, I think it was really close though. I think Carrier and Pace tried really hard to win it off, but at the end, Diablo clears out.
I mean, Diablo ends up getting the first move here, right? And that's part of the most important part, right? And Carrier is unable to hit the hook, and they just go into melee range, and they have enough damage here. In both of these scenarios, it's about the burst damage, the burst of the Lucian, the burst of the Syndra. That's why Owner was like, I guess I go in here because we have to try to kill them as quickly as possible. Yone needs a little bit more time there. Aphelios needs a little bit more time to win those trades, and they just weren't given it. And that is the identity of BNK's composition and their whole team summed up in those two little clips.
Yeah, exactly. And from that point on, things got a little bit difficult for BNK towards the top side of the map. I think we do need to recognize Doran actually slamming that lane pretty hard. But they followed through. They managed to actually find some fights. And here in the next highlight, we're going to see that they cleanly moved through the mid game, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think the start of the fight was pretty good, looking great for T1 because I think Diablo, you can see he got zoned out, so he couldn't really join the fight. But I think they were just super far ahead from their early game, so that's why they could still win the fight here.
And Diablo has so much lifesteal that even though he gets incredibly low, if he gets some time, he can actually heal back up. And Vikla was operating in the Raptor pit as well, so he could offer his own amount of poke. And so much chunking happens here that even though Pays is full health, it becomes so much more difficult for T1 to actually look for this fight. Doran, looking for an angle here on the side, gives up a massive shutdown. But ultimately, is it worth it is the real question.
Well, I mean, I think this bit's worth it, but it keeps going with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main part for BNK is actually like Diablo being alive. And I think if Diablo is okay, I think they can just win every single fight. So you can see like Vikla going down here. I thought, oh my god, this is comeback for T1. But again, Diablo just killing every single target in front of his face. And like with Milio, I think Lucian gets tons of value in the late game. So.
And if Doran had just stayed with his team there, if they wanted to make that play, I think it looks very different. But he wanted to go for the wraparound to get even more kills. It was kind of a greedy angle he wanted to approach with there, while also then be able to threaten the sides. But he wasn't there. And yes, you got the kill on the Syndra, but she's not the real long-term damage dealer. It's the Lucian, it's Diablo.
Yep, and from that point on, obviously BNK had such a huge lead that they just won the game, right guys? Wrong. No, that's not quite how it went. We don't necessarily have too many more highlights because they weren't really all that great for BNK until they finally managed to tip things over the edge in the end. Picking up Dragon Soul, looking pretty good, things like this. But T1 always find a way back in. Like, is it the meta? Is it T1? Why is this always happening?
I think it's mainly two things. First, I think because of the Nash got tankier, so it's really hard to play the Nash games because I think normally when you're really far ahead, you just hit Nash and force them to come and just you just engage on them and win the fight. But I think it got a lot harder. And second is that your AD carry can have 6 items in the late game. So I think whenever you have like gold in the bank in the late game, you just sit back and farm and you can still win the late game value because you will get the 6 items. So I think that's the main 2 parts.
I mean, the other thing for me on the T1 side of things to answer that other part of the question, Atlas, is that this team is so good at identifying their win cons and being able to sit back, defend, apply pressure at the right moments, find those fights. Even though they're behind in gold, they don't have map control, they're able to find those angles. This team has been one of the smartest teams in the LCK for a really long time. So T1 is able to stall these games out, get their AD carry fed, and look for those moments. Ultimately not able to win this time, but the fact that they kept it so close has been pretty consistent.
Yeah, I think this is the ridiculous thing about T1 is that they always, no matter what the game state is, believe they can win. And there are teams, like I think we were watching yesterday, there was an example of like DK against Gen G. They were a team that did not believe that they could win. If that was T1 in that situation, they would constantly be trying to push the envelope, constantly trying to find those opportunities, because even though it looks like they're down and out, that's not what they think. They're like, no, we're one fight away from winning this game.
I mean, to be fair, if it was not Ocean Drake Soul, I think T1 could win that game. So I feel like they just know how the Elder Flip works, and as Ulf mentioned, I think they just recognize it really fast that they have the late game value, so they just give up the Drake and wait for the right moment.
Yeah, so pretty impressive stuff to try to come back in that game that looked pretty good for BNK FearX. Now, maybe BNK can use that momentum to pick up a victory here, but T1 still looking absolutely terrifying. It is time to throw it back to the gentleman on the caster desk to bring us into that coveted game number 3. Valdez and Ox, take it away.
Thank you very much, Leather Jacket Man. Atlas with Wolf and Wadid breaking down game number 2. It was a weird and wild one, but we are here right in our seats for game number 3, which hopefully brings us just as much fun action. To be honest, a lot of that game was kind of just sitting around waiting for BNK to do something and then T1 to respond and then the Elder Drake spawn, and a lot of stuff happened after that. But hoping that game 3 has a little bit more action throughout.
Yeah, I think Soul, depending on the Soul of the game, can really change how much pressure there is on teams to contest it. When we've seen games with, Hextech Soul really puts a lot more on teams to get things happening early to contest those dragons and stall out the game if they do fall behind or are worried about falling behind. And just, yeah, Baron, not as powerful and harder to take, has really changed things. No more Arakan. Seeing the impact of that and how it has really impacted teams in that sort of 20+ minute mark. definitely seeing how teams are adjusting to that. Now getting into the draft in Game 3, and you know, we talked about how, well, I definitely expected Kerry to pick up that Bard in Game 2, and he didn't. But now it is available in Game 3 as a result. Will BNK just ban it? Or will they risk him potentially picking it again?
I would assume that they ban it this time around. First time they banned Azir Orianna Bard. Second time they banned Azir Orianna Mbessa. But now the Mbessa is actually banned by T1, so it feels like the Bard really slots in there after Azir and Orianna, which they clearly do not want to trade.
Yeah, Azir, Orianna, Bard. It's so easy. Are they going to ban? No, they're banning Nautilus, so they want to go for the Yunara. Is what I'm getting from this. Is they're going to go Yunara first pick, because that's why you'd ban Nautilus. Is my impression for the point-and-click CC. So here we go, BNK4X. I mean, the thing is, if you ban Bard, it feels bad because they're probably just going to go Yunara Lulu. But if you ban Yunara, then they'll go Bard. So figure it out.
Well, a lot of discussion, and it ends up being the Yunara, so I would imagine that Bard gets picked up at some point in this game, but that's what we thought in Game 2. So let's wait and see if they actually do go for it. There's still other high-tier picks, as Pantheon is going to be picked up first.
Yep. And Wukong, definitely something higher in priority with the junglers already taken away. And also when we think about supports, honestly, other than the Nico, the supports taken aren't really our higher priority supports. You know, Alistair, Rakan, Braum hasn't been touched. I mean, Bard we've talked about extensively, not really looked at. Kiana Ezreal coming out in Game 3.
The Ezreal is fine.
Yet to see Kiana really have success. 2 games, 0 wins.
Yeah, a lot of teams have tried her and failed.
A bold pickup from BNK4X. Raptor did, I think he was one of the teams who picked it up before and struggled with it. Is just going to be Cassante for Darn, so on tank duty there. And what other pick are we getting? Maybe a mid laner going to be secured here for T1 if you want to lock something in now before it gets trimmed down. The pool, in terms of stuff that's higher priority, I feel like, I mean, Akali is the highest priority thing left. Oh, yeah, Bard.
Wait, what?
Whoa, wow, yeah.
Wait, huh?
Oh, Carrier plays Bard. Oh, yeah.
What a crazy pick here.
Well, not too much of a surprise for some of us. So that'll come through. And also, when you're playing a Kiana, that feels kind of bad because he will just temper fate when you go for the engages. So now going to come through for clear into the Cassante. Now, as to what's going to be paired with the Bard, I feel like you have a decent amount of options, right? Jin could go okay with it. Sivir is going to get banned away.
Jin Bard is very common.
Yeah,
but,
Jin Bard, I feel like Jin Ban would be okay in this situation, especially as, I mean, you have the knob. Other than that, your composition's kind of feeling a bit squishy.
Yeah, Nara at times, obviously.
Ezreal Leona pretty strong. Do you worry about a Rakan or a Karma as a support? Also, what do you think they're going to play mid for BNK4X? I mean, what are you going to play mid as tier 1?
Maybe Ari.
Maybe Akali's still open and available.
Silas.
Is something on the cards. I think the highest prio mid laner left open right now.
Well, the Silas is gone. A good idea when you have Gnar.
Yeah, I think so too. A lot of good ults already with only those 3 picks, so I think it makes a lot of sense. Akali is going to get banned away, so not wanting to potentially deal with that, especially Vikla did have that great performance where he solo killed Chovy. Probably just going to pick up, unless there's like a mid you're really sat on, probably going to take support here, and they are just going to go for Rel. So just a standard engage support, going to take that one away. And yes, you are going to be looking to dive in with Akiana, which Carrier will be looking to mitigate with the Bard. The Galio.
Well, It's a lot of beefy guys there in the front.
This
you
is
do go
such
Galio.
a tanky composition.
Now, he could go the AP variant, and he might want to. But whatever pick FaZe is playing should be very safe if positioned correctly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really like Jhin as much with this. I mean, you have setup for it, and they're squishier champs, but this is a lot of beef.
I'd say you just play something like a Zeri at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Something that can team fight, that has a lot of damage. And it's Kai'Sa.
I like Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa's pretty
Another good
here.
shout. And Ari
A lot of
comes out.
cleanup for these picks. Kai'Sa with Bard doesn't inspire huge amounts of joy. Not really the pairing you'd sort of expect, but there is setup from the rest of your team at least, so you have that to go towards. Ari gonna come in, so, you know, a strong mid-jungle pairing at least, but you're into Pantheon Galio, which is just miserable. Because one of them CCs you and then you just die. So this is, from BNK FearX, I think without the Kiana, this kind of feels like a standard composition. But that Kiana just, we have not seen it work, so I am a little bit concerned.
I really don't think it's going to do anything into this comp.
For T1, this feels like the sort of composition Gen G would play. The only thing that's a little bit different is like you have the Bard and the Kai'Sa.
Hero plays Bard.
I know, but just in terms of with this sort of composition, I'm not sure it's what they would specifically play. But also the Kai'Sa. Definitely a pick that can clean up well. But yeah, I think especially with picks like the Pantheon and the Galio, they're a strong mid-jungle with lots of global presence. If for some reason you do fumble the mid-jungle matchup for this T1 composition, you're going to have a bad time. If bot lane goes badly, you're going to have a bad time. If this T1 comp falls behind, it is going to do nothing. But I don't really see a reason why it should.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Game number 3 will start now between BNK and T1. Alrighty, off we go. And a lot of the focus once again here on FaZe, a battle of the 80 carries. FaZe not quite able to do as much as Diablo in the last game. Although he had a strong game. I don't think it was necessarily his fault or anything. I think just Diablo played very well, and T1's comp as a whole got pretty far behind and put themselves in a hole. But now he's got to play Kai'Sa as pretty much the only damage source. And yes, Faker can build some damage items. Cassante is Cassante. But
I mean, Pantheon also does a surprising amount of damage.
Sure.
Like really, he actually does a good amount of damage if he isn't behind. So
just don't get behind.
Pantheon and Galio, these two champions will do a good amount of damage into a comp like BNK FearX's. Like we all saw the Pantheon quadra kill, right? Like they're not sustained damage champions who can just like, they're not 80 carries, right? But you know, into a comp like this that is generally squishy, if they're not behind, they will do damage. It's just, again, if they fall behind, this comp loses all its legs. So big ifs, big conditionals, and really it comes down this mid-jungle because you're playing into Ari, Kiana. And if I'm playing these two champions and I look at this enemy top side, like imagine you're playing on the side of the Ari Kiana and you see them fall behind, instantly in your mind, you're like, they're never doing damage ever.
Yeah.
Ever in a million years. You know, Ari's going to land a charm, do a full combo, and the Galio isn't even going to see his health move. So, I think the mid-jungle is going to be so important in this game. So important.
Yeah, definitely will. I'm a little bit interested to see how top and bot go, just because, you know, the Kai'Sa should fall a bit behind for now, at least early on. And obviously the Gnar was picked into the Cassante to be a ranged threat early on, and potentially get some lane leads here in top and bot, and maybe that gives a little bit more pressure for Raptor to put on. And speaking of which, he is thinking about getting in here, but Owner is going to spot him. Might come down to a smite fight, although, yeah, it does go the way of Raptor. Keria is here, and he just flashes the wall. So that's going to be the end of that, although Faker does land a taunt and gets charmed, actually, and now has to flash himself as Raptor's right there and says, thank you very much for the free first blood.
That's exactly the start you want, right? You steal the buff, Faker moves over to assist, and a great charm from Vikla, great cleanup by Raptor. Get the early momentum you want, and now they're looking for a little bit more. Owner,
oh boy.
Good flash, because if any CC connected, you know, Kellen had flash, Vikla had flash, it would be layered, it'd be followed up. And death there, I think, for T1, and I mean, it's early, but I'd be almost ready to call it. And then
yeah,
ultimately,
it would be a lot.
It'd be very wrong because we've seen how these games go. But I'd be ready to exaggerate things.
Yeah.
For dramatic effect.
We do that sometimes.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, curious to see about Doran's Cassante, but yeah, this is stolen and Raptor gets out, but then...
It's a good charm here from Vikla. Faker was trying to escape with the phase rush and then flashes the Q, but then the cooldowns come up for Raptor. So much burst damage when the target's low. So now Raptor's starting to get momentum, and this is such a momentum-based champion as well. I feel like a lot of the junglers, little lethality-based junglers, if you get the ball rolling on this current patch, you can really just steamroll, and you become so fast. You know, also go in the blue jungle item. With the extra speed you get from the current jungle quest when it's finished, it just kind of feels like you can be anywhere. Now that being said, right, I have seen many a time where you're playing one of these lethality junglers and you get fed and then you make one mistake and suddenly the game's over. That happens. So, you know, not out of the woods yet.
Also sometimes where there's no action and you're just farming and then the other guy has like, I don't know, anything else, like a Sejuani or like a team fight tank, and they just end up doing a lot more.
Yeah.
Because you just don't quite do damage because you never got the ball rolling, which happens pretty often in Pro, especially LCK, where the enemy will know this and try to slow the game down, and generally a pretty slow region overall.
Well, you think T1 would try and slow the game down and
no
stall it out? What would give you that impression?
Doran gonna have to go all out here, straight into the Meganar, but not quite going to land, and now the all out is potentially going to do a lot, and Clear has to flash away. So Doran was running for the majority of that until he pressed his R button, and then Clear found himself in a rough spot.
Yeah, power the ult, denying the ult from Clear into the wall, mitigating that extra damage that would have hit, and the CC. Not just the ult, but also the W, and then Doran able to turn the trade around. So, well played there. Gets the flash from Clear, which is nice to pick up. Raptor, are you just looking for first strike? Well,
You're not Jace.
Yeah, has to get a little bit closer than Jace. Does have ult now, though, and it's
got level 6 from mid.
Well, if you're looking for that, then honestly, fair play. That was a good call.
Yeah. He's going to just go straight onto the dragon, so...
Yeah, I mean, you have so much control bot and mid. And this is what I kind of mean with this lane pairing that feels a bit awkward with the Bard and the Kai'Sa, because there is lanes definitely where you have the Bard and you can bully them out, but they're not able to do that. But then you have lanes where Kai'Sa plus an engage support, you can threaten the all-in pressure, but you can't really do that with Bard.
Yeah.
You know, you think of like the ideal lane pairings with Kai'Sa, like Kai'Sa Nord. You know, you all in, you get the plasma stacks from the Nautilus, and because of his damage, you sort of meet that damage threshold to go for the burst. Bard definitely looking for more angles to poke, which we aren't really seeing them able to pull off. So,
yeah, the Rel doesn't really care. The Ezreal is never really close enough, or...
Yeah, it's not like a Rakan who can just sustain through any poke, pretty much, if you hit a Q. But Rel can do that annoying thing where you like jump off your horse and you get a shield just to avoid some poke every now and then.
Yeah, and it's just Bard too. Like, it's not like Paze is really able to get in there and provide a lot more poke on top of it.
Yeah.
They're never really in a position as a duo to do that. Now, we have some crystalline growth here.
They found a window when PKFX was trying to reset, and they kind of punished them there. Does he get the plate? He was looking for it.
I think so.
Yeah, I'll just portal out.
They did get the plate there right at the end. I would assume they got the gold in that case.
Yeah, it'll be no range. So that's nice. That's something. Not the fastest game, but it is Raptor still maintaining that lead, but definitely as a Kiana, you want to hopefully transition that to something more.
Yeah, the question is where, because it does feel like Faker, you know, has his flashback, has Ghost, is Galio.
Just keeps dodging everything.
Yeah.
Dodging the stuns,
Just dodge.
dodging the boulders.
Just don't get hit.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Faker is not going to be the most tanky. Is going for AP.
Yeah, going for the rocket belt.
Yeah.
First, which I kind of get. You know, obviously you have the more bulky build with the Hollowed Radiance. But I think, especially because you can go like the upgraded Merc Treads, that can make you tanky enough. But also, there's not that much magic damage within the team. So, I mean, Rocket Belt's also just, it feels great. And there's lots of squishy champions, so you can just, you know, slide in, get the taunt, have your team clean up. Your team does also need a bit more damage, if we're being honest.
And usually we are. Raptors here. Ooh, nice dodge there on the charm. Just gonna hop back. Owner is here as Ghost is going to be procced. Knocks Owner into the wall, does basically no damage because the shield was up. And now Raptor pretty low, and guess who's here? It's Keria, but also we got the rel coming in from Kellen. And now the re-engage comes out from Owner. And Faker is totally fine on the backside. Vikla can't get in, and guess who's here as well? Pays. Roaming up from bot, and he will collect that gold, very much needed at this point in the game.
Still not convinced by the Kiana jungle. I also just think, like, you can't be the one leading the charge on a Pantheon, specifically. Like, maybe if you were hitting a Bard first, or like a Kai'Sa, maybe. But even then, I feel like you need, you know, you have a lot of execute damage. But like, we're gonna see the replay in a second, and I can talk about it then. But that was kind of just...
Oh, man.
Oh.
Diablo has taken 3 turret shots. One of them he used barrier for.
Yeah.
He has done a lot of... He's pretty much landed everything onto
He's
Peace.
stacking his damage taken.
But... All right. I mean, you would assume he gets out here because he is Ezreal. Might have to flash, though. Oh, the predict. Not quite there, and Diablo will still flash at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, I think, honestly, given how that situation started, the fact you're trading flashes and you don't die, I think it's okay. Definitely didn't put himself in a good situation, but the way it panned out, not the worst. Still not seeing the replay of how Raptor died. I'm going to refrain from talking about it until we see it. I really just want to highlight my disdain for the Kiana.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, she presses R into Pantheon that has a shield up.
I don't think he had the shield up at the time. I think he just
he did. I mean, it looked like it did no damage.
It just didn't.
Not even like a little bit of damage, like no damage.
Well, now we need the replay to discuss it, right? Maybe you were right, maybe I'm right. Maybe neither of us are right. I don't know.
Maybe he was like about to press it. All right, here we go. All right.
Okay, you were
See?
right.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever,
No
man.
damage.
Yeah. Well, I guess he was hoping he didn't press the shield. But yeah, I think part of it is, like, obviously he gets a shield up, but also he's a bulkier target. I feel like if someone else had hit CC first, you know, waited for the shield to be down, they were clearly just trying to one-shot him. But the thing is, like, you look at some of the targets on the team, and it's like, they're just not the easiest targets to one-shot on the top side of the map. And yeah, it didn't pan out.
Yeah. Bit of an issue. Again, you know, T1 was 1,000 gold behind. Now it's an even game. They got a kill onto Pays, who
and now
really needs gold to do damage.
Like, caught up in the matchup. Oh, it's going to be another... The Kiana's just going to keep going downhill. They really picked this as well.
It was their first pick. They weren't first pick as a team. Owner just kind of running straight into the dark jungle and
that's
dies.
better. You have the charm comes in first, and then you follow up. So you gotta play the game. Does this convince me of the pick? No, because I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of picks that could have done that too.
Faker just rocket belted into the corner of the wall, but he's okay. He's taking a bit of damage. Nice little charm comes in. I say he's okay. Immediately curse him, and Vikla picks up a kill. His first tier of the game.
Okay, nice, good. Good plays coming out. Mid-jungle off being KPRX, finding some momentum now. This is what we need. I was a little concerned at a point, but They're starting to get back on the horse. I mean, Kellen does tend to get on and off the horse.
I was gonna say, like,
multiple points throughout this game.
I think the rel is fine.
Well, you don't want to be dismounted for too long. Yeah, this was just... Honestly, I think... I wouldn't really make much of a difference, but I think you should have just charmed from the brush, because then by ulting out, it gives them a chance to... It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all. I don't know why I'm even saying this. It's something to say.
It's just a little thing, you know.
Yeah.
They're engaging here. A little stun here onto the Ezreal as Diablo gets that barrier, just dies to the Pantheon, gets executed there. We'll have to see how that all started because Diablo had barrier but no flash.
Maybe I'm wrong actually, because maybe by ulting first, if you like flashed, you close the distance already. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's even wrong what I said. That's even worse.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
You're just looking for things to say and then you say wrong stuff?
No,
that's when you get caught out.
At least I rethought about it. I'm like, actually, maybe that wasn't the thing to say.
Well, now you said wrong stuff and right stuff.
Oh my god, I'm the worst.
You're just filling up time with stuff.
That's what we do as casters.
If only we were useful.
Okay, let's see how this happened. Oh, he decided to exist mid as an AD carry against...
Why would he do that?
The squad. Oh, and then he... That wasn't even his fault, it was Kellen's fault!
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's ulting in here on the bottom lane. Looks like Faker gets away just barely. But Vic is very strong right now. Uh-oh, Carrier. Can just get one comboed if you're not careful, but apparently not. Exhaust.
Good summon spell, yep. Well, Carrier just shrugs it off, walks away. When Bloodsong, you know, obviously helps him with the damage, but does mean you are a lot more vulnerable to getting popped. He doesn't care. That's the one thing with Bard as well, is his character model is so thick. He's very rotund, right? So whenever
fills up a lot of space.
Whenever someone throws a skill shot at him, right, it's hard to dodge it, right? When there's charms flying and mystic shots, he just absorbs them.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's got a lot of he occupies a lot of space.
Well, going in here onto Vikla, who is 5 seconds away from Spirit Rush, gets stunned somehow. And that's going to be Pays scooping up the kill on top of it all. Raptor's like, yeah, I definitely do damage.
Oh.
Did a little bit, but now he's about to get stunned up with the taunt and goes down to Carrier, very much deserved after setting up the kill.
Who knew this Carrier guy was so good at Bard? Like, this is just new information that we couldn't have known before today.
First I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I think... I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, Brennan. I think people might have to start banning Bard away from Carrier. This is new information. That
I don't know about that.
You don't think?
You only have 3 bans in the first phase.
Yeah.
Ox, so you got to be careful.
True.
No.
That's
I
valid.
mean, clearly, BNK did not think that it was worth it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this is the first time he's played it, so maybe, you know.
Could be. Yeah,
maybe he won't play it again.
I don't have the stats in front of me.
Yeah.
Impossible for me to know.
Plus, I feel like, to be honest, maybe a player has to have a skin on the champion before you...
Wait.
I feel like so many games when he's playing Bard, he's looking for these Q flash angles. And like sometimes he is just clip farming.
For like a split second.
He finds these great angles, and he's so responsive with the ults. Yeah.
You are sick. Well, he said that was sick, but...
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good at the champ. I really like how quickly he responded with that ult. That was that was very crisp.
Hayes is shocked. He's like, wow, my support's so good at Bard. Who knew?
Yeah.
This is new information.
Well, it's good to know. Well, a lot of teams are going to be looking at this and writing it down.
Yeah, this is...
Hopefully preparing for it in the future.
Noting this, any teams who are playing T1 next week will be adjusting their draft strategies on this one.
Yeah. Adjustments needed.
Yeah.
It's just hard when you decide as a team that you're going to ban Azir and Orianna, and then you only have one other ban, and Lunara's up in game 3. It's like, what do you do? Because Faker is going to ult away.
Plus, they did do the fake out where they didn't pick Bard in game 2. They did pick it in game 3.
Yeah.
Mysterious. What did it mean?
Yeah, what did they mean by that?
Yes. I mean, the gold's still pretty close. You know, bot lane is extremely mega ahead. Hayes is 2,000 gold up, but the rest of the map is far ahead for BNK4X, right? Top lane's ahead, not too much of a surprise, right? It's not into Xante. There's just one concern, right?
Yeah.
Okay, eggs in the 80 carry basket feels great, right? 80 carries been popping off this game, right? Eggs in the Kiana basket, we've seen those eggs break a lot, right? And then there's this yolk everywhere, you know, and it's sticky and it's
not even like the good runny kind.
Well, even if it's, you don't want it to be running when it's all over you, like, you know,
all over the floor.
Yeah. Or, you know, maybe it was in your bag for your bag.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's not a good idea. Don't put eggs in your bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to put them in a basket, but even in a basket, if it breaks in there, you know, if it's been prepared, if it breaks on like your frying pan,
that's okay.
That's what you want.
That's all right. Yeah. We'll say that one's okay.
That's normally what you're aiming for, but yeah, we'll see. You know, that is one thing though. If your top side is fed in this game, those are the people who are looking to eliminate the enemy AD carry. Page does have his Sumso and Cleanse, so that might be a little bit of an issue.
That's really the issue. We talked about targets before, as Raptor is just getting bullied by the other jungler who is down a lot. And even with Raptor having Kellen nearby, not able to win that one, as we have a TP coming in immediately just to get stunned up, taunted, and stunned into the wall, and down he goes. Is that, well, not the greatest, but I think it's okay. As Pays says, well, I would have liked to deal a little bit more damage, but thank you for keeping me safe, Carrier.
I do feel like sometimes the Cannon just doesn't do much damage, right? I know we were talking.
I think he had the shield up the time.
No, like he hit carry and it didn't do much damage, right? It just kind of feels a little bit fake.
That's the thing about Kiana is, like, you don't have a lot of good targets. We talked about Bard being one of the good targets, and that's what happens. Like, it doesn't even...
I do think you have to hit him with other abilities than just your ult.
Yeah.
The ult's like the primer, you know? We'll see the replay. So, Raptor walks in the Pantheon, and despite being ahead, he does just kind of mangle you. And then this defensive ult, like, look, did you see what it did to Carrier? The two-shot barrage did like twice as much. And then the Gnar comes in and just gets obliterated because you're mini. The ult doesn't catch Vikla and just kind of, you know, full pays still.
This time it's Faker who's in trouble. He does not have the heroic exit, but he does have a friendly Pantheon that's getting in there. This time the Kiana ult actually going to help out with some stun as Owner with the Q flash against the execute down. And now the rest of the team is coming over here more quickly because T1 have control of the map. And Owner says, no kill for you, Pays. This is mine. I set this up. And Carrier's TPing to the top lane.
He's a top laner now.
Yeah, get in there.
I would much rather have a Pantheon than a Kiana. I don't know how you feel about this.
Yeah, you know.
He feels way better.
Pantheon was first pick, and then Kiana was the answer, which, yeah, I'm not so sure about that as well. I mean, it's hard, you know, you got to think about like what Raptor can play. I feel like he does have other stuff in his wheelhouse. He was hovering Wukong. That was another option, but...
Like, watch this, okay? So, they all go in on Faker, and Faker does eventually die, but they have to commit a lot of cooldowns to him. I don't think Raptor should have got, like, he W'd, and I think he should have grabbed, like, the green one and got invisible, but he grabbed the red one. And then Owner is, like, he's so healthy and so hard to kill and doing so much damage. You know?
It's level 13, double buff.
Just running around, like...
He's behind, but he's not, like, that far behind. And obviously now he's not behind.
Also, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
What is a wheelhouse?
That's a really good question. I actually don't know. Maybe Wolf knows a little bit better. Is it an American thing?
You're American.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an American thing. Do you guys say wheelhouse or no?
I've said it. I don't know.
Did we invent it though? I don't know. Maybe it's like a thing on the farm. I don't know. I'm from the city. I don't know anything about that. Diablo flashes away. And now, down his shift, down his flash. Nice little flank came in from Faker on the left to force that one. Now they're going to get the Spirit Rush out of Vikla and say, okay, well, that's another ult earned by us. And Clear doesn't have Mega Gnar anymore, so I think BNK just kind of have to give this one up, and that they will.
Yeah, pretty rough. Pretty roughy-toughy. You know, this game, the gold lead isn't that crazy, and yet it feels so difficult. We're also seeing the Dusk and Dawn again from Kai'Sa. You know, normally this is where you go the Nash's Tooth, but this Dusk and Dawn third is really popular now, and it makes sense, right? You really want to proc your passive quickly, and it does just that.
So, more importantly, a wheelhouse is a part of a boat or ship serving as a shelter for the person at the wheel. Which makes sense. It's a house for the wheel person. And here I am thinking it's like a farm thing. It's like not even that.
So what? How does that make? I'm trying to. How does that?
Yeah. How does the phrase actually make sense? I don't know. Carry is going to have to flash away, but he's probably okay with that. Still a good trade for Vikla, obviously.
Like,
uh-oh. And he's just going to trade flashes. But here comes Owner immediately to just get charmed up.
Sorry, I'm still perplexed by the wheelhouse thing.
It is very important, though. That's true.
These are the big questions you're going to ask. Kellen is on a crazy flank. That's what he's got in his wheelhouse. Can you put a horse in a wheelhouse?
I don't think so. I don't think it's big enough. I think it's made for a human. Oh, we do have the flank here on to Pays, and he is just 100-0. Eventually did use Cleanse, but still died. And T1 saying, you know what? You used a lot. We're still going to fight here. As in goes Faker, he is assassinating Raptor, and now is 1v4 and will die. So still a good trade for BNK as they pick up 2.
Yeah, I feel like the kind of, it does, if you CC someone, it does help kill them, right? But so do other picks, but it just dies immediately after every time. But like, they do get some kills, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Some good kills. They kill Pays. They get Faker 2. They do lose their Kiana, but mid tower also a nice pick up the gold, closing distance a little bit. So they know what they're looking for. They just need a massive flank from Kellen, not from the wheelhouse. That's not something he can do. From the stable, he came.
Yeah, generally not. Doesn't hold horses, as far as I could tell. So I looked it up, actually, because you were so very nicely breaking down that replay.
Thank you.
It comes from baseball. 1950s baseball term describing the specific optimal area of a strike zone where a batter could hit the ball with maximum power. So if it's in their wheelhouse... Now, I don't know how we went from ships to baseball.
It was a boat thing! I'm even more confused!
Well, somewhere we made the leap, right? I don't know how we got from boats to baseball. That's really what we need to figure out now. Maybe that's my next task, because now we know why the phrase exists.
I'm even more lost.
In your wheelhouse means like, oh, it's somewhere where you could really hit it out of the park. It's
no, that makes
really
less.
Well.
That actually makes less sense. I am further from understanding.
Now, once we connect the dots, I think it'll be okay.
What does this have to do with anything? I was like, okay, it's like the little house, like on a boat. You have the little house that the wheel of the boat is in, and then you told me about baseball.
Yeah, that's, you know, I need to figure out how they made that jump. I don't know how they did it.
No, what's the relevance? There's no wheels.
I don't know yet.
There's no wheels in baseball. Is there?
No.
American?
Don't even know there's a wheel in baseball? Oh, man. So apparently chat said everything comes from the sea. Is that supposed to be deep? Like the ocean? Get it?
Please stop talking. Honestly, let's just sit in silence for the next.
All right, they're gonna kill clear. I think he's got Mega, and the thing is, you can't really do Baron because you have no position on it, really, no vision. And now Carry is just going for a little walk here. That's a bunch of damage. Exhaust helps out a little bit.
Not enough.
Not enough. And T1, they're just kind of sending it. In goes Pays, gonna assassinate Vikla. This Kai'Sa is kind of out of control now, as Faker also going to dodge a Q and gets away with his life. And Diablo left by his lonesome, definitely not in his wheelhouse anymore. He
Stop
has been
saying
abandoned.
wheelhouse.
Would it help if I said Millhouse instead? I know you like The Simpsons.
That doesn't make any sense. sense, but yes.
It would help, wouldn't it? Yeah. All right, well, Doran is unkillable. Well, okay, he's taking a little bit of damage now. Diablo.
That was,
Well, they're going for Raptor instead. So I guess Diablo's like, well, I didn't do anything wrong because I'm alive.
Yeah, Ezreal not the best pick into tanks.
Uh-oh. Engage cone? Oh, never mind.
You were so happy for a split second.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. You know, that play was right in your wheelhouse.
I thought you said not to say.
I said you should stop saying that.
All right, so this is where Clear dies, and really there's no response, right?
Yeah.
They can't do Baron.
This was a pretty clear play. I don't have much to say about this. Here, they just kind of one-shot carry even through exhaust. Yeah, again, not much to say. But here, it gets a bit wacky, you know. Hayes does just kind of delete people when he gets a chance. Devil tries to kill Faker and then just ends up close to Doran. And I honestly think Doran could just kind of stand still and aura farm on him at this point. I'm not convinced that he does damage to him. I'm looking at the items. I'm studying it. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. How many mystic
Four
shots,
items, not enough.
How many mystic shots do you think you'd have to hit him with? I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about Ezreal.
Yeah.
3.5 items.
How many mystic shots do you think Devil would have to hit Doran with to kill him?
Just Mystic shots?
Yeah.
Nothing else, like no W?
Just Mystic
No
shots.
Essence Flux. They're going to engage on a carry. That's a big Rel on top of everyone, but even better Temper Fate. Although the angle here from Raptor gets into the backline. Pace, though, is going to get out alive as he hops the wall. And the real carry all along was Doran. The double kill for the Cassante. Flash on him from Owner. And they're right in B&K's wheelhouse as T1 are pushing to maybe end this game.
So close to finding the big play there. The engage was sick, but just not quite finding the damage. Pays ulting away to survive. And now it's Vikler against the world.
Oh boy. Getting flashed on and even takes a W. Killer Instinct from Pays. And that'll do it. 30-minute game. And T1, they don't leave it to an Elder Flip. They don't leave it to later. They just end it relatively soon in game number 3.
This was a much more chaotic game, but like in a different way, you know? I feel like the other games were like slowed down in terms of progress, and then we had that sporadic ending. This was just bloody fighting all over the place. You know, people were getting stuck in wheelhouses. Millhouse showed up briefly, and in the end, T1 won.
Love Millhouse.
You know, there was that period last year. I don't even think this made it a broadcast, but I just kept calling Mao House. Especially because Millhouse's surname is Van Houten, which is Dutch. So I kept calling him Mao.
Oh, it was perfect.
Yeah, he got bothered by it, which is why I did it more. So it was pretty funny.
I hope Mao House is doing well over there.
I hope he's listening.
Probably not. He doesn't like us very much, obviously.
Because I call him Mao House.
Yeah.
I need to do my PLM.
Oh, you need to do your PLM.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, you know, coach comes out and says it's okay. It's all right, guys. You tried your best. You took a game off of T1. That's good. But at the end of the day, the series winner is T1, and they definitely do deserve it. Better played there in game number 3. Game number 2 definitely could have been cleaned up a little bit, but
yeah,
I like how B&K were able to snowball their lead at least.
It's certainly been entertaining. I'm glad we went to 3. I'm glad they weren't rewarded for their shenanigans in game 2. There's a lesson there. Okay, look behind the curtain. Mao did just message and said, and I quote, "Don't call me Mao House." Well, thank you for that.
He also said he's always listening.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mao House.
It's a little bit scary.
We will take your criticism on board. We will review it and get back to you with the results.
Inevitably ignore it and throw it in the trash. But thank you for your interest.
Thank you for your feedback. Oh, man.
Where's your palm?
You'll have to say... No, I'll say it. I went for Pays. I think this game was a bit more chaotic. But game 1, I think, was very much about him. I still think he had some really good Kai'Sa moments. Yeah, I think it was hard. I think Owner bounced back a lot in this game. But I just think it was...
Owner had a really hard time in game 2 as well.
Yeah. I think no one on T1 had a clean series, but I think game 1, FaZe really popped off, and he was also a big factor here. I think it's hard when you have a really messy series like this, because you can't, there's no one who you can say, oh, they were perfect, right? There's no like, oh, this person was perfect all series. But I think like FaZe was like absolutely the main character in game 1, and had a big impact in this game as well. So I feel pretty good about it. If there's a spread, that's completely valid as well.
Yeah, I think there should be, to be honest. Like in a somewhat back and forth kind of weird best of 3 that went 3.
Like Owner's Pantheon was pretty massive too, so you know, if he gets votes, that completely makes sense.
Yeah. Besides that, I don't really know who you vote for. Like B&K were ahead in game 1, but then they kind of had that weird wall. FaZe is going to pick it up. Very nice scoreline. Even as Aphelios was pretty good. Like I said it as well during game 3. I'm like, yeah, I don't blame FaZe at all for the way it wins. Diablo was just kind of the main character of game 2, so obviously your opponent in the same role is going to take a little bit of a beating, but he had a good Aphelios game, did a lot of damage, and I think he absolutely deserves the POM.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for him. So obviously, you know my view. Interested to see what the spread of votes is overall. I always think it's interesting, obviously, with POM, right? You're voting for the whole series, not individual games. I think that game 3, for like POG, might have been different, but that game 1, the Corki, he was insane.
Yeah.
So that definitely, for me, made it hard to justify otherwise. But yeah, we'll get to hear a bit from him.
Yeah.
And yeah, another chaotic series though, I feel like, from T1. A lot of entertainment. They are delivering in that regard.
I mean, they're still playing well. It does, though, feel like it's very much like beginning of the year T1, where they're still kind of figuring things out, testing some picks, you know, not necessarily 100% every single game, you know, testing how far behind they can get before they can come back against KT. And yeah, they've been good. So we're going to hear from FaZe on the stage right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by FaZe on the side of T1. Congratulations! FaZe, this is your first POM. And with this victory, you guys have gone undefeated over 4 matches. How do you feel? It's been a very long time since I got a POM and get to be on stage. Makes me feel great. And today was the Rookie Award Derby, and there were all eyes on bot. So, given that it was your first matchup against Diablo, how did it feel? I watched his matches last year and felt that he was a very good player, and I've always wanted to play him. And I had so much fun today. It was a blast. And against the aggression-heavy BFX, how did you guys prepare? Yeah, I think they tend to play out their games very aggressively, and they play out very well. So I think that's just something that we had in mind while playing against them. And in game 1, Konami, which is Corki Nami, it felt quite powerful, and you guys survived the bot dive and took prio. But given how aggressive the enemy comp was, which was the Varus and Nico, what angle were you looking for? I think it was actually a really good matchup for us. So I think that's what actually enabled us to actually go in pretty strong. But I think we definitely have room for improvement. But just matchup-wise, I feel like our comp was stronger. It was the winning comp. And game 2 got everybody on the edge. T1 stalled it out until the end, but it was an unfortunate loss. It was a little bit of a bummer, but what was the feedback like? Well, feedback, I can't really remember. I think we were trying to focus on the Game 3 draft. And with your Kaisa in Game 3, it looks like you went Dusk and Dawn. And how would you rate this item on her? You know, I tried using this item in solo queue, and I think it actually works really well with Kaisa. And that's why I ended up picking it. And it worked pretty good. And Carria's Bard was amazing. I'm sure you were very reliant. And it felt very reliable. And we heard you say that was really sick. You had a lot of compliments. And do you agree that you should always ban Bard from Carria? Yeah, honestly, given how much of an expert Carria is at Bard, everybody should definitely ban Bard from him. How does it feel like playing with Carria? Honestly, given that he's a talented player, it's really nice playing him. He's an amazing player. And we saw you saying that you were having so much fun and that you were looking forward to match day. So how enjoyable it was today? You know, I think it was honestly a blast. Like I said before, it was really, really fun playing out today. And Super Week is next week, and you will play a best of 5 against D plus Kia. So what will decide the game? I think the key will be bot lane, and I will make sure to work hard to play well next week. And lastly, any message for your fans? Well, as for today, thank you so much for the support. And for the next match, I want to come back with an even stronger performance. And that's the end of the interview with Pace on his first POM. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. What am I supposed to say? Ayaya. Absolutely fantastic translation there of the interview with Pace, who has come a long way. A relatively strong interview, I would say. Really good work from the young man, and an incredible performance on the day as well. 13 out of 13, I think. Are you guys surprised? I'm not surprised at all.
I mean, I thought Honor would share a little bit.
If he didn't have that Xin Zhao performance, he probably would have gotten a few votes.
Oh, yeah.
Pantheon game was great. Game 1 was also great. Hayes popped off in Game 1, nearly saved the game in Game 2, and then in Game 3 took over the game again. Yep. So pretty easy vote, I think, in this one. And he's already part of the T1 family. Like, it's already early on in the year. He's gelled with his team incredibly well. The 2v2s are going really well. His champion pool is massive. We saw as far back as Kespa Cup. So the guy is just looking like he's not even close to his ceiling right now, since it's still early days, but he's slotted in incredibly well.
Exactly. It's all, the sky's the limit for good old Pace, as I believe we will have Widid's little comment coming here as well.
I mean, I don't think you need to say that much about Pace. All I can say is limitless. He's limitless.
Yeah, that's T1's slogan this year.
Yes.
I was a fan of the movie, didn't like the TV show. Just thought it was, like, the movie was enough. That's what I kind of thought. However, I don't think there's much of a limit to this guy. He is incredibly good. Hasn't quite reached the ceiling just yet. Now I understand why Mao House always praised him so much. Shout outs to Mao. Chronically, if you're in chat, please let us know. You will now just be referred to as Mao House from now on. And guess what? There's nothing you can do about it.
Because he went back to his house in the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's in the Mao House. He actually renovated the Mao House. He's building the Mao House right as
not
we speak.
in Korea anymore because he went to Mao House. So if you guys are wondering why Mao House isn't in the LCK anymore, it's because he quite literally went back.
Mao House is in the Mao House.
And because he's Mickey Mouse, he went into his mouse hole in the Mao House. The Mao House, that's where he's hiding out.
He flashed over the wall into the Mao House. All right. Who is going to be the next comment that we can read, so we're not just talking about Mao houses anymore? As we do have Helio saying, "I'm up to snuff and you've got me an ace machine." I know that one. That is that's a Corky line. Wait, should I do it with the voice? I'm up to snuff, got me an ace machine.
I feel like we should have just let the Corky Gatling gun play throughout this whole comment section.
For sure.
Every time. Thanks for the Bot Duo Carry Show. I really enjoyed it. You're welcome, Coco. I don't know whether that was the most imaginative. However, sometimes he just deserves it. Born to carry ADC face as expected, a monster. He was indeed born to carry because he's
by ADC face.
Yeah, I don't know what that quite means.
I think that's just a Korean thing, you know, like you just figure out.
Maybe we should have had all of the Korean comments in Korean if Widid's on the desk, so that he can translate for us, so that we get the context sensitive stuff.
I think like a lot of people or a lot of Korean people likes to like figure out people by the way how he looks like. So I think like he means that he's just looked like a good AD carry, you know.
His personality is in his face, you know?
Yeah.
All right. And we have one more. I got the Rookie of the Year first. He absolutely did. Thank you very much.
Well, he wasn't the first one ever.
He got it before Diablo.
Yeah, he got it before Diablo. I think that's what he
That's
meant.
That's what he meant.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like,
are you
no,
challenging Umpty's ability to know the LCK?
You were there, man.
He was definitely there. The man has been around for a while. And T1 do reign supreme once again. I do want to talk a little bit about how disappointed I am, but we won't do that. We're going to have a look at the standings here as BNK FureX pick up their second loss. Unfortunately, they were looking absolutely fantastic when they were up 2-0, but sometimes the standings come and get you.
It just looks like Gen Z and T1 are pretty good. I couldn't have seen that one coming at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
But I mean, for me, I'm not sure if it's actually like good for T1. I mean, they won 4 games and they didn't lose any single game, but I feel like I'm not sure if I'm happy with their performances, to be fair, because like they're always far behind in early game and like they eventually win out like after the like Elder flip and
But we did. They're limitless.
Listen, I want everyone to pay attention to what's happening next because look, it's 10-9. We tie it up every time.
Oh,
right?
true.
And
Wait,
it's
how
always
many
5 games. KT Rolster 2-0, bro. Is that what's coming?
Wait,
next?
are you saying that you're very confident that it's a KT Rolster 2-0, Wolf?
I would say 2-0, nothing to see here.
I'm gonna need a close up. I need a close up on Wolf. If we can get one as soon as is humanly possible. There it is. Zoom it in a little bit if you can. Say it again.
2-0, nothing to see here.
All right.
For who?
Oh, you got the KT logo.
Oh my!
Behind
and the
you
KT
as well.
Yeah, and the KT Rolster logo is right behind him there as well. So if you guys needed a curse in order to get even more League of Legends, Wolf has got you back. Unless this now means that it's a Bro 2-0. But I think with the amount of bro tax that will be flowing, I think it's still very worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, if the games are actually like slower than before, because we already seen like so many people trying to like kill Nash in the early game because the Nash spawns at 20 minutes, you know. But like it's not like nothing is really happening because like Nash is a lot tankier. So I'm wondering if Brion can bring some fresh idea.
That's what I'm
into
thinking.
KT.
Bro and Brew, slow it down.
Right?
Maybe that's how it works, you know? Maybe it's time for Bro to buck the trend and create a 2-point lead over Team Elder. We'll see whether they can do that. First, though, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the final series of the week, and you do not want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
전 세계에서 아마 이 매치를 주목하고 있겠죠.
올 시즌 첫 번째 소위 뭐 빅3 대결이에요. T1과 하나생명 가죠.
아 무지야 나 이거 뛰어볼게 템 타고 이거 확인 되거든 시간. 근데 판테온 이거 올 거다 아마도. 기다려봐. 내가 먼저 봐줄게. 다이브다.
나 오긴 했어.
오케이. 잡긴 했어 빼야 돼. 나이스. 나 이제 무빙 안. 상태 안 좋아서 웬만하면 집 가긴 해야 돼.
나 직선 한번 뛰어볼게. 이번에 괜찮을 것 같다. 거리 돼.
오케이. 봐볼래? 탑 잡았어. 라이트 갔다. 이거 집 찍고 바로 뛰었네. 와. 둘 다 너고.
탑 계속 천천히 해봐. 밸류 좋아서.
바텀 빡대기요? 바텀 다이브 안 돼? 바텀 다이브. 바로 할게. 해야 돼. 이거 하자. 아, 포개. 공 있어.
탈려고.
잡아오자.
뒤에 탈려. 나 가는 중. 바이 노플이야.
얘는 내가 잡았어. 루시안 노플. 형 조심해. 안 죽어. 나이스.
나 미드 가는 중.
바위 위치만 찾으면 될 듯?
야, 루시안 걸리면 내가 다 잡아줄만 해.
살짝 볼래 영원? 봐봐. 보게. 가자. 얘 꼬지 거기 했거든?
바이부터.
야.
바이부터 볼 수 있나 우리?
나 바위 높을.
탈려.
탈리아 바위 높을.
탈려 내가 잡아 이거.
탈리아 높을.
바이 잡아. 잠깐만. 탈 못 잡아.
여기 좀 나 이탈. 볼 수 있나? 맞대. 나랑 저거 있다. 나이스. 로플. 이거 많이 유리하니까 좀만 침착하게 하자. 침착해. 그냥 할 거만. 탑 라인 카다 이번에 가자. 거의 앉아. 이거 바로 없어서 궁 한 번씩 털어도 될 듯? 내가 궁 한번 막아볼게. 내가 궁 야, 다이브가 볼게. 다이브가.
이거 얘네 쪽 까본다. 이거 보러 갈게. 이거 빠지면 볼게. 빠지면. 이거 빠졌고.
야, 맞대. 한대 걸. 연기 안 됐어. 빨리 빼고. 야, 근데 이.
야, 좋아. 나 뒤에 탈게. 맞아.
지금 우리가 밸류 더 높긴 해. 바이공 빼주면 내가 다 잡으면.
미드 천천히 나가보자 이거.
야, 장로 땡기고 싸움 바로 보자 이거 형. 볼 거면 한 번에 잘 보긴 해야 돼. 여기서?
야, 공 타봐.
아래로 나가면
일단 아래로 가야 되긴 해.
이거 치면서 싸움 봐야 될 것 같아. 우리 받으면서. 야, 먹을래? 바깥에 걸어놨어. 아, 먹어봐. 아, 쌍가 보자. 야, 쌍 보자. 벽쳐. 오케이. 쳤어. 야, 라이트. 아래. 야, 돌게. 얘네 잡으면 끝난다. 여기 있다, 야, 돼. 나이스. 나이스. 반반 잘하자. 나이스. 탑 뭐 나오냐? 개 무섭네. 탑 4인쪽 볼것 같은데? 아칼리 좋아 보이긴 한데. 아칼리 주세요.
오! 탑 아칼리.
결단 뭐냐?
이겼네? 이긴 했다. 개 무서운데? 파이팅. 잘해보자.
이거 저 블루까지 할 수 있나? 미드 푸시 한번 따볼래?
바텀 푸시대.
미드 푸시 따볼래? 이거 밀고 저 블루 싸움 보자 그럼.
블루 오겠다. 천천히 오긴 해. 블루 봐야지 여기서. 진궁 내가 막 궁.
잠깐.
잠깐만. 나 좋아. 상대 그지? 녹턴 상대 그지? 녹턴 아직 녹턴. 나 얼었어.
얘를 얼리 넣어. 아지르 노플.
아질.
아지르 노플이야.
안 좋아. 나 사타도 되는데. 11에 있다. 포함 펴볼게.
나 큐하면 돼. 끝. 나 끝이야.
와봐.
내 잡았어. 나 끝. 나이스.
나비다. 아, 이렇게밖에 안 되네.
탑전형 좀 볼게 일단.
담라인까지 밀고 하자. 그거
바로 치네? 지인 집 못 가긴 했다.
스마 싸움 보는 것보다 그냥 이거 7대 3번이 낫지 않나? 나 땅굴 들어가 볼게. 나 가볼게 한번. 노틸 땅굴 스머스 아니다?
이제부터는 탑
있을만
받을 수 있어. 먹거든.
해볼래? 탑 와있어. 나 와있어. 해봐.
공. 아지르.
오리 도고. 녹턴 노플.
나 좀 빨긴 했어.
드리블 해봐.
좀 불리하다. 나 죽긴 했어. 전력 깔았어.
우리 11을 왔다. 맥사이 풀 있는데 얘네 더 깜치면 볼게. 8초 뒤에.
세 3초.
뭐야?
내가 뒤태볼게. 이거 천천히. 나 정말
타워 나야 해도 돼.
아직 돼. 야, 타워 깰 수 있나? 타워 깨자.
아,
너.
뭐야?
야, 너무 있다 이거. 딜러인 할게.
아칼리 좀 많이 쉬어다. 다 세긴 한데 딜이 말이 안 되긴 한다. 바로 끝내러 가면 안 돼?
나 공이 30초야.
끝낼만 하게. 나. 나한테 빨렸어.
나 잡축이야.
타워 올릴게.
타워 올렸다. 아지르 존에 있다. 타워 조심. 야, 카나비 좀 잡을게. 끝내줘 봐봐.
한 10분 시간 있어. 캐리어 가면 안 된다니까.
나이스.
와, T1 첫날부터 대한화전 승리입니다. 대장급 경기에서 승리로 연일점을 안깁니다.
and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. It is Breon up against KT Rolster. Both of these teams on a losing streak at the moment, one of them looking to break out of it. And I want to echo what Atlas said yesterday about this kind of pattern we have going on. We have to keep it the same score between Baron and Elder. Currently, Baron won the first one because T1 won. Now Elder needs to win. KT's in Elder, and it needs to be a 2-0 because it needs to be 5 games, and that's the pattern. So I guess KT's just going to win 2-0.
So do we just...
Well, I think we should still cast the game.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
talk about it, but I think I already have the script in my mind. It's the script.
Don't leak it.
Oh, sorry, it's already out there.
Well, now everyone knows.
Yeah.
I mean, odds do look favored towards KT because obviously they do have a better score. They did also nearly take a game of T1, allegedly. We were there to experience whatever that was.
Yeah.
And Bro have been struggling. But in fairness to them, there have been some okay moments.
Whoa.
They did get that game over HLE. That was something.
Yeah. Bro did claim their first game win over HLE in 3 years, while KT suffered a brutal 14K gold comeback loss to T1. You and I were casting that one. It was hard to believe. It is what it is at the end of the day, and T1 did win 2-0.
I think that's the thing, is that you look, you know, Bro played against D+, hard matchup. Bro played against BNK-FRX. BNK-FRX also a decent team, and they took a game. They then played against HLE and took a game, and HLE have been kind of slumping, but, you know, they still took a game. I feel like Bro have just had a pretty rough series of teams they've played against.
So now is their opportunity.
Now is their chance to take down KT with a big upswing, maybe. But according to your logic, and you leaked the script, that's not happening. So thanks a bunch.
Yeah.
I was excited about the matchup, and you ruined it.
I didn't do it first. It was Atlas. We can all blame him. He's actually here today. Degon's also here, by the way. I don't know. He just came down to watch Bro, I think.
Oh, everyone's just here.
Yeah.
Is Mao here?
No, he's in his Mao house.
Oh.
not here in Korea anymore. And an interesting thing, actually, by Score, he was talking about the roster. Obviously, KT have been playing with which support they want to start, either Ghost or Palu. And it's been kind of been up in the air. Like, both of them aren't really playing that well, but he said whoever does better in LCK Cup, whoever has a better performance, is probably just going to be the starter for the rest of the year. So,
well, that's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. And you don't get that many opportunities.
Yeah. And that really, you know, obviously the whole point is you're playing in a competitive environment, right? There's going to be pressure all the time, so you have to kind of play in a high pressure situation. You have to play well. There's no other way to spin it, but you're in a new roster that's kind of just been put together. And I mean, sorry, not a new roster that's been put together. You're in a new bot lane that's been put with the roster. You kind of have to hit the ground running, otherwise you're just not going to be there anymore, right? It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot to live up to, and it's difficult, right? We've seen times before where players have been subbed in and subbed out, and it's like one stays, one doesn't. And I think it's not always where you get the best performances from these players. So hopefully we continue to see Ghost and Palu show their best performance, and then we see at their best who is better. But you know, sometimes it can be a struggle to show that best when you are under so much pressure, and you know you have this limited time frame to reflect what can you do.
And you just lost a game of 14,000 gold. So mentally, pretty much everybody on the team is a little bit boom, but at least it does look like the spirits are high today. We get laughs and smiles out of BDD and Cuz at least. And I mean, they've been through the ringer, those two. They've been through ups, they've been through downs. And
Brendan, they're on KT.
They're on KT.
You don't have to...
Even in the past, even when they weren't on KT.
But you don't have to spell it out.
BDD on Nongshim.
Yeah.
Any rememberers?
But also, they're on KT.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure once you've been on KT for a year, you qualify for veterans discount.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Well, it's glad they get some sort of support because their fans know what's coming. There's not a lot of support there. Ghost looks to be in high spirits too. It does look like everybody's they've kind of forgotten what happened, and that's for the best.
Yeah.
Here
once they've been through that, you know, once
it can't get any worse.
It's all uphill from here.
Yeah.
Is what they say. Is what they say.
Yeah. They do say that.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But, you know, up against Bro, this should be a matchup that they're winning. This should be a matchup that they are favored in. I think Roma has struggled to replicate the 92% win rate that he has had in solo queue. BDD, a tough opponent, although BDD not being at his best. You know, last year was obviously a tour de force, and this year, you know, getting solo killed by Faker. Obviously, Faker, a great player, so, you know, a lot of people being solo killed by him, but BDD not being in full form so far. We'll see what form he's in today.
If you're wondering why that person in the audience was wearing glasses, she did get eye surgery yesterday.
Oh.
And she can't see, so she's just here to listen. And that's what those signs said. She's got sunglasses on for protection, make sure the eyes are safe, and just listening to the broadcast. The studio.
Which team was you a fan of?
I actually don't know.
Honestly,
I think it was KT, but
if she was a KT fan, maybe she should have scheduled that before the T1 series. Because honestly, that would be stressful, right? If you were watching that series, you could see, you could just hear it.
Maybe you hear the casters talking about how it's a done deal, and then you're like, oh, okay, I don't have to watch this. Or listen to it.
You couldn't watch it anyway. You'd just be like...
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just turn it off and listen to some nice, relaxing music instead.
Okay.
It was a KT, well, it was a person in the KT fan area, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Wishing them the best.
Listen. Renekton.
Yeah, so some of the standard bans, right? The Malphite, Jace, Rumble, Nico, some of our most bans, but not seeing the opt-in to the Azir Orianna trade-off at this point. So, Bro thinking heavily about what they're going to do with this final ban. And they are going to ban Ambessa, with the Renekton taken away, feeling like it gives too much power to that. Now, does BDD just slam the Azir?
Yes.
Yes, he does. Now, on the side of Bro, they can look to, if there's an AD carry they want to prioritize, like Varus. If there's a jungle they want to prioritize, they can snap those up right now.
Or a Kali.
Yeah, they can look to prioritize. They could leave mid until 3. And just look to snap up jungle and AD carry now. A lot of teams have been taking Varus very early.
You can also play Orianna. Pantheon available.
Go Talia Pantheon, and if you don't want to go Orianna. Talia's been doing horribly in terms of win rate in the LCK.
She's just not good right now.
Really bad.
I don't think
feels
it
like
should be as high prio.
Just isn't doing damage, but a lot of teams like her into Azir, and she does sync well with Pantheon, so they could pick her. But Orianna Pantheon, probably a better bet. So
yeah,
they will go that. Didn't opt to prioritize an AD carry in that situation though, so now over to KT.
Oh boy. So they're gonna get a Azir Varus.
Do we get Cuz's J4?
Probably jungle.
J4?
Xin Zhao?
No, Xin Zhao instead. Which, you know, we felt like the Xin Zhao was going to be a bit lower priority, you know, had been toned down. No, they're still playing it. They still love it. Can't get enough. And not actually going for an AD carry pick, it seems. Going for the Cassante for Perfect. And then over to Bro, do you pick up an AD carry here and prioritize that? Or are you just going to pick a top laner for casting and just match? If it's Sion Cassante, okay, you can just do that. You know,
or you could play top Varus, the new solo queue hotness.
Legally allowed to. Or you could go Gwen. That's a lot more interesting. Casting saying, hey, you want to pick a tank into me? I will pick something that can actually just scale up and be a menace. And that's what he does. So pretty cool. And now both teams haven't picked their top side, going to the second rotation. The Varus was obviously something that you can get a massive look in. I do feel like, obviously, Bro has a ton of damage, a ton of AP damage as well. I think Varus could fit with that comp quite well, especially into the Azir, who does suffer a bit into that long-range poke. They're going to open up with some support bans, the Alistar taken away. On the side of T1... KT?
Telecom.
They are both, yeah, you know. It's been a long day. They're going to ban the Varus, which I think makes sense.
It's only been 3 games. I mean, we could have 3 more.
That second game. It's the second game.
Second game
it
really,
does it, you know?
That was like as much as 3 games.
Yeah. It really just, yeah, it did things.
I guess Amy really didn't want to play Varus. I feel like priority-wise, it should have been picked in the top 3, but they just don't pick it and then ban it. So
I think the Yunara ban, pretty good, especially when you have a tank top. And especially because we talk about Yunara being something that's often picked game 2 when a lot of like the point-and-click CC is like being taken away, like the Vi, but like Vi hasn't been picked, so... Which is also interesting, Vi just didn't really get a look in. Nocturne taken away. So actually, they were suspected might be a Pantheon support flex, and then they go Ori Nocturne. So actually a pretty cool read there by KT on what could be a possibility. Looking at the Corki to come in here.
Then you have Pantheon support. I feel like they could have just let it happen. But
I mean, yeah, but it could catch them off guard, you know, if they end up going to a mobile. Are they just going to slam Calista Renata? Or Lucian is a Braum or Nami?
Or Melio.
It's Lucian Braum. Okay. Rakan, I think, is pretty safe. Good matchup into the Braum. And that's a pretty fine lane. I think Bro pretty happy with this draft so far. You know, you have really good scaling here, multiple damage threats, good engage, you have the Shockwave as well. Whereas inside of KT, you know, the Azir is obviously a reliable longer range damage threat, but you have this Lucian who's very short range. I think the main selling point of this KT composition is the skirmishing power of Xin Zhao, Lucian, Braum. That is very strong. And just in general, you have a lot of auto attackers with Braum, so those early skirmishes, that's what Bro needs to not fall prey to. If they opt into early skirmishes, that's where they can just lose the whole game. Like if I see them fighting in the river level 4, I'm gonna pull my hair out. But if they manage to navigate that and just not opt into those, I think that late game is pretty crazy strong. So if they just get to the late stages of the game, this game is pretty just chill. And if we're being honest as well, lots of games have had a slower pace. They've kind of just meandered a good amount. Yeah. Comes to dragon stacking, Baron's hard to push the pace of the game, so just don't make a big mistake and your composition is very stable later on. So we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. You know, also we've seen the Pantheon Orianna be super potent. You have the Rakan to back it up. I like the Bro composition. Just please do not try to fight them level 4 in the river.
Okay.
I beg.
Specifically level 4 in the river. If it's level 5, it's okay. Breon up against KT Rolster, game 1 right now. Off we go on to the Rift, match 20. The last match before we do get into Super Week next week. Make sure you guys are tuning in for that. It will be best of 5s, 1 per day, between relatively evenly matched opponents, depending on the day.
I'm excited.
It's going to be fun. I just like best of 5s.
Do you think
it's going to be
the DN Supers get an advantage on Super Week?
I'm going to say, yeah, probably.
Yeah?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Flash on in, it's Braum, baby. As we're getting in there, Teddy in a bit of trouble already, has no health. And that's a nice little trick you can do, level 1 Braum. We don't really have level 1 invades anymore, but in the 2v2, very strong.
And honestly, I feel like this lane, if you don't do something like that, plays out very passively. So I like that angle. Unfortunately, home guards are super broken, so you don't actually get a major advantage off the back of that, but it's still marginal, you know, and you end up burning the flash off the Corki. He is a safe AD carry. He's going to have that Valkyrie available, so it's not like, you know, if you're playing into something like Varus or an Ashe who is immobile, it could really put the hit on. It's not the end of the world, but still, it's a good play. I like to see it. Nice aggression there from Ghost. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on that later.
Casting is a pretty interesting player who has had a lot of success in Challenger League, actually. Has been on a lot of first-place teams. Did get second in 2025, but before that he was first place, and I feel like Bro probably got him for relatively cheap, even though he did play a little bit in the LCK for KT. But shows a lot of promise, but has to prove it in the big leagues, you know, and he hasn't necessarily done that yet. He's been okay, but he hasn't put on like a big performance, so I feel like it's a nice prospect for Bro. Curious to see how far this guy can go.
I'm curious to see how far this invade can go. Yeah, they brought him enough to scare them away. Gideon just opts to go for his Krugs instead, so red taken. The extra pressure from the bot lane paying off here.
So Gideon's going to flash away. Doesn't seem to have any ability to get away from the Xinjiao. There's the sun, and there it is. First blood in the jungle, as Cuz being very annoying, sticking around for longer than Gideon expected.
Yeah, also, did he use his shield at some point there? Yeah, it was kind of weird. Cuz just tracking him, jumping him, has the red buff advantage. And a bit of a flub there from Gideon, who gets pretty heavily punished. And this all kind of stems from that level 1 from Ghost, I feel. Punishing any bot lane so he can invade, have that pressure, take the red, take out Gideon. And a good start for KT. Getting the Xinjiao ahead, definitely an advantage you want. I will say one thing though, this does lower the chances of Bro opting into a skirmish in the river at level 4. So, you know, swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, it's like you fall to a disadvantage, but less of a disadvantage had you gone for the level 4 play, so.
Yes, maybe this will convince them not to fight and stall out the game.
Worth.
Yeah, so was his E just on cooldown? Because he doesn't... Did he not level E?
I'm thinking he didn't level it.
Did he double level Q?
I think so.
Oh, that's so greedy if he did. Honestly, if he did, then he deserved to die. I'm not gonna lie.
It's definitely possible. I mean, makes your clear a little faster. As BDD is going in, it is double Q, confirmed by G-Sun. So you heard it here first. Ox says he deserved to die.
Yeah, well, there you go. Unlucky. That explains it, though.
Yeah.
Well, he's level 4 now, so obviously has all of his abilities. Clearly didn't expect to get invaded. Little ward over the wall there from Roma. BDD gets a little trade in. Do you see casting with a little bit of a lead in the top lane? Things going well in that lane. I feel like if you're getting ahead early as Gwen, always nice to see.
Yeah, Perfect's just kind of got to be the sponge. He's not Sponge. Sponge is on a different team.
He's also a jungler.
Sponge is on Nongshim now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he plays jungle, not top.
But he's being a little bit of a damage sponge, having to sit there and essentially just, well, take damage from casting.
I think it just feels rough because, I mean, the thing is we have different AP top laners, because Rumble also, like, Rumble has just been monstrous at every point of the game. But at least just Rumble, like, Rumble's a lane bully, and then once you get Kanik Rukin, you can kind of mitigate that. But he's still annoying late, but, like, Gwen just continues to scale. So you get Rukin, and it's like, well, she's less likely to solo kill me, but she's still going to be a menace in the side lane, and she's just going to become a monster later. Gideon was fishing for something there, but I don't think they're going to dive a level 6 Cassante, but he's just like ensuring his top laner is safe, which I think is a pretty good investment of your time. And it's been a slower game, which, again, this is great for Bro. We have many a time talked about Bro and Brew.
Yeah.
This is a completely different Bro, but, you know...
Same Brew.
It's like the ship of Theseus, you know? You change all the parts, still the same boat. This is confirmation. It's the same boat. They're still...
Same with KT, though.
It's exactly.
You change all the parts over there, and it's
still KT.
The team just never changes.
Exactly. So there, we've solved that age-old conundrum. It's the same boat. It's the same team.
Yeah.
They're still brewing.
We have figured
with completely different players.
Yeah, I do. One thing that does worry me about the LCK is now that our games have kind of been confirmed to be slower, it's like all the teams collectively are like, all right, we're just going to be Omega passive now. We have had like some high action games. Like even yesterday we had some pretty decent action. But I just feel, I have this sense of like a trend beginning, you know? A lot of Azir bans, Azir Orianna. Sitting back, farming. Not too much aggression.
Yeah. I mean, maybe teams are just still figuring it out, and we see some new way to leverage advantages, right? Or maybe it does just become more laid back until certain points of the game, and we get more time to talk about wheelhouses and Mauhaus and such other things.
Yeah, we never really closed that loop.
Nope. Moving on. That was last series topic of conversation.
But basically, it was a connection between sports and business that somehow made it happen, and it was just like an old nautical term that they essentially revived in baseball, and then it became like in your wheelhouse is like a business term. So it's pretty interesting, actually, the origin of it. Anyway, Gideon is going to go ahead and take the grubs.
Yes, Gideon grubs? Oh my god.
You better believe it. He's back on the grubs.
He's back on it. Classic. You can't get enough of those grubs. Honestly, if Gideon made a cereal and just called them Gideon grubs, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Degon would definitely buy it.
Degon would definitely buy it.
Cuz would buy it. He just took some there.
Yeah, you know, it's actually not crazy for that to happen in sports. I remember my brother had this old box of... So there's a hockey player called Sergei Fedorov. Doesn't play anymore, obviously. It's from a long time ago, but it was some cereal box that he made with his name. It was like Fedorov Frosted Flakes or something. I don't even know what it was, but it's not the first time it's happened is what I'm trying to say.
I thought they'd call them like Sergios or something.
Well, problem is a lot of the time is, especially in hockey, very much known by your last name.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like...
I have to work off that.
Also, Fedorov is a little bit more unique than Sergei. Same with Brendan and Valdez. You know, that's kind of why I made the switch as well.
So you could have just been... Wait, were you called just like...
Yeah,
was the name just Brendan before?
Yeah, that was me.
I didn't know that.
StarCraft, that's what I was. I was just Brendan.
So you were Brendan Valdez, and you became Brendan Valdez.
Yeah.
That was the...
Well, I'm not the only one to do it.
Someone came to you, they were like, Brendan, we think your name isn't original enough. You need to use something else than your first name. And you went, you know what? I've been racking my brain. I'm no longer going to be Brendan Valdez. I'm going to be Brendan Valdez. That's what you came up with.
That's basically exactly what happened, except I was the person that was like, you know what, Brendan is not that original. I should change it. So I was like kind of having that conversation with myself.
Wow. You're one of a kind.
Hey, you know, Dracos used to be something else, and then he moved on to Drake. That's also his last name. He just wasn't named Daniel beforehand, so...
We also have...
that helps him.
Degon, Daniel Gonzalez.
Yeah, in Degon's case, I'm kind of curious because I feel like... You know, I was actually thinking about this on the way to work, strangely enough. I didn't tell him about it, but... Like, I think when he was younger, he was probably called Degon, right? Because there are so many Dans and Daniels. I mean, you're Daniel, basically Dan. I'm Brendan. He's Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Love Dan.
So many Dans. It's a really common name, so.
Yeah.
To tell him apart from the other Dans, they probably just called him Daniel. Or probably just called him Degon, not Dan.
That's what they tell him apart from the other Dans, they call him Dan. Wow. Thanks, Brendan.
They really figured it out.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, KT got another Drake. And
Cloud Soul, so speedy. I think a good amount of value. but I don't think it's like game-breaking Cloud Soul in this one.
I feel like Sante is going to like it the most.
I think it can be nice on Lucian, because I think that extra movement speed with the culling and also just navigating teamfights is nice, but I don't think it's like a game breaker. Like, you're not going to get Cloud Soul and be like, okay, we won, you know? I think, bro, they're brewing, right? I think they have the right approach on this. They are behind in the jungle. That's the area where Cuz has got a bit of a lead. So it's a little scary. He's got that Sundered Sky already, but otherwise, they're doing okay. They're doing fine. Namgoon's got his Bandle pipes. He's playing a little tune.
What's your favorite Bandle pipe tune?
You wouldn't know it.
Oh. Must be like a British thing or something, right? I wouldn't get it.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Oh, Ghost also has the Bandle pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite is Yordles O'er the Hill.
That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a real banger.
Yeah, that's a classic. Bit of an older one, so I'm surprised you've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, my grandma used to play it all the time.
Oh, yeah, she did she?
Yeah. That's why I know. Generally, people my age don't know about it.
Yeah.
Kind of hipster. It's funny because there are some like old Irish tunes that I do know because of my grandparents that have nothing to do with Bandle pipes, obviously, but some do have some bagpipes in there. Man, really nothing is happening. This is crazy. Okay, I mean, Namgoon's trying to do some little like disengage, engage cone action.
Just proc the Bandle pipes from the blast cone.
Yeah.
That's tech. It's not relevant at all. It really matters. Zero, but you know, that's something to talk about.
Okay.
We're digging it. Wow, he's getting.
Where's the Q3? All right, now we're getting some action.
Action happening.
Trading ult for flash. Well, those needles actually hit, but now we got Pantheon on the way. Perfect. A little bit too far up the lane is going to have to flash. Gideon is not done with that just yet. Flashes on in himself, goes all out, and immediately dies. And Gideon picks up his first kill.
Yeah, nice kill picked up there. I feel like one of the things with Xante is into Pantheon specifically. You know, you play around your ult, you end up low. He has that execute damage, and he's all magic resist right now. You know, Koenig Rukin and Merc Treads. So a nice gang comes through, but Triple Summon has been on the top side for Bro. All 3 flashes gone down in that passage of play, so something KT can maybe play around. Especially as that next dragon is... Yeah, it was Bro who did that.
Ghost did so well on the first one, and then he's like, you know what, aiming? Never mind. Take that.
You know what he probably said? He was like, say thank you. Say thanks for blocking that. Aim was like, whatever, dude. You're on your own.
Aiming would say that. But, you know, maybe Paulo's coming out next game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
This is the trade in the top lane.
Hifek got like a pretty heavy trade, but, you know, the stacking Omnivamp from Riftmaker and the ult, and then Gideon flies in, and it's like, I am a Pantheon with red buff, and also you have no armor. Boom. Pretty easy. Hard to escape. Perfect feeling himself a little bit in the 1v1 against his old counterpart, the old player who, you know, they were subbing in for each other last year. He wanted to take him down.
Yeah.
He was denied.
He definitely did. He's not that far behind on farm, at least. So that's one thing. Do see that the Gwen, you know, getting this pretty good start. Does mean that should be able to scale up pretty well. The Orianna also in a good place, even though she didn't have to flash. And, you know, bot lane, yes, aiming is ahead, but not too far ahead. Might have to pull some weight, kind of like Diablo did in the last series.
He definitely has to pull weight in this game, I'm not going to lie. Also, you know, there was that game, and Diablo was having to go into Ona's Zinzao ultimate.
Wheelhouse.
Yes, in his wheelhouse. He's playing into a Gwen, so he's going to have to go into Gwen's wheelhouse in order to damage him, which is a risky proposition. Risky business.
Yeah.
If he's going to do that. Both AD carries, though, still have their triple tonic adaptive force. Unsurprising, being that like nothing has happened this game. But they're ready. Deity adaptive force on demand. Will they pop it now? Looks like a fight might actually happen.
I do want to see Bro actually do something. I mean, they don't have to, just because they are scaling, and their Orianna's not in a great spot.
Well, they forced them off their dragon, but importantly, they didn't do what I thought they might and fight in the river at level 4. That's what I wanted them to avoid.
Yeah.
But now they have to navigate a fight here.
Well, Perfect doesn't have TP, so I think unless Cuz steals this, and aiming's in mid lane, so I think this is just a done deal. Bro will collect this dragon.
And this is great. This is, well, okay. There's two perspectives. From Bro's perspective, this is phenomenal, right? You secure the dragon, you stall out Soul. This lets you extend the game and you continue to Bro and brew. From the perspective of action happening, this is not a good thing.
No.
This is gonna let things really brew, really carry out. Yeah. So
which is
but
also,
for the
it's good for Bro.
For the sophisticated LCK enjoyers, this is phenomenal.
Yeah.
If you
the
want
newbies wouldn't get it.
Yeah. For one of these new age, I want to see action every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, maybe if you're a newer enjoyer and you had the Adakan season, it's like, 20 minutes, every team has to start Adakan and fight. You're used to that. That's not how it used to be, right?
Yeah.
That's not how it always was. We have to be patient and wait for our action.
We really did.
Yeah. Sometimes we could go, 20, 30 minutes without seeing a single kill. That was the thing.
I remember that one DK game. I think it was against Bro, actually. If it wasn't against Bro, it was against, like, DRX or something. But BDD, awkward spot here. He's going to get the dash away and the push away, but Rakan also joining up, and Gideon gets another kill and takes BDD off the map.
See, look how sweet that kill tastes when it's been such a long time since the last one.
Yeah, it's like dopamine detox,
You learn to cherish it, right? Enjoy it, right? And the replay that's going to come, we're going to really dial into it because we don't get many in this game.
We have to latch onto it. We have no other choice.
But
first turret goes to Bro.
Yeah, Trader Towers on the opposite side of the map, but a good gank coming in, catching BDD on his recall. I'm not sure, maybe there was a chance he could have escaped with the flash, but maybe opting to hold it and save that summoner. Because if he did use it, he wouldn't have it for the next dragon fight. So we'll see in the replay, which we're going to latch onto, and make an opinion then. Could he have lived if he flashed? That is the question.
I'm thinking no. Because even as he pushed out the soldiers, we're going to see it here. He's on vision, doesn't know. Sees Roamer, he's like, oh, that's weird, he's stepping up to me, and then...
Nah, I think there wasn't time. I think if he was close to the wall and he flashed, he probably just got charmed. So I think he was just doomed, and holding the flash was the right call. So
could he
still has it.
Flashed and then dragged over the wall, maybe?
I think the problem is he'd already put the soldier down.
Yeah.
I think, like, to say that would be very hindsighty. Like, if he knew our information, then maybe he could have played it differently, but he obviously didn't. So either way, he goes down, but it's still Trader Towers, and he still has his flash for the future, so I think that's fine. Gold's still very even. Gideon trying to make things happen, though. He has been the most active in this very active game.
Yes, absolutely.
2 kills to his name. That is 66.66% recurring, obviously.
It's 100% of his team's kills.
Of the total kills in the game. Herald's going to be thrown down mid. Should be enough to take this tower. Or actually, I don't think it is. I think it's close.
I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
What have they done to Herald?
Just a little less damage. Casting is very much like making Perfect's life harder. I'm not sure that Perfect cares too much about it.
That's generally what you're supposed to do in League of Legends to the enemy team. Although, to be fair, I say that. Lots of solo queue experiences, I've seen people doing it to their own team.
They didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
They didn't get that little thing at the beginning that says, like, make sure to show respect and try your hardest. They're like, yeah, okay, skip through that and ignore all those rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, they definitely did not. not follow those instructions. Maybe you have to follow the summoner's code. Those are the days.
Yeah. I remember when
summoners were a thing.
Tribunal was a thing, and members of the community would be the ones that made sure that people didn't do bad things. It was an interesting time.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Okay.
Are we gonna
Dragon up at 15? It's time. Items coming in. We got Jack Show on Perfect, Dusk and Dawn on Casting. They're ready to fight. Guys, we've been building up to this moment. The tension is it's palpable. Wow. I'm so ready.
Yeah. Me too. Ghost is going to take a bunch of damage for no reason at all. But he does make it back to his team, utilizing his heal.
Casting level 16 on the flank.
Yeah, Perfect trying to match him, but like, that's not okay, Namgoon. He is going to catch Cuz, and in goes Casting. Cuz is going to take a bunch of damage, as will Ghost. He was low from before, BDD looking for the angle, but he gets the flash out of Gideon. Orianna gets in, and the Orianna picks it up. And Bro get the dragon on top of the kill. And even get BDD's flash. They're just collecting everything here.
Wow, an entire extra kill on the back of that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's increased Bro's kills by 50%. But yeah, dragon picked up there by Bro, so equalized in terms of dragons. Long time it's going to be before we get any souls. But yeah, I think Ghost a little bit low, and both teams a little bit tentative on the plays. I think Namgoon not getting as much value as he maybe would have hoped on his engage. We'll see the replay. So Casting's angle is good. Perfect's trying to play bouncer, but he doesn't actually have him fully tracked. Namgoon tries to go for aiming and just kind of whiffs, but does manage to get a decent charm on the angle out. Casting and Gideon get that kill onto the Braum, but then BDD flies in, doesn't commit the flash, doesn't see the angle when they disengage, and then they just have to walk away. So, you know, we did get a whole extra kill on the back of that, right? Up to 3 + 1, 4 in total now.
Yeah, I mean, you said it before, like the percentage gains are pretty massive here.
Huge.
The stonks are going up.
Huge percentage gains
very quickly.
Numerically.
All right, Namgoon just healed there. He said, I needed a little bit more movement speed to make sure that I could do just a little bit more damage to Cuz. So he's trying to create the action, you can tell.
He's trying his best.
Yeah.
I feel like this generation of support, I mean, just generally support players, I feel like in the last 5 years have been a lot about playing these, it's not Arden meta, it hasn't been for a long time.
No.
You're an engaged support. You click buttons, you go in. That's what you generally want to do. You know what's crazy is, I remember, how much Braum used to be played all the time. Like there's been so many pro Braum games when he was released until he got like nerfed into the ground, because he just used to be so broken and his passive was so stacked. And then it was a while that he wasn't played, and he's made this resurgence now. KT's setting up for the Baron. I mean, they have an Azir with decent damage. Oh, they are committing.
Yeah.
They are tired of waiting around.
I mean, they do have Azir, so they actually do have a decent amount of damage.
Casting
this is going down
TP
pretty quickly, and yeah, Casting is just not here. And so, utilizing TP advantage, and Bro are like, I don't know, what do we do? Nothing, I guess. I mean, Perfect's gonna flash away, and we get no kills. But KT does get the Baron.
Yeah. Not having the Gwen there, not wanting to fight without the Gwen, opting instead to push mid and take a couple of turrets. Maybe just a little bit nervous about rushing into that one. And KT just picked up the Baron for free. I was under the impression Baron was difficult to take, and you couldn't just do it in front of the other team. Apparently not. You can just do that. You are allowed just to take Baron, so...
I mean, one of the strongest members on the enemy team is just not there.
Yeah, but I also feel like maybe we've been a little lied to, because...
And they have Azir, you know?
I mean, that's a factor for sure.
Gideon is actually in a bit of trouble here. He does not have his flash. He's just dead. They engage onto him. Namgoon is here. He's going to pick up Cuz and throw him down into the ground as Teddy does pick up that kill. Flash comes through. And it's the shockwave, not Ghost.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, getting a little bit chaotic now, getting a little bit out of hand. Guys, we were having a relaxed macro game, and they're just losing their minds.
Yeah. Perfect is, he's had enough. He has been bullied for 26 minutes.
Guys, take a step back and look at the structures, look at the objectives.
There are no objectives.
Okay, there's actually a dragon in 45 seconds, Brendan.
I'm Valdez now, actually. I've changed my name.
Yeah, trying to focus on the red buff. A little bit of an overstep, but KT go quite far. I think initially trying to make this play work, but casting is very strong. Letting a Gwen farm for 45 minutes does allow him to kind of do this, and the recall value pretty massive as well. With CC and Ghost.
Hey, he hit the Q.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that, why he walked up. Sending a message, I believe.
Yeah.
He wanted to play a little tune on the bandle pipes.
I guess so.
Walked up.
They didn't like the tune, I guess, because they killed him immediately.
Not fans.
Yeah.
Bandle pipes are known to be a little bit controversial. Okay, they are on the dragon. This would be third for Bro. BDD's flying in.
BDD has the angle. He is going to show himself with the soldiers, but he's still here on the flank.
They're corralled in. Casting is low.
Yeah, here comes Namgung. He is going to hit the two-man ult, but zero follow-up comes through. So he gets that, and that's about it. As now the culling. Okay, big shockwave. Going to deny us some more action, as they're very tentatively tiptoeing forward. BDD thinking about it. He says, okay, I'm going to dash up north, away from the team. Oh, that's a big knockup, actually, from Ghost. That was pretty good. Makes up for the previous play, as now BDD, he says, I don't need to use my ult. I'm just gonna flash forward and do some damage.
Just walk at them menacingly. They can't handle it. They can't do anything. And Bro, they get the dragon, but they could just crumble at this encroaching advance. Go's gonna try and hit a Q. He wants to play the tune again, but Casting's gonna back away. And KT gonna take some structures, some kills off the back of that. They are down in dragons, but okay, so some of the things that went wrong here. So firstly, a lot of cooldowns burn. Namgoon goes for this engage, but only hits the front line, so it's not super high value. And then this shockwave, if you look, the distortion afterwards from Roma isn't used on the shockwave. So even though he gets the shockwave off, the distortion doesn't follow. He doesn't actually do that much damage to his targets. Aiming's still healthy. And then when KT go in, they blow up the Rakan, they get a ton of damage onto Teddy, who also gets clipped by the Braum ult. And Bro just have no way of navigating this fight. I think burning the Rakan ult, burning the shockwave, and not really getting much value from them cost Bro heavily. Now, they do have those 3 dragons in pocket. I do think that the Cloud Soul is pretty bonkers on Rakan, on Gwen, and just to be honest, the movement speed in general for Bro is pretty big. But they don't have it yet. It's a slight gold lead for KT. And we now have 9. Brendan, I want you to look at me. 9 kills so far. That's a substantial increase from what we had earlier. So, starting to rack them up. Big items coming in. Rabadon's nearly 4 Roma, but Aiming has 4 full items completed. He is pulling ahead.
Yeah. We said he has to pull some weight for this team.
Yep.
And, you know, he doesn't have a ton of kills, but he's very much in a position once a real fight happens, like a game-breaking fight, to actually do quite a lot. The Cullings haven't been doing all too much, to be honest, but he also hasn't been using them very aggressively. I do wonder if KT is still a little bit affected. You know, we meme about it, but it does feel like they're very passively almost scared to go for big engages, and they don't really seem to be playing all on the same page.
Affected by what? Maybe a certain recent series?
Yeah.
Comparing to? A game 2?
A game 2 specifically,
team?
yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps. Perhaps that could be the case.
I don't know if it's that or if it's just, you know, maybe they don't have a whole lot of engage as well. I mean, they have engage brawl.
See, the thing is, right, the logic there is that, okay, so that game 2, let's open it up. Let's talk about it. So they were inactive in that one, and that's what led to their demise, right? So being inactive in this one, as a response to that one, you see what I'm getting at here, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they shouldn't be inactive, right? Maybe the response to that is be more proactive.
Well, maybe they know it, but they can't bring themselves to do it, you know?
Yeah. We are who we are.
Yeah. That's the way it goes sometimes. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And for Bro, I mean, you know, they have some nice engage with the Rakan, the Pantheon, and follow-up engage with the Orianna.
It feels a lot harder for KT to make things happen. Like we saw that last fight, they just walked at them and BDD just poked them. And then eventually, like, it was Ghost ult clipping Teddy and Cuz flying forwards that really set things up. Now, we do have the happy hat from Roma coming through, so he's feeling happy. Don't have IE yet for Teddy, though. That's a big spike missing. Level 16, though, has just been hit. Casting's nearly level 19. Just hit it now, so that's... Oh, Namgoon.
All right, Celestial opposition pulling a lot of weight there. Cuz getting pretty low.
That's without IE from Teddy as well. That's a lot of damage. We did just see a series where Corki did absurd damage, so some newfound respect, I feel, for this AD carry. I mean, we already had a lot of respect for him.
All right, the culling.
Yeah, that's a level 16 culling with 4 items, 4 crit items, so...
Trying to set up for the Cloud Drake here, TP utilized by Casting. They say, okay, if you want the Drake, we will go to the Baron. And this is not the first time we've seen a trade like this. But especially right now, KT don't really have any vision. But as long as they see Teddy, they say, okay, well, they're almost definitely not doing it, especially after seeing the rest of the team. As the turret is up here for BDD. And a lot of poking and prodding as we have traded places here. Bro is on the red team side. And KT is on the blue team side. On the flank. As the ball is out, looking for it. They're trying to get some kind of poke onto Casting, but again, they don't really have a good way to engage with this composition. As Ghost is holding the door, the blast cone over the wall, just to group everybody up. As Cuz says, I'm doing it, guys. I do not care. KT gets everyone in the sweep. They get 2 kills already and perfect. Nobody can touch him. Casting is doing a lot, though. And might be the one difference maker in this. Teddy's still alive as well with a red buff. Kiting down perfect. And the res here on the Gideon. I thought after an engage like that, for sure KT win, but not the case this time. Bro, get Cloud Soul.
The level 19 Gwen just too powerful, and Teddy able to make it away after the shuffle. KT think they've done the homework. It's not enough. We see the play coming out. Cuz stacks up his Q on the ward, goes in for the knockup. Roma flashes, but then we have BDD sliding in. Roma gets the lead of a Teddy, flashes, W's away. BDD's sacrificed for his role in this play, and look at Casting, he's full HP. He's just flying in, destroying everyone. Perfect gets decimated by the damage. And now with Cloud Soul in pocket, Casting's doing more.
Oh, Cuz he's actually gonna hop on over, and the needles will miss. Has to the scissors, but it just doesn't matter. As eventually he does go down, but the Baron goes to Bro. Aiming getting a lot of gold for sure from that kill. But now let's see what they can do with Cloud Soul and Baron here. Still a very even game when it comes to gold, but especially after that fight,
I mean, that's the thing.
Like Bro are winning.
You know, I've got IE for the Corki. I feel like Casting's hitting critical mass at this point. Cloud Soul as well, the movement speed is so valuable on the Gwen. Not just when you ult, but just generally. That 15% that you constantly have is crazy. Corki also basically has it on demand, right? You fire the ult and you just get that burst. It's also, you know, you have it on such a short cooldown as well. Obviously, you're gated by the cooldown of the Cloud Soul, not the cooldown of your ult.
Yes.
But it's more widely available than everyone else. But yeah, and aiming going for Mortal Mortius, not going for something like a Bloodthirster. But I feel like in terms of composition, Bro, they're at the point where they're just fully online. If BDD goes in for a play like don't get me wrong, that was a huge play. And it was so close to working, but the problem is you're trading one of your carries. You traded you for Roma, and then it's aiming against Casting and Teddy.
Yeah. 2
carries against 1, and you saw how it played out.
And so much of the damage is the Azir, but if he's ulting and then Zhonyazing and then dying, the only people who are actually damaging the people who you swept back are like Lucian and Xin Zhao and Cassante. It's not big. Like, I mean, Lucian is, but it's basically only him. As now they are looking for perfect. He's in a rough spot, but he is Cassante.
Not the best shockwave.
Well, that's going to be down now for this push.
It's level 20 Gwen. It's just ungodly.
Well, there's Baron, but they're not willing to step up to the wave just yet. Bro say, you know, we need more time. Let me steal the Raptors.
Gideon's just still locked in. He knows he's like, I'm farming, dude. He's got 284 farm. Look, he's got a 40 CS lead over Cuz. He's doing crabs.
He is, yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
He's stacking up the number. And it feels even better because it's Cuz's jungle.
Yeah. Zonya's completed for casting. Oh, Namgun. Oh, he sees it with the sweeper.
And with that extra bit of time on the sweeper, just able to clear out that ward. And now they're going to get onto Ghost, who is holding up the door and does survive throughout all of that. So that is going to be the quickness down.
Yeah. Shockwave is back up from when it was used before. BFX looking.
This is so hard. It's like Perfect has to be the one to engage. As a big Shockwave catches 3. The follow-up damage isn't there. But it's enough to get them pretty low, and BDD is on the flank, but Perfect's already dead! Perfect is dead, Cuz is getting low, and that's just the whole team gone as BDD is behind enemy lines doing nothing. And Bro just playing better as a team, and they look to be maybe taking down this game number 1 unless BDD can do a 1v5.
I don't think he can do it, I'm being honest. We'll see him give it a go, but I think this is Bro's game in the bag.
Yeah, the flash on in, the stun is easy as that. As the Zonyas comes through, sweeps the Gwen, does negative damage, and Bro will be taking the Nexus down here in game number 1.
Well, that was the Bro and Brew, and I think they managed to Bro and Brew all over KT. KT, when they played against T1, they just let the game stagnate and let it play out. And the thing is, they did the same thing here. You're against a Gwen, you're against a Corki, and you're playing Lucian Azir. You're playing a 2-carry composition. You let them have a level 20 Gwen. You have to be more proactive. And I will say there were limitations with the composition that hindered that. But it's like, you know, to an extent, you're failed by the draft, right? But also, it just feels like it's reminiscent of that game 2 against T1. Such a slow game, and just given so many windows for Bro to scale up. And I feel like after how you threw away that massive gold lead against T1, and now this is happening, it's starting to feel like more of a systematic issue.
Systemic.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. I mean, KT, they've struggled in these long, drawn-out games, and maybe Bro had a read on it. They're like, all right, we're just going to draft 3 carries and just wait until the late game. And that's exactly what they did. It is right in Bro's wheelhouse. Literally. I mean, this is perfect for them. Any kind of game that goes this long where you can just scale on up, Bro and Brew, you're going to be having a really good time. So, going to break the pattern as well. Bro going to get a game here on KT. We don't get the KT 2-0, and that'll be 1-0 for Bro over KT as we head into the break.
물어도 되고 이거. 아 기다려.
갈까?
얘네 미드 누구 보이면 물어도 돼. 나 탑 밀어볼게 이번에.
아 실수하다. 혼자야. 가자. 볼게. 맞아.
잘 보고 있어 나. 노플이 알파 다운.
오케이 갈게 탐밀자 얘들아 탐밀자.
이제 탑에 아지러 갈 수 있어. 디테일도 되고. 상관없지.
상관없어.
같이 봐줄게.
맞아
봐줄게.
앞라인부터
그냥 싸우는 거.
아니 그러니까 우리
그냥 싸우면 안 돼. 빌면서 싸우자. 싸우자.
싸워 맞아.
빨리 마. 괜찮아. 빨리 와도 이제.
맞대.
앞라인.
나 궁.
좋아.
끝내. 끝났어.
나이스.
마무리해줄게.
아지러 어디야? 아지러 노플이야.
I still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill me. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitors! Betrayers! Outbreaker! You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has only just begun.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the space, where we enjoy a dignified game of League of Legends for our final series of the evening. This is, generally, the greatest of all League of Legends you can experience here at the LCK, where not a whole lot happens, but everything is a thinking man's game when it comes to the bros, and of course to KT as well. Gentlemen, shall we begin in the drafting phase?
Both teams essentially saying, I will not fight you, you will not fight me, but my AD carry is stronger than your AD carry. You must know I have built quite a few items on my 0 and 0 and 0 Lucian.
You got
so you must
German
stay away.
randomly.
I don't know.
I mean, if I'm on KT side, I would like to take a fight in the early game because I have Lucian Brown, which is really strong in the early game. But the thing is, they didn't really take the fight because
the early game is not for doing battle with it. The early game is for building your coffers.
Now, suppose you had a Gwyn at level 20 in the side lane.
Oh, golly gee.
Gorgeous.
If the enemy team is not fighting and not following you on the map, suppose you could just take the inhibitor and avoid fighting entirely.
Perhaps the Nexus would also be vulnerable at that point. I don't know. I believe there is one man, his name is Woodid, who can take us through our first and only highlight. And in a game like this, we want to make sure that we have the largest of highlights possible. This one would have been an hour long if Woodid had had his way, but we have cut it down to a mere 17 minutes.
It was really rough to figure out what highlight we should pick up from this game. But the thing is, so yeah, they had the Lucian Braum KT, so they had to play really aggressive from their bot lane, but they didn't. So Brion could literally just scale up for free. And I think after 30 minutes of farming and getting 3 items on Gwen, I think you should create some spaces for the team in the side lane. But what happens is that he's too scared to push out Xante in the side lane because, like, I think in this game, he should be the one who is fighting on the side lane proactively.
Notice also that even though he pushed the entire way to the inner turret, his team has no defensive shadowing or vision for him. He's just like, well, I guess I'll go do it again because the minions pushed back in. I'm going to keep farming over here. The rest of my team is fighting for a little bit of vision around Baron on the top side of the map, but this is as far as I'll go. There is nowhere I could see on the other side of the map or, you know, around the enemy blue buff, around the wolf camp. There could be anything in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the situation that you want as a Gwen. I think you should be the one like calling Xante on side wave, and then you can like easily just look for 1-3-1 in this case because Orianna can also get helped on the top side as well. So I think Brion could literally just open up the map with their abilities, with the champions.
And the problem is, Brion then won the game. We're going to play the clip forward, and is it bad that they were rewarded for this play?
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I think both of these teams playing very passively, right? When it comes to this angle here, Bro was willing to do one thing, and that was get Dragons post the opening double Drake for KT. They got 4 Cloud in a row. It's really challenging here for KT to set the fight they want because they don't have Engage, right? They have a Braum, and they have an Azir. And BDD does find the angle, but what you'll see when I mean, he's like, okay, they're all right there. I'm never going to get a better angle than this. When the Engage comes through, he ends up getting almost all of them, but look who survives. Teddy gets over the wall here. He's in a safe position. The Orianna Shockwave does a ton of damage and buys space. And now BD and Zhonya's can't do any damage. The casters explained this earlier. And aiming, unfortunately, has to go super deep to try to hit bio targets, but he's not hitting Teddy. So the front line just falls to pieces. And the one fight that Bro commit to is the one that gets them the insanely powerful 4 Drake stack Cloud Soul. And so now they can just zoom around the map. They can make insanely fast rotations, and Teddy is massive.
Yeah, and I have news. This just in. The former Bro, the man on the bottom side of the map, who is extraordinarily tall and is now sitting down in a chair, so I guess that height difference has been mitigated somewhat. But Polo is making his way back in, the man who knows the inner workings of the Bro, the man who built part of the Brew system for this team, and now he's there to take them down.
Why does KT always do this, where at the beginning of the year they just kind of keep cycling players in? I theorize, especially because sometimes on days where I've seen these players subbing in Game 2, the player who subs in Game 2 has already got their makeup done before Game 1. I'm like, the coaching staff is telling these guys, you're playing in game 2 no matter what happens. So I guess Paul is like, it's my turn. I don't know if this is good for long-term development, but in the short term, at least they're both going to get playtime.
Yeah, I just want to see him like making plays like with Nautilus and Leona, so we can actually have some good quality of highlights.
Yeah, I actually think that we're going to have plenty of fantastic highlights. And do you know what a huge highlight of my day is? When I get to throw it over to Brendan Valdez and Daniel Orks Harrison. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Wolf and Wadid. And we are back here for game number 2, which Bro was looking really good in game number 1 when not a lot happened, and they got to just scale for free and get into late game and win. I am curious what game number 2 looks like, though. Will KT learn from their mistakes? Will Paulo do a better job than Ghost, who, yeah, he had some whoopsies, but overall was generally okay? I'm interested to see. I think this can definitely look a lot differently, as yes, Paulo is in.
I think it's one of these situations where if you're playing Braum in that game, like, what can you do?
Yeah.
Like, you know, we always talk about the engage Braum. It's hard to engage on Braum. You know, you walk at them and press Q, and you play your bandle pipes. You know?
Yeah.
It's a good vibe.
Or you flash ult and you hit the enemy Pantheon.
Yeah.
And it does nothing.
But it's not the best at engaging. So I think part of it's going to come down to the draft as well. A draft that can be more proactive. Or, look, I'm going to be real. I'm going to be completely honest. If you're going to play like this, just draft something like Smolder.
Well,
I'm not even kidding. I'm like, if you want to play like this, fine. We have plenty of inane topics of conversation that we can lean on, right? The Bro fans, they love this sort of stuff. If KT want to opt into these long games, right, the KT fans, they've gone through all sorts of stuff. If you win, they'll be vibing. They really don't mind.
Yeah.
But just don't pick Lucian and then do nothing for 25 minutes. Like, if you're going to do that, pick Smolder. You think Aiming won't play Smolder?
He will play Smolder.
He would love to. You think Aiming won't play a champion where you literally go to your jungler, like, give me all your camps, I need stacks?
I need the little raptors, please.
He would love that. Honestly, he's probably begging for it right now. Just, if you're going to play like this, draft for it, right? Don't draft a composition that needs to be proactive, and then doesn't have the tools to do it.
Yeah. I mean, we used to say the same thing about DNF when they were DNF, now of course DNS, where they would have a pretty good early game, but then they would just kind of sit around and be very passive, and we're like, you just gotta play scaling picks if that's the way it's gonna go. But yeah, by the way, Digon does have some competition in the audience. I do wonder if he saw Bro's #1 fan, as was dictated by the sign that the man was holding.
I've never seen Digon holding a sign that said Bro's #1 fan.
That's true.
Yet.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, so, you know, we'll see. We'll see if that changes. We do see KT picking second pick, presumably because they don't want to end up with a canopy Gwen sort of situation.
Yeah, I feel like that certainly hurt, but at the same time, like, I don't know. There were definitely ways to win with what they had, but it just wasn't meant to be.
I'm seeing something here, right? Okay. Last game, KT, win proactive, right? And that's a big reason why they lost. Malphite, Java, what are these champions?
Proactive?
Engage champions.
Engage champions, yeah.
Yeah. Vi is, oh my god. Bro, they want to bro and brew, they get it. They understand. They have a theme. They want to chill out.
Yeah, really all that's left is like Nautilus.
Dude, if Teddy locks in, I swear, if he locks in like Smolder, they get it.
Might as well. I mean, even if you do fall a little bit behind, like you just watched T1 do it successfully against KT, and also almost do it successfully against BNK in our first series of the day.
Okay, things to note that are available. Nico is open. Nico, a champion who's pretty good at making things happen, especially because you can pretend to be a little minion and you can sneak up and surprise people. Nico Nocturne, pretty potent. No Orianna in sync with that, though. Yanara also open and available. Rise is something that's going to get prioritized here. Seen some counters to Rise. Cassiopeia, obviously one we've seen. We've also seen Anivia be a popular one. 100% win rate so far into it. So
isn't it just Chovy that played it though? A couple games.
Yes. Toying with the idea of the Yunara, obviously a pick that does scale quite well. Is a little bit short range, but does have that mobility. And the long range W that helps out a lot. So looking towards that, definitely more of a hyper carry than Lucian. But multiple damage threats might help if you go in the late stages of the game. We'll see what else KT pair up with this. Do they lock in a jungler here and go mid on 3? Or are you just going to take a mid straight into that Rise?
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of wait. And even if you don't pick Cassiopeia,
it's
okay, well, never mind.
BDD Classic, not too much of a surprise. It's been heavily prioritized in the LCK. It has been losing a lot in the LCK.
What you could have done is you could have just not picked mid, picked other things that are high tier, wait, and if they don't ban both Cassiopeia and Anivia, you just pick one of those.
You want to take a guess at the win rate of Clear right now?
Could have played it.
You want to take a guess?
Guess without looking at the sheet?
Yeah.
It's like 30% probably.
25%.
Yeah.
Okay, and we get Ambessa Renekton coming in for Bro, so honestly a lot of proactivity. They got the Renekton in the top lane, Ambessa in the jungle, and KT toying with the idea of a tank for Cuz. I feel like you're just going to get out-farmed by the Ambessa. And then you have point-and-click solo laners to set up this Ambessa. Instead they go for the Nico, so something to give a decent lane to the Yunara in most matchups, and also a solid engager. That being said, it's not like you have a Lulu to give all that support and shielding and the wild growth to the Yunara. But top side secured for Bro, no jungle or top picked up for KT. We'll see what they opt to take away from Teddy here. Varus hasn't been touched, Ezreal hasn't been touched.
I mean, Teddy is a guy that's been around for a very long time. He can play all sorts of things. Definitely does love his fountain lasery, kind of hyper carry-esque, longer range stuff. I think Aphelios is a good shout. Yeah. Especially with a very front-liney, kind of bruisery core in the top side.
Nocturne, I think, makes sense. Nocturne Nico really strong even without the Orianna. That combination is pretty frustrating to deal with. 4 jungle bans so far from Bro. So clearly targeting a specific role. I don't think there's anything else you'd want to take away from the jungle. But at this point, I think it might just be a shot in the dark. Nautilus taken away, which is often banned when you are going Yunara. That point and click CC, a good answer to her and her mobility. I think it's going something like Alistar's just a bit of a bad time in lane.
We have seen people try it.
They have, definitely. I mean, maybe with, like, if you have a stronger lane to pair with it, it's not as bad. Trundle gonna be taken away. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Cuz to play it.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle would have been fine. You're up against relatively low range. I think it could have worked, but I just don't think he was going to play it, to be honest. Nara is going to come out here against the Renekton, so we're going to have to wait on the Cuz pick. Could technically be Talia. I don't think it will be. Talia very common into Rise. So now thinking about Sivir or Varus.
Yeah, I think Varus obviously longer range, good poke, good lane, but doesn't have that mobility, and into Nico can be a little bit. Nico, Nara especially, if you end up out of position, there's nothing to change that. Civ obviously has that spell shield and a lot of movement speed. Varus, Karma, so they're winning lane.
Yeah.
They are looking to crush lane. And honestly, mid lane as well, it's a favorable matchup. Top lane, not so fun, but you know, it is what it is. And it might just be the Mundo for Cuz.
Yeah, he didn't say anything during this hovering period, so I guess it was predetermined that he was going to be going Mundo. He gave the nod, and it was locked in.
Well, definitely a more proactive comp than last time with the Nico, but I still think Bro pretty happy with how things have panned out. This mid jungle in particular, pretty fearsome. just the fact that you have the Ambessa and you have so much reliable CC. Yeah, point and click in the top lane, point and click in the mid lane. Varusol is pretty reliable. You know, it's not point and click, but you know, it's long range CC. And then once one of those hits Ambessa, just connect onto a target. You know, you are playing into a Yunara, who's typically a difficult target to pin down. I feel like aiming's gonna have to go cleanse here.
In bronze. It's a 40-year-old mid-jungle duo there. They've come down to watch the LCK. They're in bronze. But it's okay.
Hey, Brendan.
Still enjoy the game.
They're currently in bronze.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just going off what was on the sign.
Lucid was in silver not that long ago. Right?
Yeah.
Aiming was an iron.
Still in gold.
Aiming was an iron not that long ago. We all start somewhere.
And here he is on the LCK stage playing Yunara.
There we go.
Of all picks.
We all start
pressure
somewhere.
on him. Breon versus KT Rolster, game 2.
세계사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 could be, if Bro win, the last game before we do get into Super Week next week. It would definitely throw off our pattern of Baron group winning 1 and then Elder group winning 1, because both Bro and T1 are in group Baron, and that would give them the lead. So
also,
pressure's on.
I mean, no matter what, Max's prediction's been ruined, because either group Baron win or it's a 6-gamer.
Yeah, that was done when Bro won game 1, unfortunately.
Ruined.
Yeah.
Tragic.
I mean, Atlas is right about a lot of things, but very rarely stuff like this can happen, so don't hold it against him.
That's what makes it exciting, though.
Yeah.
Breaking the script. Okay, aiming and Palu doing a decent job of trading so far.
Yeah. Even though Palu did get hit by the Mantra Q.
I do feel like level 1 is one of the weaker points of the Lethality Virus, though. And especially like after a couple of backs is when it gets really painful. Well, after 1 back, to be honest.
Yeah, even after hitting level 2 first, they didn't aggressively push forward. Just playing it patiently. They are down a combat summoner as Teddy has TP. And Yunara is on a 6-game losing streak with 6 different players playing this. That's pretty impressive, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been a struggle.
Can we look at the Talia one now?
That'd be good.
It's probably not quite on the same losing streak, but still doesn't really have a good...
I think Teddy's trying to get a recall TP and buy tier.
Yeah.
Palu's getting very low.
It's okay. Home guard, as Gideon and Cuz are here, might butt heads or briefcases. Cuz is going to throw one at Gideon. Gideon said he didn't bring his.
Did dodge the second one, though.
Yeah, they try to fight over the scuttle, but...
Yeah, the TP advantage, though, just from Teddy means he's back first, so this should be secured by Bro. Unless Cuz slides in. No.
Yeah, a little too risky, I think, to try to force that. It's not the biggest deal in the world, it's just
And
a scuttle.
now Gideon should be able to look for the double scuttle angle.
I mean, BDD is moving first. It doesn't look like Roma really wants to move as the flash comes in, and the knockback here on Gideon is big. But Gideon is going to flash away. Cuz also down his flash, but has now the open angle to go.
Yeah, Namgoon didn't come with. He was like, I've spent enough time, I'm going bot. So the combo from BDD making the difference there. But a lot of pressure given at bot as well from the time away. So Gideon loses flash, and Roma also losing sums. Ends up being pretty favorable for KT.
Yeah. Namgoon does get back, so can continue this laning phase.
This is really the point, though, where Teddy starts putting more points in his queue. He has tier, so mana isn't really as much of an issue. This is where they should start putting the pain.
Well, instead, they are going to get rooted up, and Teddy is in a bunch of trouble, aggressively trying to trade there. At least a bunch of damage is done to aiming, but he's going to hold on to his flash. And again, they have barrier and heal and a bunch of stuff missed from Teddy.
So this is where they should start really putting the pain on the lane. But instead, if you get hit by everything, miss everything, and they run up to you and order you a lot, then that happens.
Yeah.
So, you know, things are never guaranteed in League of Legends. That's why we obviously play the game out. We don't just see the draft and say, oh, this team won or that team won.
Or we don't listen to Alice's voodoo magic.
You know, aiming and Polu finding a good advantage there. And Teddy with a bit of a misstep, we'll say, that gets punished extremely quickly. And of course, I do have to take some responsibility for a bit of a caster curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, somebody has to take over now that now House is gone.
Now he's going to hit level 5 and have 3 points in Q. And then he's really going to put the pain down. Right?
That's a lot of points in Q.
That's a lot of points in Q. Look at this Q that's going to come out. He's going to hit this. He's going to hit this. You ready?
I'm ready.
Any second now.
Let's see it.
Any second.
Now. He hit them both.
Yeah, I also went through the minions though, so I didn't do as much damage.
Unlucky.
Still.
These guys, like, I don't know what happened, but after game 1, they're like, no, we got to fight all the time.
You know, they have these things called coaches, and they probably said, guys, next time just fight. Win or lose, please, just fight.
But I don't know if they would have said that in the Bro case, though. I mean, things went pretty well, and it made sense for their comp.
Yeah, but Bro...
But Gideon's like, no, we're going in.
Bro are just tracking the vibes, you know?
So Cuz is like, no, I got to check this brush. And he is just dead. First blood is given over to Gideon on the jungle Ambessa. That is a problem.
That's a great feeling for him. Definitely a pick you can snowball on. So him getting that first kill, he's going to feel great. And also, Ambessa is a pick champion who has such a strong one-item spike. So if you get ahead on it,
yeah,
scary stuff.
And you're farming, you can finish your quest quicker, you can just get around the jungle quicker.
I said I thought aiming was going to take cleanse this game, and he didn't. So, good luck aiming, I guess. He didn't take cleanse, and Polu's playing Nico, and Nico's one of those champions where you always build Rocket Belt first. It's like core to the champion. Like, if you're not going to build Rocket Belt first, why are you playing Nico?
And he is.
You need to extend it, your combo. Yeah, he's obviously going to build it.
Maybe second item.
Maybe. But also, like, you're often so distanced from the Yunara.
Yeah.
The thing is, right, if he gets hit by, I mean, pick an ability, right? If he just gets hit by one of them.
Karma ult.
W.
No, just the...
No, I mean...
He just hits the R button.
If he gets hit by one of the CC abilities, like, he's just dead. Like, you're going to have Gideon and will just laser track you and ult you, and then you just die. Does look like Gideon's going for Spirit Shojin first, which we have seen from one of our jungle Ambessas. Does mean you're a bit bulky early. You don't get as insane a one-item spike as the Eclipse, but a little bit more durable, which I guess if you're going to just jump in with your ult, does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Maybe some more extended trades.
Cuz just opened a crystal shop, right? He's got gems he wants to tell you about. He's been speaking to Tarek a bit too much.
Yeah, I don't want to see any Tarek, to be honest. Like, every time we see Tarek, it's like, oh, this is a great angle. Like, he's going to get so much value with his ult. And then they, like, always ult, and then nothing happens because the enemy team immediately backs, and then
well, it's cause
he doesn't have his ult.
It's because they often end up having to ult defensively, or
yeah,
you often have your engage in the support role, and instead you have a Tarek, so you ult, and then you want someone to keep the fight going, and that would be your support, but instead you have a Tarek, so
yeah,
that's what happens.
Well, he's got Dazzle.
Often I'm not dazzled.
Yeah. It's not too interesting. Guess who is back in the bot lane? It is Cuz.
Oh, Roma's roaming.
He is. Living up to his name. Maybe you saw that game where Faker played Rise.
He did just go kind of round the rock and Perfect went the other way, so we'll be able to pick up the grubs though. In the meantime, Cuz gets the dragon, so a bit of a trade-off. Casting though, getting some plates. Actually up and farm against the Gnar, so that's nice.
Yeah, he's been kind of dominating this lane.
They're planning to kill him.
Well, this will be on Vision, as Gideon is very much threatening it, but a little bit too obvious.
They're seen on the ward, and if they do it slowly, EDD's going to come, so they back out.
Mega is kind of close, you know.
Yeah, they're playing it safe.
Bit dangerous.
It's a logical decision.
Yeah. We don't like kills anyway. But this one makes sense. Playing it carefully. Here's Palu just saying hello.
Yeah, Romo, a little ghost just to step away. Mega now about to hit, casting. He's fine. He's okay. He's good.
Yeah, I do wonder about Perfect. He had a rough time in the first game, played Cassante into Gwen. And now he counterpicks the Renekton with Gnar, and he's behind 500 gold. So that's not the best start for him.
Not ideal. Suboptimal has been said. Phrase people have used. But it's okay. You know, at least they have more tools to be proactive, and they have a Yunara, right? With no cleanse. Into a lot of CC. Well, you know,
maybe
we'll see.
Cuz will build Mikhail's.
Oh. With a heal and shield power?
Yeah.
Oh. I like your thinking.
Yeah. Nico doesn't need that. Shojin completed, so it is the first item spike of sorts. There's a lot of vision in that bottom side of the map here for KT. They have two lines. They have the control wards, and then they have the deeper wards.
They really haven't punished bot lane as much as I thought they would. Look at that big Mantra Q. I thought more of that would be happening, to be honest.
Maybe because Cuz just lives here? I mean, he's always here. And so is Gideon, but like...
Well, he's wearing a suit, so I think he works here. Maybe doesn't live.
All right, there's the engage. They're going in onto the Varus. The root is there, and Palu's like, wait, what happened? Nobody went in. Palu is dead. Aiming also in a bit of trouble. Even with the Talia coming down, Gideon says, thank you very much. I will take that kill. Gets the shield from the Karma and is still going as now Roamer shows up. Bit of a roam from him. And they say, well, we did enough. We got the kills, and we'll back away now.
Yeah, they knew Gideon was there, right? Probably not the play you go for. This Ambessa had a full item. No one else in the game has a full item, and they still went for that play. Bold decision.
She just got a Caulfield's Warhammer on the back right after she finished Shojin.
Yeah. You also just weren't going to kill Teddy. Like, there wasn't follow-up.
No. Zero.
Like, you look at this play, so Apollo's like, I'm going to go for Teddy, okay? Shield on him. No one's hitting him. Just the Nico. Nico immediately... Oh.
Uh-oh. And now we got a Rise coming up here again, and it's even Gideon too! And Gideon gets a third kill!
Oh, he's so fed. Yeah, I mean, he was already fed in this play. And also, aiming doesn't have cleanse, so when the Chains of Corruption spread, he also got rooted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not...
We saw the game where the J4 was really fed, right? Game 2 of T1 versus B&K. And kind of like sat around, was fed, didn't do a whole lot. You know, Raptor was fed, and yeah, he put his influence on the map. But this is different. This is an Ambessa with 3 kills. And I do think that he's not really going to be too scared, especially early on. Like, aiming doesn't even have one item yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Top lane, you pick Gnar into Renekton. The Renekton's gig ahead, right? Jungle is monster fed, and it's Ambessa. And
into Mundo.
You just don't have that much damage right now to actually cut through this Ambessa. Also, Talia is just kind of being anemic when we've seen her. She just hasn't been doing damage.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like first item Seraphs, it just doesn't cut through enough. So it's also this Rise, right? It's, you know, Rise just feels so bulky.
Bulky scales really well. Tons of damage. The whole comp does damage.
He's going to get Actualizer. Yeah. There's also Shirelias, so everyone's going Zoom Zoom. It's not looking good, right? What they need, though, they need someone from Bro to misstep. They need picks. Arguably, Bro has better chance of finding and setting up picks, but KT need the picks if this is going to be a competitive game. Maybe they can ask Bro to borrow some of their pick tools. Can we use a Chain of Corruption? They need a Silas.
Yeah.
They had a Silas, they could be like, hey, let me borrow that.
Yeah, Silas wasn't banned.
I think it wasn't it?
No?
No? Oh.
It was available.
Oh, okay.
We saw Nocturne Trundle bans. We saw 5 jungles. Malphite, J4, Vi, Nocturne Trundle.
Honestly, you have some decent ults with Silas.
We could have had Cuz playing Silas instead. He's playing Mundo.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I needed some frontline. More frontline. But this Ambessa isn't actually at the scariest point, but it's still very scary. But if the Ambessa's going to get Eclipse next, I assume, and just... Oh my god. Oh lord.
Yeah.
Oh lordy.
It's going to be rough. As, yeah, the root comes down on a Cuz. He's just dead.
Oh my god.
Not sure what happened there. I mean, just not respecting their ability to follow up, and now Palu's left all alone, and he's dead too. And now the Rise gets a kill. Gideon got a 4th one? What?
This is literally, it's just a bully composition. It's like, you know in those films they used to have, right? Like in the 90s and stuff, where you'd have like the bully, and he'd have his cronies, and they would hold them back, they'd hold their arms, and they'd come over and punch them. That is the composition. And then Gideon, he's the main bully. So look, roots them, and then he just comes in and ults them. He doesn't have, you can't miss, right? It's not fair. You can't miss. He just again, Roma roots them.
Hold him in place.
Just hold them in place, and Gideon just comes over and beats them up. It's not fair.
It's really brutal.
It's not difficult.
Especially from the head. Like, they can just do whatever they want to any of them. The Mundo doesn't matter.
He went Endless Hunger. I don't think this... this item's really good, but I think it's better later. Because obviously the ability haste skills with AD. But I'm gonna be brutally honest. I don't think it matters. You know... I think Eclipse is really good. I think you should have gone Eclipse. I don't think it matters, you know. You know what, Gideon, you could have built AP. Don't do that, but you could have.
I think maybe then it would have mattered.
I think then it maybe would have mattered. But maybe even then. I don't know. This game's looking pretty doomed, but we'll see. What can KT do to bring... Oh, no.
Here he is, the head bully. They're going to hold him in place. Oh, they kind of messed that one up, but it's okay. Namgung takes about a bajillion damage, and he is going to have to flash that one. And now Gideon kind of in an awkward spot here.
Oh my god, they left the head bully!
Oh no, the double knock up into the Gnar! And the shutdowns go the way of KT. Well, casting's just in the bottom lane, but the punish was there for KT.
That's what happens when the main character and his friends unite to fight back against the bullies.
Yeah.
He's not so tough without his cronies. There you go. That's the lesson. That's the lesson we learn from these movies.
One of the cronies was Namgung, but he didn't have flash, and he was like 40% health, and he's Karma.
Yeah.
So
he was the lamest of the cronies.
Didn't do a whole lot of holding.
Oh,
more of a talker.
The cronies are back.
Yeah. BDD is definitely dead. Really, the only question is how.
This is episode 5. The cronies strike back.
There it is. They give the kill over to Roamer. Definitely a good idea. He is now 2-0. And working towards that Seraphs. Casting just going to go ahead and take the turret.
Yeah, not much you can... Oh.
Got him.
Hold him for a second. Now Palu's here.
I don't think... Okay, when aiming gets here, that will be a problem.
Looking a little bit... Oh, Varus is TP... He wants a kill.
All right, that's a flash away from the chains. And just like that, trading TP for the flash. Of course, casting also did have to flash away.
Oh, I will say one thing. I mean, I don't think they have a crazy amount of CC, but Gideon, if he goes Merc Treads Endless Hunger, that's a lot of tenacity.
Yeah.
He'll be very tenacious with that combination.
It's like Tenacious A. Tenacious Ambessa.
Oh, yeah.
Not Tenacious D. That's the other one.
Yeah, the other one. The more well-known one.
The music one. This one's more of a fighter. Tenacious A.
Yeah.
And he really will be. I mean, there's not a huge amount of lockdown on the side of KT. Like, the Nico holds a lot of it. Sure, there is, you know, Gnar ult and Talia and stuff like that. But, yeah, basically you could just kind of run around and do whatever you want as Ambessa.
As opposed to before when he was not doing that.
Well, now he can, like, really do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Namgung picks up the blue.
Yeah, of course. Of course. He's like the head crony, you know, really following him closely. backing him up. He knows where his bread is buttered.
Yeah. Gideon is... I'm just curious, like every time he goes for a back, I just want to see what he buys next time.
Oh, it's Cloud Soul again? Another big Cloud Soul game, honestly. Both teams.
Yep.
Decent amount of value here.
It feels pretty good. Gideon did go back and just finish his Merc Treads and pick up a longsword. So
now he is Tenacious A.
Not that interesting at the moment. But yes, he has earned the nickname. Sorelia's into burst damage. And aiming is low.
Was that Shredder's and Ghost Blade? They're gonna be if they get Cloud Soul as well, they're gonna be zooming.
They really will be. And now they're just kind of sieging the turret. Cuz comes over, and as Muno, you don't really have like this ability to hard engage or like be a big threat. You just kind of stand in front of your team.
He's just organizing a business meeting.
Yeah. So he's just kind of on the phone and not really doing a whole lot.
I would be so tilted if my teammate was just on the phone, you know, in the middle of a game. A lot of poke coming in on BDD, trying to defend this tower. Cuz is there, on the phone again.
He is there. I just... He bought Heartsteel first, which, fair enough.
Will he get a stack? Will he get a stack?
He doesn't
That is the
have
question.
any stacks.
Yeah.
I think eventually you just have to. Like, you're going to survive for long enough, and you're going to attack something eventually, even if it's as the Nexus is dying.
I feel like my issue with Heartsteel is I'm always in, like, the ARAM mindset, where, like, I can't fight the compulsion of just always procking it.
Yeah.
Like, once I've procced Heartsteel on a target, they no longer exist to me.
Yeah.
It's like if I have Heartsteel, I'm like going from target to target. I'm like Heartsteel proc, you know. If the enemy carries 1 HP, but I procced Heartsteel, I don't care anymore, you know?
Yeah.
That's my issue, which obviously isn't a good way to play.
Oh boy. Oh, the chains even as well. And a bit of extra damage on a BDD. That Talia wall was like that meme where the guy slaps the tape onto the, like, the side of it's got like a hole in it, a bunch of water was coming out.
Flex seal?
Yeah,
Flex seal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
BD just throws down the wall. He's like, all right, here, mid lane is fixed.
Yeah,
and then it goes
didn't really fix it.
It's just gone. This kind of feels like what KT is doing from behind. Like, yeah, they're trying to wait for Yunar to get some items, but like, they're just trying to patch up some holes where there really is no ability to do so.
You know, I thought last game, I was like, they're just doing nothing. And they're eventually gonna... Why does this game feel worse?
Well, it was good in the beginning. We had like a faster start, but now we're very much kind of in a similar spot.
Also, is Gideon just not going to build Eclipse?
Maybe he doesn't think the item's good on Ambessa. Ox did give me a very particular look after I said that. I don't actually believe that he thinks Eclipse is not good on Ambessa, but he still hasn't built it. Goes for a Hex Drinker first.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good item. Oh, sneaky minion. Why is there 4 melee minions? I don't know.
That's the route into the Slurkle.
Did they change that this season? They made 4 melee... Oh no, it's a Nico. It's very sneaky.
Yes. It's great work. Fantastic work. Nice knockback there, knocking the shield off of Gideon. That's all he wanted to do. He didn't want to actually do any damage.
Man, it's so unfun playing in the Poke Champions. But also, I can't really feel bad for KT, because remember that last year they played their like Ziggs Zoe composition?
Yeah.
So, you know.
That was great. That was a lot of fun to cast, not to play against.
To cast, to play, not to play against.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure...
We got Coach Voice.
I think Teddy and I'm gonna having fun right now.
Probably.
What do you think they're saying in the Coach Voice? You guys are doing great, keep it up.
I would imagine, because Bro is one of the teams that actually does use it, as we can see here. They're probably saying, okay, you guys have a good lead. You need to push it further. Because, yeah, the Cloud Souls are good, the Cloud Drakes are good, but, like, kind of sitting around with a 4-1 Ambessa, it does feel like eventually is going to lose value as the game gets very late. Not a ton of value, like, she's still going to be strong.
Let's come in, they're like, Gideon, where is your Eclipse?
Hang hangs up the phone immediately. I have nothing else to say. You know, sometimes we get the replays of what the coach is saying.
Maybe.
And sometimes we don't.
Yeah, maybe talking about...
What do you think they're saying when
I think
we
maybe,
don't get to
maybe talking about setups for the dragon fight could be good. Priorities there. That's the next big objective that's coming up. And obviously how, you know, Baron's after that, so that could be the thing.
This is so sad for Cuz. I mean, he's just watching his jungle get taken. And Gideon is 3 levels up on him.
Well,
there's nothing that Cuz can do.
He's 2 and a bit. Okay. He's about to hit 15. So
at the moment, 15 to 12.
Visually 3.
15 minus 12 is 3.
This is the thing when you snowball on a jungler like Ambessa, who is a fast clearer.
Yeah.
And okay, this is something I thought quite a bit in this jungle season.
Got the Crux.
You get extra golden XP after you complete your jungle quest. We've generally seen the jungle meta in the LCK just be, let's play the same stuff we always do. But these fast clearers, like if you get ahead of the curve, you get so far ahead, as we can see now.
Yeah.
You get so strong, so it's working great here. And now they have control of the area. Oh no, this Gnar.
Little face check. Just a little one here from Perfect, down to 40% health. Even lower, actually. Went down to like 15%.
By the way, he just TP'd in.
Yeah. He was just out of the fight. I mean, this is Cloud Drake gone.
You know you get a 30% HP shield when you TP in.
Yes.
So he will have had that. And they burned through that. Actually, the casting and power W, that all broken the shield. Rest in pieces.
Yeah. Renekton OP in this meta.
So broken.
So there you go. Just a free Cloud Drake, just like that.
Yep. Nice work from Bro. You know what? They are brewing. They are brewing very well right now.
He built the full maw. I wasn't sure if he was going to do that. I guess might as well if you're playing Ambessa.
They don't have that much magic damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have a bit from Cuz, but, like, Cuz, his Q is, like, current health damage, right? So it's magic damage when you're healthy.
Yeah.
There's BDD, but he's... I mean...
it's Talia.
And also... When he has Shadow Flame, sure. But, like, he's going to generally full combo you when you're healthy. I mean, Nara... There's, like, bits from everyone. There is, like, a moderate amount of magic damage, but it's not, like, a crazy magic damage.
Could have had Eclipse as well. Like, he could have been a lot stronger.
I bet he's going to go Death Stance next. He'll do that. He will.
I mean, there is that line of thinking where it's like, all right, I'm already fed enough. Our team has enough damage. Let me just be tanky.
Let me just ult in and not die. Yeah. I get it. Being responsible with your lead. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm judging it, but I get it.
We got a shield bow.
It gives us something to talk about, though. Isn't that nice?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Playing dangerous there. I see you. Oh, aiming not having a fun time.
On the edge.
Yeah. It's always fun and calm when you're speeding yourself up, running around. Oh, top lane is battling.
Oh, here we go. We got a wall coming down as BDD is going to make this interesting. Aiming coming over the Slurkle does so much actually to keep him in place, but the follow-up is not there. As now the Ambessa is here, the raid boss is here to party. As Tenacious A is going to actually run away. Roamer in there in the thick of things. At least it is traded back as aiming is no longer on the rift, but Teddy is separated from his team. Looks like Cuz, very healthy, is able to run them down.
Yeah, 1-for-1 overall. Everyone just flew in. It's like they were waiting for an opportunity to fight. In the end, won't really amount to much. I'm not gonna lie, Gideon just, despite the Maw, kind of just looked like very squishy in that passage of play. So initially it's KT the one that's kicking things off. Perfect slams casting in, but BDD can't quite get there in time. Casting flashes away and the shove was pretty far off. Teddy gets focused down. And then here Gideon kind of just gets melted by aiming.
Yeah.
The Maw shield does a little bit to BDD's damage, but obviously he's got no armor, so aiming was just melting him, but he gets exploded. And in the end, Polu is very low. Roman nearly has Actualizer. That's a big spike.
Yeah. We haven't talked too much about Roamer, outside of the fact that eventually he's going to become a problem.
And we did say he roamed, you know, that was something. That was cute. That was a long time ago.
Oh, third coach voice usage from Bro. I didn't notice them using it in game 1.
Honestly, okay, no.
They got
Here's
a
my
coach in
take.
there.
If you're like, hey, I should be responsible with my lead and shouldn't die, why wouldn't you just go GA third instead of Maw? That's a better question.
Yeah, I don't know. The Maw just seems like not a good idea, but
who am I to question?
Yeah.
I mean, he gives you a lot of vamp, but you already have a lot of vamp, right? With the Endless Hunger and the passive vamp.
He's all about stacking the stats that he already has.
I don't know, man. Anyway, they have a GA on casting. I think they'll have the actualizer soon, so they'll be able to actualize all over the place. Because he's done it. He has a Heartsteel stack, 22 of them to be exact, which I can absolutely tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, that amounts to 1 empowered auto.
Yep.
He got one little dink in, you know?
It's more of a bonk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little bit of satisfaction. It's now level 16 Rise, though, from Roma with the actualizer, so he's very strong.
포킹하고 하는 게 좋아. 나도 궁을 안 들어갈 거야. 민재도 그냥 와리가리만 하고.
It's fine. Don't start with Renekton getting caught. Play with Yomu. Probably talking about what we saw earlier with, you know, the Ghost Blade and the Shurelia's combo. Speaking about not getting caught at first, Gideon is just going to have to go in. He is actually quite tanky regardless, but eventually will bite the dust as all 5 of them were just railing on the tenacious Ambessa, and that was a little bit too much. It looked like a denial of the Blast Cone as well that kind of kept him in there.
Not a good way to start the fight, because they said don't start with Renekton getting caught. This is starting with Ambessa getting caught.
They're like, okay, Ambessa.
Yeah, that's Dragon. So no soul for Bro. No soul for KT either, though. We're a long way away. Unless Teddy's going to steal it.
There's somebody in the brush. He's got a little bit of vision. That was a decent amount of damage. And the guy in the brush
so hard with it being like 1.4k smite. He just ran.
Yeah, he's very fast. Cloud Rift and Ghost going to be more than good enough to get away from that.
Okay, so still a bit of a lead for Bro, but not that much. And again, the game has been going a long time, so that goal lead is not that significant.
Oh, it's a denial with the CC. And Cuz is getting pretty low as down to about 1% he goes. As Roamer did Realm Warp in, but couldn't quite find the angle. That's a bunch of damage into Palu.
It's through Celestial Opposition.
Yeah.
A lot of damage. They are just going to start the Baron. Cuz is trying to heal up passively. It's up at 600 health, no flash. So,
there it is.
He's got ult.
Yeah, ult comes up, but the damage is real onto this Baron. Cuz has to provide a frontline. We got no Meganar as well. Namgoon taking so much burst. Palu, it's the Baron. It steals the Baron away. Unbelievable. How is he able to do that? And now BDD taking a bunch, but Roamer's going to go down to defend Yunora. That's Teddy on the backline, but he's pretty low himself. And aiming is still on the chase. Dashes forward. And Cuz once casting, but aiming, able to push forward the circle. Gonna get on top of Teddy, and down he will go. 978 gold. And Gideon and Bro are struggling now, as they are considering sticking around. We don't really have ults available, so they're just going to walk away.
You know what? This might just be the method, right? We saw this from T1. KT have learned from them. You pick Mundo, you do a little bit of goofing about, you steal the objective, and you win. It's that simple, right? This was Gideon getting caught. No way you get out of there. I don't care how fed you are. And then this, this is crazy because Cuz was nowhere near.
So this should not happen.
You don't need to safety smite. You don't need to try and smite exactly on 1400.
Oh, the belt!
Because Cuz isn't near. So you don't need to try and smite exactly on 1400. He's not near, he doesn't have flash. You can let it get to like 1200, right? So the fact he's trying to smite it exactly on 1400 is just a massive flaw that allows it to happen.
Casting's going in, and he's kind of caught here. He's a big Renekton, but okay, does have the GA. They fight aiming! He's frontlining and just dies. It's now perfect. He's got Meganar. I think they're considering going in on this one as we're just realm warping out.
Yeah, disengaged, right call there. Didn't have the cooldowns available immediately. They managed to take out aiming, but not sure if they can really translate immediately. This game has turned into a whole mess.
We just knew eventually it was going to break open at some point.
Yeah.
Finally.
How did this one start? Oh, that's how. He was like, I'm just going to jump onto the Nico.
I have GA, guys. It's fine.
And then Teddy from over the wall snipes him. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Actually works out pretty well. But then they're like, hey, Meganar about to come up. We got to disengage. We have brewed long enough, it seems. That is certainly a gold graph.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't a gigantic lead, but it was a strong lead early that plateaued. And unfortunately, they weren't able to continue with it.
130 until Dragon, it would be Sulfur Bro. I do think the movement speed would come in very useful with how these fights are playing out. Roma, I think, will have Flash. I don't think anyone else on Bro will, apart from Namgoon. Aiming has Flash. BDD should be up in time. Perfect has Flash, which is pretty big. So Summoner economy, a little bit favored towards KT. In terms of items, I mean, Aiming is super strong right now and has got a QSS, which is big.
He didn't need cleanse.
Cuz has even more stacks, right, on his heart steal.
Yeah.
Wow. GA now picked up by Gideon as well.
Yeah. So Gideon's got it. Finishes that off. Still no Eclipse. That's fine. The GA of casting on cooldown did use it in the last fight. And Bro are here a minute ahead. So they are making it clear we're staking our claim on this objective. Do not approach. Cuz has different ideas. As Gideon wants to engage, and Cuz is taking an immense amount of damage, but he is Mundo. Does pop the ult here, though, pretty early on.
Yeah, it's not that long cooldown at this late, but it's still going to be a while.
Meganar timing actually gets procced here. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but it looked like kind of Teddy was trading with him, and now he's Meganar right now. But I think he is not going to have it for the fight, if Bro played this correctly.
Yeah, this is actually perfect for Bro. If they act now, no Meganar, Cuz still doesn't have his ult for like another 30 or so seconds. But they need to make it happen.
Yeah, they're trying to get this scuttle for the vision. They are going to pick it up. And now casting just going to get in the brush.
Yeah, trying to land poke. PFX building up his Narbar again.
BDD over the wall, going to do a nice chunk here to casting, who kind of has to get out of dodge. And now the Meganar is coming up because enough time has passed. So now we have that right on time, and now Bro are like, oh, I don't know about this, and trying to go for the steal. Gideon will not get it. Smites have not been on point, as now Cuz looking for the engage. They've got perfect with Flash. He wants the angle, gets rooted immediately, has to flash away, and Gideon accesses the back line. It does a ton to Palu, has the GA. And now it's Bro on the front line pushing forward as Aiming doesn't have a front line. BDD is also on the run. Down goes the Gnar. Aiming is by himself on the bottom side trying to 1v4. Flashes over the wall, gets one, picks up another. He's going to move. Three. He's going insane mode as it's the Quadra for Aiming making a pentakill on 12,000 damage.
He takes them all down. It feels like a 1v5. BDD there to back him up. Aiming puts the game on his back and cleans up the Bros. That's the champion you need. If you're gonna take the game to this late, that's the champion you need. What a crazy fight here. It felt like Bro had this one. You know, they go for the engage and they start to whittle down members of KT. You see as they're moving forward, they take out Palu, that slow advance comes in, the Realm Warp forwards. You see Perfect goes down, Cuz goes down, they're focusing Aiming, but he's just pumping out damage here. Flashes over, takes out Roma. And just these members don't have the damage, casting moves forward. We'll get the point of view. How does Teddy die is what I'm wondering.
Well, I think he's the first
Aiming,
one.
yeah, he dashes in on him.
Oh, that's...
The target selection's the main thing.
Yeah.
He takes out the threats. Main threats go down first. All the damage threats.
Yeah. Nicer. And these fans were losing their minds. Like, we had this in the picture-in-picture. Yeah, I don't know. The call must have been because Namgoon got the root on a BDD, and Teddy flashed forward to hit the arrow onto BDD, going right into the arms of Aiming. And that was the biggest issue, because then you just don't have your Vars.
So, draft a hyper carry, yeah.
Yes.
Draft a hyper carry.
Well, if the game is going to go 40 minutes every time.
Draft a hyper carry,
probably should.
And now KT feeling in control, setting up for the Baron.
Smolder next game?
damage on it. It's gonna go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, they do have some vision on it. They see 11K. BD's still on the right side, has his wall. Gideon obviously wants to get in there. It's just going to come down to a flip, it looks like, as Gideon gets into the pit. And this time it does go to Gideon, as in the back line goes Casting, looking for BDD, but he is not going to get him, as meanwhile we had Gideon fall to aiming, and Casting just, trying to get him over the wall, but the timing not quite there on the Realm Orb. So Casting should be going down, as he does do a decent amount of damage, but at the end of the day, it's just aiming to get yet another kill on 10 now.
They get the Baron, it's 2 for 1. I think if the Baron had gone down 2 KT, maybe that would have been enough for them to push for the end.
Yeah.
But I think Bro going to be able to defend here and just clear the waves up. A lot of wave clear. And I don't think KT can force this one 4v3. See how this one panned out. Gideon, Smite's been a little bit off this game, but able to force his way in here.
This one got pretty low. 255.
Yeah.
Maybe early from Cuz?
I think Cuz was trying to combo with damage and he just didn't quite calculate.
Yeah.
And here Casting, trying to find his way out. It was a nice attempt from Roma over the wall to help Casting out, but doesn't quite find it.
And just another kill for Aiming, who, yes, is full build, has his GA up, doesn't have his flash right now, might be able to get it as this dragon is spawning. Actually, he picks up an LDR, so probably sold something, unless he hadn't finished that yet. I kind of doubt it, based on the amount of kills in 41 minutes.
Was full build. He switched something out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so he's now 100% crit. He has Mix, Scimitar, so that has a bit of lifesteal. Obviously, doesn't have Bloodthirster, but has GA.
There's no more coach voice, but I think they got to play around Teddy's poke a little bit more. Roamer in some trouble. He barely gets away, but he is not out scot-free. He is pretty damaged, and this dragon is about to spawn. Now he is going to get that empowered recall and get back here pretty quickly with the home guards.
Cannot state enough how much they cannot let Aiming get this Dragon Soul. This champion is already such a problem with the movement speed it has. You can't.
They're gonna kill this
Gideon's
so fast.
so far away. You have to get in.
They're gonna kill this so fast. Like
gets Cloud Soul. I think it's just doomed.
Yeah, Gideon has to get in right now. He is going to flash and miss the smite as it goes to Aiming, and the front line immediately goes down. Palu is out, but look at Aiming. He is dashing. He is smashing once again, looking for Casting, looking for that front line. And Pro are like, no, please don't attack us. We come in peace. And you know what? They're actually able to disengage. They have a little wave in the mid lane as well. They're actually going to push up to this inhibitor turret, funnily enough. But Aiming still very scary, along with the rest of KT with Cloud Soul.
Yeah, so they've been routed a bit and going to lose it in here. I'm just concerned because now Aiming for the rest of the game, 15% extra movement speed and that on-demand movement speed on ult, you're going to get chased down.
What?
Don't try again. Guys,
come on.
Lock in.
Lock in. Gideon's in trouble. He's getting kited out by a Gnar.
Bro, lost their minds.
Yeah, bro are just, I don't know what's going on. Gideon is just out of this one. Down he's gonna go. And that's the GA also on cooldown.
Like when Aiming ults, he's gonna be so fast. He's just gonna run you down, and those empowered autos from the Fiend Hunter bolts are just gonna, yeah, it's gonna hit.
Could certainly like 2 or 3 tap a couple of people. I do think, you know, even that last fight, if he had Cloud Soul, he probably could have chased at least one of them down. Although the rest of the team perhaps not able to follow as well.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He didn't even have his Q up, I don't think.
All right, that's going to be the QSS, the Scimitar, used by Aiming. And we got Elder in 4 minutes. This game has potential to break the current record of the LCK Cup longest game, which is 46 minutes, 36 seconds, T1 versus KT Game 2. And I think for KT, maybe you just say, we're ahead, we're in a good spot with this Hunara, let's wait for the Elder to spawn and not let them get close. No flipping.
Oh.
We might have another game after this one. So
I mean,
these long
it's
games
looking
are
likely at this point.
Yeah.
Bro, have to. Problem is, he's got GA as well. I think they need a pick on someone who isn't aiming, because if they kill aiming, that sounds good, right? Killing aiming, but he's gonna respawn with a GA and be a problem. I mean, if they just catch aiming out of position, that's great, right?
Oh, they caught Gideon, and he's gonna be rooted up. Gets the QSS out
aiming
there.
for the speed.
He's doing so much damage right now. Nobody can deal with aiming. As there he is, he's legendary. Gideon is down, and it's 5v3 casting. Desperate to take out the Unara and does so. But the double knockup comes in from Palu, and that should be it. Roamer is down, casting is as well. And I think KT have done a TP into the mid lane. And this is a done deal. We will be moving on to a game number 3, unless Namgung is somehow able to create a miracle. It's not going to happen. They will be pushing down mid.
I mean, I feel like it already hit that sort of critical mass, but you add in the Cloud Soul movement speed, and aiming was just charging forward to run them down. The turning point of this game was that massive team fight where he was able to just put the game on his back. 1v9, carry it, and yeah, draft a hyper carry. These games are going slow, they're going long. That's what they needed. And KT answer back and take us to a game 3.
Smolder next game.
Might be the play.
We'll have to wait and see. Down will go the Nexus. We will go to a game 3. KT not out of this yet. They have been dealing with so many long, close, tense matches, games against T1 and 2 here against Bro. And they have another game to go into. I feel like after all of this experience now, they should kind of get it. And maybe they'll be able to close it out in game 3.
Maybe. But who knows? Who really knows at this point? And like, I'm looking at game 3, I'm like, what are the drafts going to look like? What are the learnings going to be from these earlier series? I mean, Teddy does more damage by effect of being a poke champion, but aiming in that team fight was just the main character. And it just feels like these games are going long. It's chaotic. Yeah.
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 This is tiring. Says something about it being torture to be a KT fan. We get it.
Yeah.
We get it here at the LCK.
Don't worry, only one more game of torture.
Tonight. 1-1 between Bro and KT Roaster. We'll see you after the break.
미드 궁각도 살짝 볼게.
얘네 원딜 미드 계속
잘라볼게.
노플이야. 오케이. 야, 슈리함 킬게 나도.
야, 나 나르랑 너무 좋다. 야, 나르 어때?
남배사.
나 괜찮아.
나한테 말고 우리 바로 쏘고 했다.
아, 나 봐줘.
봐줄게. 여기 딜러 봐줘. 여기 바로 노플.
야, 잡았다.
야, 쭉 가자 이거.
카라마 풀. 나 들어갈게.
야, 레인. 얘들 라이즈 봐줄게. 라이즈.
레넥. 아, 야, 미드.
아, 바텀
미드라인 가줘. 미드라인 한번 가줘.
마무리.
마무리 됐고. 미드라인 바로 20초에. 아, 살릴 수 있어.
아, 살릴만해 이거.
그냥 끝났어. 살리면 내가 몸 되긴 해. 끝났어. 바로 스틸 좋았네.
벨트 하라리가.
말도 안 되게 이겼네.
Welcome back to the space. We are here to break down game number 2. A game that looked like it was going a similar direction to game number 1 and then went vastly off the rails in an exceptional fashion. And it began with a weird draft that we're probably not really going to talk about too much, but Wolf, you wanted to add a little bit to it?
I felt like the only ways, when they locked in the Karma, the only ways to lock down aiming were all Ambessa based, right? And like if you take a look at this draft here, you can see there's a Yunara that's picked early in this draft, and there's a Renekton that has to somehow close the gap. Chains of Corruption, not necessarily going to be reliable. There's a Karma here, and so the Ambessa has to be the one to lock down the Yunara. The Ambessa got fed, but I told you guys as soon as I saw this draft, this is a 40-minute game into a 6-game day, because there's no way you can kill aiming. And guess what happened in the end?
In theory, I think Yunara shouldn't be able to play the game because he's playing against Varus and Karma in lane. But in fact, I think they had the early game lead, but they throw after all, so...
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. Let's have a look at some of the fights here, though, because this game was very slow going at the beginning with not a massive amount of lead. And honestly, KT got a bit pummeled at the beginning of this one.
This fight, this initial fight here, is Casting getting caught, right? But he's super fed. Paulo ends up dropping the ultimate, and they send everything in to try to get on top of aiming, right? Perfect, obviously, incredibly low here, but look at how well aiming does in this fight. This is just the beginning, right? This is when aiming is behind. They end up getting that root as well with the Rise flash in, so he does get sniped. That's what happens in this version. We run it back again, though. As it
exactly the same spot.
Like, literally, Bro have decided that in order to win this game, they need to just send it on these fights. And Gideon is super fed, right? But he cannot close the gap. And then watch aiming in this fight, where he's actually untouched, doesn't get rooted. They cannot kill this guy. These two back-to-back throws into the meat grinder gave KT enough gold to actually stay relevant, stay stable in this game.
Especially the disconnection between their top laner and the team was on point. Like, I think the game 1, I advised that, like, I think you should go on the side lane, but it was too much from that Renekton.
And now, a man who used to be a bro demonstrates that he is no longer a bro.
God, I couldn't believe my eyes. This is mental breaking mistake from Gideon here. You can literally see how they got stolen Nashor here is actually Proto Belt.
It is impossible to lose Nashor here.
Oh my God.
Cuz has no flash. He cannot get to the Baron. He's unable to close the gap. He's a slow-moving Mundo. They have so much zone control, but the flanking Proto Belt steal gets them the Baron, and then aiming, again, they can't lock down this Yunara. He's at full health. He's got so much movement speed as well, and his ultimate is empowered by the item as well. So he's just like, all right, well, you guys spent everything on controlling Baron. You didn't get the Baron, and now you don't have space control. Now you don't have any way to lock me down. And it's like, again, this Yunara is too big to fail at this point, and it's not even the last aiming clip we're going to see.
Yeah, let's dive into that one and prove Wolf right, shall we? I think that's probably what's on the ticket right now, because, yeah, they did that thing where they could not quite kill the aiming, but there's also in the mix of it a bit of a Teddy moment that is one that he's probably going to be regretting.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the fight started up pretty good for KT here, but I mean, they were really far ahead in game, so I think Brion had such a good start right after, because Perfect actually commits here, and I think it was really bad situation for the KT, but you just gotta see what Teddy does after all. He tries to like last hit with his flash in, but it was
yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up. Here it is. There's the flash, and he does get it. He kills Perfect. The problem is it sets up for this.
Yeah, there's no aiming is not. I mean, Perfect is not the problem. Okay, BDD is not the threat. The threat is the unkillable with insane lifesteal and now a Cloud Soul Yunara. And aiming will kill all 5 players here. A little bit of help from his friends, but the flash to get the secure there on the top laner means that Teddy just loses the 1v1, and he's the only one who could realistically at that stage of the fight actually help wipe out the Yunara, because he dies instantly. They fall over like a house of cards. Aiming plays this incredibly well. We saw his first-person view, which was a little bit like almost psychopathic. It was a little bit scary to watch, but that was the game-ending moment. Like, we saw all the dominoes leading up to this point, and then eventually this pentakill brings KT to 3.
And now we have to ask, what does it mean? Because honestly, it's kind of felt like KT have been asleep for about 80% of this series so far. Does this mean that they have woken up Or does it mean that the bros still have them susceptible? They just need a more reliable way of killing an AD carry. What is it, Wadid?
Don't ask me.
I did. I just asked you. You can't just say, don't. I've already done it.
All right. So, I mean, I feel like they just need to... I mean, for Brion, I feel like they just need to set up a plan properly. I think they just take random fights over and over again. But for KT, I think Cuz should play something that you can actually make play by himself. He was just playing Mundo.
Yeah, just
AFK.
Can we just get a strong mid jungle synergy for?
Oh,
KT?
yes.
Can I just? Is that too much to ask? Can they?
Are you saying that Cuz and BDD play well together and have played together in the past, and like that'd be a really good thing to play around?
Not be playing Talia Mundo, and maybe something that is a little bit more synergistic.
That's crazy. You know what? I got two guys alongside. They can offer their opinions into the ring. Valdez and Orcs, what do you think is going to happen here in game number 3?
Play Smolder.
Yeah, I think their expectations are a bit too steep. You know, I
don't care what the mid jungle plays.
I think
game
3 is probably going to be a long game. I think there's going to be long periods of inaction, and I think you should pick a hyper carry, because you know what won that game? Would you believe it was a hyper carry?
The hyper carry.
And you know what won game 1? It was the level 20 Gwen. So you know what? You know, like, okay, do I think that they're going to be able to change who they are between game 2 and game 3? No. That you have the whole year to figure that out. But if you want to win this series, just pick someone that's going to win the late game, right? We know how this series is going.
Even if you do get behind, even if you do lose the lane, I honestly think it's just better to make sure you're situated for the late game.
Just don't pick Jhin, right? Just, dear God, do not pick Jhin, right? Don't think.
Oh no, you've procced it.
Don't
it's
think
happening now.
They're gonna be like, oh guys, we just have to win lane even harder. No.
Don't think about the Jhin.
No, don't do that. Just, we know how it's gonna go. We can't change you, right? The KT fans accept KT for who they are, right? They accept all the
They
accept all the ups and downs. The bro fans love you no matter what, right? They accept the bro and brew. That's how it is, right?
Yeah.
They love it, right? Just, that's how it's gonna be. I honestly, whichever team locks in Smolder, I don't think it's gonna happen, but if they do, I am so down for it.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be a ticket to success, but I don't think we'll see it.
It doesn't have to be Smolder per se. I think that would make us the most excited.
It's the vibes of the champion, right? It's the ticking time bomb that says, oh, you did nothing for 25 minutes, game's over. You know, that's what the Gwen did, the level 20 Gwen.
We had that. Aurora.
Yeah, a lot of mid lane has been taken out of the pool.
First pick Sion into Jhin Bard pickup here for KT.
A lot of junglers been freed up with how this draft has gone. Because last time we had J4, Vi, and Wukong all banned, and now all open. They've banned the Nocturne. So J4, Vi, Wukong, which I think this is really good for Cuz. The Space was saying how they want something you can be proactive on. So now Cuz, J4, Wukong are available if you want to lean on them. Gideon has taken Vi. Does have that point-and-click CC, which, I mean, if aiming is going to pick something hyper carry-esque, you have an answer. You have that point-and-click CC. Is Cuz going to take his jungler now, or are you going to go for something... Are you going to prioritize something else first?
There's a lot of discussion with Cuz, and it's not his time to pick, so I think there it is. Wukong. Now the question is, what goes along with it? Something we've seen a lot in the past is, you know, Ahri Wukong takes the Ahri away as well, but there are still some other picks that you can consider.
I wouldn't be against leaving mid till a bit later. If you have like a prior top, you okay with picking here?
Aiming's talking a decent amount. Thinking about BD Zoe.
He's just gonna slam it
too.
Yeah, if you're confident and you think the mid pool's been thinned enough that there's not a good response. I do like the fact that they already have this Vi for Bro as something that can gap close, but Zoe is still just a pain to deal with if you can't get on top of her.
What is play Galio? Galio isn't like the best at dealing with it. Oh, the Mel.
Oh, Mel is horrible for Zoe to deal with.
Oh, that's okay. Ziggs.
It's not Mel. I actually thought the Mel pick was pretty good. Like, you throw the Sleepy Trouble Bubble out and she just rebounds it. Also, you go in for your burst and she just rebounds it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious when she's going to do her stuff.
I mean, presumably this is a Ziggs bot. This doesn't fit the theme of hyper carry, per se. But it does mean you can throw the ult on top of the Zoe.
Yeah, could still be mid.
The Hen coming through for casting in the top lane. So we'll see what the response is. I mean, are you going to pick something bot? Are you going to pick something top lane? Perfect could go for, you could just go Sai on the top lane, could go Rek'Sai, something just to stabilize the matchup. Wouldn't surprise me too much if he was to lean towards that. Instead, going for the Kennen. So wants to put the pressure down.
Yeah.
A lot of I feel like Zen does well into melees because you can just fight them and maintain his passive. Harder to do into a ranged champion.
Yeah. A perfect stun being bullied, which he was for 2 full games, even though he was playing Gnar into Renekton. Ahri's banned immediately, so.
Yep. So Ahri Vi not going to be a thing, and this does mean the mid pool is going to be thinned a good amount for Roma, so I'm not sure what he's necessarily going to play in this situation. Could play Yone, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if Ziggs is bot, and you're not going to play an AD carry mid.
I mean, it helps with the whole, we're going to engage and dive in, and gap close, and you can't just sit there and poke us.
Yeah.
So, and also you can use like your E to like snap back if you get Zoe bubbled. You are going to get harassed in lane, but I mean, that happens all the time for Yone. We'll see though.
Is Roamer confident to pull it out here?
That's the question.
I do wonder.
Alistar ban going to come through. I think Alistar does a good job of peeling both Wukong and Kennen. I think the Sivir ban, good when you are looking to play the Ziggs. I feel like maybe KT could go for like an Ezreal in this situation. So that could be a decent ban.
Or Jhin.
They could definitely play a Jhin here. Yeah. But I think aiming walk into Ezreal.
Ezreal banned now, so all of a sudden, those Jhin stocks rising. Doesn't have to go into it. We are looking at Nautilus.
Okay, Apollo just going with something he's comfortable on. We'll lock that one in. Now, for Bro, looks like it could end up being a Ziggs mid. Should be a bit of a curveball, as we have only seen Ziggs bot lane. I'm not a big fan of the MF bot, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot banned out by both Fearless and the team themselves.
Not a big fan of this. MF Leona, I guess. Leona into Nautilus. Yeah. Okay.
You do have a lot of, we're going to find a target and we're going to throw ults at it.
Yeah,
and it's
can do that. The only thing is, if there's ever like anyone threatening the MF, it's really hard to play the game.
Yeah.
Like Kennen, Wukong, Nautilus can all make your life really uncomfortable. So that's a little bit difficult, I feel. But I do think the... yeah, of course it's Jhin.
Of course it's Jhin. I mean, there's no like big tanks at least.
Yeah.
And they have other damage.
This is just so funny that we were talking about how like, oh, that's not Jhin.
Just kidding.
That's Kai'Sa. That is going to be a rougher lane though. Yeah, I love how we were talking about how like, you know, it's been slower games, lean into the scaling, and both teams are like, we're going explosive. We've been too passive. Let's be active.
If they're actually active and make plays, then sure.
Let's hope
for it.
Let's see it. Ziggs mid. Okay. Last time we saw this was when Chovy played it. And he's back Satchel second, and I crashed out a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Don't get bubbled by Zoe, not fun. You can at least satchel yourself a little bit away if you do get bubbled, but you can still just follow up. That being said, when you do have a lot of poke. Yeah, some interesting compositions to come out. I do think bot lane matchup's pretty good for you. And you do have a lot of setup for like Ziggs ult, MF ult. But I think it's these compositions are a lot about making plays and being proactive. A lot of snowbally picks here.
It says it takes her 6 hours and 40 minutes to walk home. I surely hope that's not the choice.
Yeah, so don't walk home. That's my advice.
Yeah, well, trains might shut down if the night goes late enough, as it's KT Rolster versus Breon going into Game 3. You know, there was a lot of deliberation when Teddy was locking in that MF, and he gave like the final nod. He was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. So it felt like they were thinking about something else, and we weren't exactly too happy with the MF. But a lot of stuff gone, a lot of stuff banned, and not everything works with their comp, and they decided this would be the choice.
First bomb of the game hit.
It's a good sign.
Win.
Good sign.
Mental edge. That's what you're looking for.
If I'm thinking about comfort...
Oh, and never mind, he missed. Never mind.
I think BDD wins this 100 out of 100 times. Like, it's BDD's Zoe. We don't know a whole lot about Roamer's Ziggs, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe he's... How do you know, right? Maybe,
based on the information
maybe Roamer's a Ziggs guy, and you just don't know it.
The only Ziggs guy I know is you. And me.
You know, I got some bad news, though.
Sidestep.
He's doing good, but I have some bad news.
Yeah, what's that?
He's got the wrong skin.
Oh, no. That's a problem. The aggressive satchel gets BDD into a rough spot. Ghost has to be utilized.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. That was a good satchel. But he did go the wrong skin. He went the Arcanist one. Everyone knows Pool Party's the correct skin.
Yeah.
A little rubber ducky.
So I guess he's not a Ziggs guy.
And you get also the splash when you throw the bombs. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Some champions just have a correct skin. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is. Yeah, this is
going in, but
yeah, he went in at level 2, and Leona's pretty strong at level 2, but you don't have your W, which makes you tanky, so can be a little dangerous, especially because the thing is, short trades, MF, great. Long trades, Kai'Sa, a bit more great. Casting not having a good time in this matchup at all, to no one's surprise.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen this matchup in the LCK.
Don't believe so.
But it doesn't really take an expert to figure out. You know, the champion who stacks up his passive by fighting against a ranged champion who keeps you at bay. Yeah.
Keeps you at range, keeps you very low.
Stuns you if you try and get close to him.
Yeah.
There are windows where Zahen can like close the gap if he like flips you in. But until that happens, casting is not having a fun time. Casters, we're doing okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we're having a great time.
No one asked, but
how do you know? There might be somebody.
Yeah,
maybe somebody out there asked.
Well, if you did, thank you.
Or maybe they wondered, you know, like, oh, I hope the casters are doing okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a 6 gamer. It's a long day. Long 6 gamer.
Also, the meta is getting back to like real OG LCK feels.
Yeah.
By the way, Perfect is kind of low now. I don't know what happened here, but
yeah, but Casting has 15 CS and Perfect has 31. So
yeah. But at least Casting was able to somehow trade up.
Get a little cheeky trade in.
But yeah, like back when I first started for real, like I did do 2012, but that was kind of like half a season. That wasn't like a real thing. But in 2017, the meta was also very slow.
Yeah.
And so it was really good for like a new-ish league caster to kind of get used to the longer games and the long grind. Build that stamina, you know?
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Ox?
I'm doing okay.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, we when I was on the LPL, there were these days where they'd do 3 best of 3s. Like you guys used to have challenges.
I have heard the legends.
Yeah. So those days were definitely the stamina builders.
Did you ever get a 9-gamer?
Yes.
Oh, you are so not cringe.
Yes.
I wish I could say the same.
Yeah, those were the good times.
Yeah, me and Wolf are the cringe casters. Oh, stun is going to land. Casting, bit of trouble here. So he's going to get the pullback, but the stun comes through. One more auto. Ooh, that's why you drink your potions.
Yeah, the Doran shield healing, the second wind, the health potion, all coming in clutch to keep him alive. And now he's going to TP back in and pick up the wave. He's fine.
Cannon wave. He's chilling.
Calculate. Didn't even flash. Didn't need it. You know, had it in the bag. Guys, CS just is irrelevant. Don't look at it.
Gold
Don't think about
real.
it.
I mean,
no one cares about gold.
we have learned over the last 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, plus
does not matter.
I have some news to break to you. Kennen has been out for a while. This is an old champion.
Yeah.
Zahen is brand new. So at some point in the game, Kennen is going to ult. And yeah, it's going to do stuff. It's probably going to have high impact. But Zahen is going to do what's called release date check. And he's just going to release date all over the Rift.
Yeah.
And it's going to be crazy.
He is going to Grim Deliverance a reality check.
Oh, that's so
this
cool.
Cannon.
You know ability names. I thought you couldn't do that.
That's like one of the, yeah, because, you know, he's relatively new, so I looked it up, and yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's kind of, I said it like a couple of times, so now it's kind of stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Good work. Good job, Brendan.
Valdez.
Brendan Valdez.
Yep. Brendan Valdez. Valdez.
Brendan Valdez.
That's my full name.
Brendan Valdez. Thank you.
I saw this meme. I feel like you're the one who shared it with me, where it's like a cat whose name is like 5 names long, but he also goes by Joe or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
I guess it wasn't you then. This is the satchel tech where you're like, yep, I'm out of there. Nice bubble, nerd. Aiming is going to flash away. I'm gonna find it later. The meme.
Okay. I was like, you just said it and then you moved on. I was like, okay.
Well, no, it's because it's like Brendan Valdez, but I go by Valdez. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's some cat called Joe. You've really just been like, just bringing stuff. I feel like you're just trying to bait me all today.
It is fun. It's
That's been, you know, honestly, that's been the thing that's been testing my stamina the most. Right. You know, this day could be twice as long.
Yeah.
But really, you're the one who's been testing me. Pushing my limits.
Reminds me of Atlas casting with Chronicler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who? Sorry?
Oh, Mauhaus.
Oh, Mauhaus.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. He's still around, still watching for some reason from his Mauhaus in the Netherlands. With what?
With Peter Pan.
Blaming doesn't have flash, and now he's kind of just being run down here. Uh-oh, he's going to get ulted and just die!
Yeah.
First blood goes to Teddy. Feeling pretty comfortable on this MF.
Well, that's a lane matchup, right? MF just bullying out the Kai'Sa. I think the thing is, right, we were a little bit unsure about the MF, but you did just draft Kai'Sa into it, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that. So Aiming's getting bullied out pretty heavily.
59.
And as we know, gold leads are real, and the game is going to end on the back of them having an advantage. The game is not going to continue.
Yeah. We don't have any evidence against that fact.
Yeah. Paul is holding the wave here, though, so he's been a good support.
There are like 8 wards over there from both teams.
I don't know why, whenever we make jokes about Mao, it absolutely kills me. It's just... it's just so funny. It's even funnier now he's
gone, but we're still making jokes.
Because I just know he's at home listening.
Yeah.
That just makes it even better. Oh.
By the way, KT are using Coach Voice, which I don't think we've seen.
Oh.
We saw Bro using it last game.
Maybe this is a hype one. It's like, good job, guys. You're doing great.
What, right after Aiming died?
Yeah.
Good job, Aiming. Great work. Yeah, the Kai'Sa was your idea, right?
Oh my god. I need to chill out, man.
We have a long game ahead of us. There's like at least 30 minutes left.
This is the point where I start to lose it. Okay.
It is almost 11 o'clock here.
I'm good. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, bot lane, pretty substantially ahead, but top lane also pretty ahead. So in total, it's only a 200 gold lead for Bro. Kind of meaningless. Even more meaningless than the gold leads we've generally had, which have been quite meaningless.
We've had larger gold leads that end up not mattering at all.
Yeah. Once you've seen a 14,000 gold lead get thrown, it's kind of whatever.
Perfect. Starting from next TP, don't use it back to your lane and save it for bot cover TP. Aiming, you got this. No need to tilt. So, kind of the opposite of what we were saying.
Honestly, probably a better thing to say than what we were suggesting.
Yeah. That's good, though.
Aiming, you got this. Lock in.
Yeah. Stop tilting.
Never tilt. You have this in the bag. Remember last game when you got a pentakill?
Yeah.
There you go.
He could do it on Kai'Sa. This was one of the first champs for Aiming where it was like, wow, he just keeps getting to play it and nobody's banning it, and he takes over all of these games.
It was a good champ for him, so, you know, we'll see. Not a fun lane for him.
Yeah. It's down 2,000 gold. 11 minutes in. Got some yelling on stage. The fight is breaking out as Cuz is able to cyclone his way to safety. One of the loudest pro gamers actually is Cuz, and we are on the KT side.
He's very vocal. I don't know if you watched last year. KT put out a bunch of voice comms. I'm gonna hold this thought while we're fighting this dragon.
Zoe not really able to do much. They want to go in on it Cuz he doesn't have his ult, as now he is going to go back in. Teddy kind of stuck in the pit, but he's able to get out, but Aiming says no. This ult's on top of him, and now there's no one to protect any of them. That is a double kill for Aiming.
Job's done.
Perfect.
It's fixed.
Who is still going in. Roamer is kind of in a rough spot now. He doesn't have his flash. And apparently no satchel either. Gets gunbladed to death. And Casting just chilling in the top lane.
And you know, the call, save the TP for bot, it seems to have paid off pretty well. I mean, to be fair, they only got the extra kill on a Roamer thanks to Perfect. But even so, the team fight in general going really well for KT. Aiming, getting a good pickup there. See, in the situation, they engage onto Cuz here, doesn't have the ult. But Apollo gets straight onto Teddy. Aiming with a target selection, chases him to the other end of the fight. And Nangun just left here isolate as they chase him down. Bro, no, they have to disengage, especially with the TP coming. And then BDD, picking up all the flashes, can chase down the Ziggs. I guess Perfect was the insurance policy to make sure like there's no way they lose this and they get the exit kills. But yeah. The thing I was saying before, so last year, KT, especially towards the end of the year, where they were doing voice comms off all their games, especially their big matches in playoffs, worlds. And, you know, Cuz was super vocal in all of those, shot calling and stuff. I always think it's really cool to see when teams post their comms, because obviously, I mean, we, with coach voice, have gotten a look in at, like, you know, the role of different coaches in the team. But also with voice comms for teams, we get a sort of view in it, like, what role each player has in terms of, like, the comm structure and what they say.
Grim Deliverance right on top of Perfect, who is going to throw up the slicing Maelstrom right in his face, but he does have to flash away. And Casting now is beginning to feel pretty good about the way the trading is going. After getting a beating early on, Namgoon pretty tanky here on the Leona, but now the Eclipse is down. Solar Flare comes down, and Aiming says no regardless. Teddy does a bit of damage back, but take a look at the gold diff for the AD carries now, as it was 2K 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're feeling a lot better now, and he was the one who hex flashed forward. He stepped in, so he is now on the back foot, and we talked a little bit about drafting for lane versus drafting for late game. I'm feeling a lot better about the Kai'Sa right now. Gold leads are fake, Brendan.
They are.
That's what we learned.
They are very fake.
They're not real.
At least early on in LCK Cup, where our teams are kind of still figuring it out. Or maybe they were never real, and we just didn't realize until right now.
No, I think it's this season. You just can't close games as easy.
It is true. You don't get free Barons. Feels like the
Barons
souls
aren't worth as much.
Are good, but not always great. Like we have Ocean Soul here.
Well, it's also your only win con is Soul, right? And if your Soul's bad, then you can't necessarily end.
Yeah.
And
unless you're really far ahead.
And if you miss out on a Dragon, then it's like, okay, you know, that stalled the game loads.
Yeah, and stalling the game is easier.
There's no Adakan, right, to give you a massive boost. Baron isn't as easy, and it doesn't give as much gold. There's just a lot of factors. Also, with all the quests and stuff, it's like, it's hard to stop the enemy team getting guaranteed value. Like, it's hard to really choke the enemy team completely out of the game.
Because they get the quest eventually anyway.
Yeah.
Even if they were a little bit behind, like even if Aiming got his quest a little bit later, like he made up some of the gold by having 3 kills.
And he's gonna have cash back.
Yeah.
He's inevitably gonna have items.
You think some of that's gonna get nerfed?
I think it should. They buffed cashback because it wasn't being used last year before all this, like the quest came in. And I think they should nerf cashback with the context of the quest existing.
Well, they know Palu's here, so they're just going to go for an engage as Roamer's in trouble. He is getting zoned by every which thing, as eventually he just get rooted and killed by Palu.
Goodbye.
But,
just
yeah.
target, kill target. They engage and then blow him up. And things are not looking good for the bros. Not much brewing going on here, honestly.
I mean, they're trying to fight fire with this comp, but yeah, some of the fights, the setup has just been much better for KT.
Yeah, they have tools to engage. It is very much just a, especially this trio of the Nautilus, the Wukong, and the Kai'Sa, it's just see target, kill target.
And that's exactly what they're doing. It feels like Bro, they're like trying to set up for stuff, but they're not 100% sure, and then like one person gets caught out in a weird spot, and if you do that against, you know, Zoe, Nautilus, Wukong, you're going to get caught. You will get CC'd by something.
Oh, bro, start the dragon.
Well,
okay, this is scary for bro. Not for KT. This is fine for KT.
Yeah, no Nautilus ult. We'll see if that factors in as, oh, it's just taken by Cuz. Walks up and takes it as a ton of burst damage from the ults do come down from Bro. And the Zahan is going crazy in the pit. Cuz should be going down here. As sleeping in the brush, he is. Benangun goes in, keeps him in place as Teddy and Casting do move forward. Aiming and BDD still trying to fire at them, but yeah, you know, a very close fight, and at the end of the day, KT got the dragon.
Yeah, I think would have possibly gotten better for KT if they didn't stand in all the AoE. I think that was possibly a factor in this fight not going well for them, but they still get the dragon. A good steal from Cuz in that situation. Ultimately, he's just Bro getting their ults off in the way they want. So here, Teddy ends up channeling and doesn't go interrupted. Normally, the backline damage comes through. They also get the Grim Deliverance off. Just kind of scrappy. Also, not sure what happened with Cuz's flash there. Yeah. A little bit messy.
Yeah. It was kind of getting crazy in the pit, and there were some primary targets for KT of Bro in the pit, so they were kind of like funneled in, and then they took a ton of damage, but it was like not a terrible situation somehow after that. And so things got a little bit wacky. Aiming never really got access to the backline. He was kind of just hanging out, which can happen. And so yeah, now about 800 gold.
I think that's the thing is that KT's comp does need to be more decisive with its engages and get on the backline. If Rover and Teddy can kind of just free fire from distance, and especially Casting on this Zahen, if he's able to just like get in the mixer and ult and hit everyone and get his passive stacked is a problem. Is actually very durable. So that's an example of how the fights don't want to go for KT.
Yeah.
But they are one dragon away from Seoul. Not the best Ocean Soul team by any means. No one's really that bulky to benefit from it, except maybe Cuz, but even he's not like a crazy tanky champion.
Casting doing a lot of lurking in the jungle. I thought he was going to go in on that one, but I guess wanted to make sure that, you know, there was no jungle there, and actually Cuz did eventually show up, so better safe than sorry after diving a cannon with, you know, a bunch of stuns, Gunblade, and the Wukong, who could have potentially been there, not to mention aiming if he's anywhere near. Can always join a fight. But still, definitely trying to press that lead. I do like how Casting pretty much every game has been like, no, I'm winning.
Wait, how does aiming have the tier 3 boosts? He's cheating.
He is cheating.
Huh.
That's the only explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed that. It's crazy.
That is crazy. Well,
so again, we're here in the mid game, and yes, we might get another fight over the next Ocean Drake.
we're back to brewing.
But like, we're just kind of hanging out. We're just all scaling again, and we knew this was going to happen. I know the teams wanted to try to be a bit more aggro.
It was a bit more aggro for a little bit.
For both sides, but like eventually you do just hit a stopping point. As long as you don't have a massive lead. And I feel like in the LCK,
I think to the credit, right,
massive lead.
If you imagine a scenario where it wasn't an Ocean Soul, it was like a Hextech Soul, KT could be feeling really good right now. They would be like, oh, we're one away from Soul. It's a really good Soul. We get this, we win. The problem is, it's not a good Soul.
Yeah.
And they're like, well,
we'll take it.
We'll take it. Faster Elder. You know, let's flip it.
Also, you know, if they ever get into trouble, they don't even have to worry about giving it over, really. I mean, Zahen can be a bit obnoxious if he gets a lot of Ocean Drakes, but yeah,
the Drakes will whatever, but if Casting gets Ocean Soul, it's a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like, he heals a lot anyway, but, yeah, it's just, you know, it could have been one of these Souls that was a real big problem. But, you know, I digress. They are looking to try and push in here mid. A lot of pressure on Roma. He's trying to use the minefield to clear, but it's hard when he's solo.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up here. Mid tier 1 does go down. It's a lot of pressure for potentially BDD. We always talk about the Zoe, even though it is already 22 minutes in.
It's so hard to set up vision around the Dragon with it being an Ocean Rift, though. So many extra brushes. You can see KT've done a pretty good job. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Namgung's right in front right away. He knows the threat. Even the Kaisa. Got to be careful about all that poke. Perfect here on the left side.
They have vision on them, and Casting's on the flank, so...
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Might be so... Oh.
Okay, they're just going to send it. They just kind of have to. Casting, though, is taking a ton of damage. And there's no follow-up. He just dies. And that's not what I meant when they have to send it, because, yeah, now they're just getting pummeled by BDD, and they absolutely have to give this Ocean Drake up. There is no chance they can fight here.
The thing is, they don't have the vision set up. Casting just kind of ran in by himself. This is not how you play around an objective. Like, there's no other way to spin it. This was just brute forcing, and it didn't work. And the thing is, you can't even make an argument like, oh, they couldn't contest the space. KT committed to mid. They moved in on mid for the tower and gave up space, and you just didn't do a good job of clearing out the vision. You were like hanging around for a pick on the bot side of the map. This was just bad setup from Bro. Like, they were just so tunnel visioned on a pick that they didn't do a good job of setting up, and then it ended up in a scenario where they just didn't have vision parity, and BDD could do what he wanted, so...
Yeah. And then worse than that, they tried to force a fight and the coordination wasn't even there. Like, Casting ends up going in alone, and it's like, well, the whole setup wasn't... They didn't have the foundation built, and then also, like, the top of the house was all over the place. It just wasn't a good...
Yeah, the wheels weren't attached to the house.
Yeah. Very important to have that house around the wheels. And,
There was no mill on the house.
Yeah. Oh boy. Romer is, they know this Baron is potential threat, but they're losing a lot of objectives, like mid-tier 1, top-tier 1. And now casting is kind of in check. He does have a Maw, but Shadow Flame and Orb finished here for perfect. As Bro say, well, we want to get some gold on the map too. We want to move forward and take some of these towers down.
A little bit of gold picked up in return, but not a ton.
And there's, I guess they have made a decision as a team, like we are going to make something happen.
Oh,
and unfortunately, they have made something happen, but it's not looking all too good. This Namgung is in trouble, has to flash away.
A lot of summoners been there. That's 3 flashes on the back of that play.
Yeah.
Which also gives BDD a flash, which he'll take. Casting gonna try and pressure this tower now, which means KT gonna move over to the Baron.
Yep, absolutely should. BDD does get kind of just shot down there by Teddy, but I do wonder if they have a reel in onto this Baron pit. A lot of summons down, and here comes the turn. Namgung in trouble, and the back line is accessed. Romer has to get out of there with the satchel. Cuz though getting pretty low. It's a trade of Cuz for Namgung, as that is the kill onto the Ziggs as well. As the crowd goes insane, casting here, trying to run away, doesn't have any help, and aiming, who's still holding on to his ult. So eventually we'll take down the Zahen on top of it all. Even the flash burned at the very end, and KT take another big fight.
Feels really hard for Bro to approach at this point. Romer again absolutely
What's going on over here?
Oh no.
What's happening here? Well, at least the Gromp is trying to help, but it's not going to keep him alive, as yeah, that wasn't worth.
No, it was not. Yeah, you know, they're trying to walk up and they're just so easy for them to turn. And I think, you know, obviously Namgung goes down, but it's BDD's second snipe here with a flash on a Romer. That was just the icing on the cake. And casting just isn't really able to make any headway. Kind of being useless.
I mean, he tried to 1v1 the cannon, and then the rest of his team had to back because they were at a disadvantage. And then this was rough. I mean, Gideon, I think he was on vision when he started this as well.
But he got the blue.
No, he didn't. It was Zoe and Kaisa. And that's going to be Baron just because they're not on the map. We talk about how Baron can be difficult to take down, but if the enemy team doesn't exist and you have any amount of damage, you can take it down eventually.
Game's looking pretty rough from this state. Teddy's still 4-1, but I feel like unless KT all funnel into his ult and kind of just massively misstep, odds are low. Odds are pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see it happening. It does seem like KT, they feel a bit more comfortable with these comps that are willing to scrap in the early to mid game, get, you know, 1-2 items and just set up on objectives, and Bro never really was able to get close in some of these objective fights.
I think also the Zoe just creates so much space, and at no point have Bro really found a window to close distance on it. And now he has a Seeker's Arm Guard as well. So he has summons, he has Seeker's Arm Guard. I'm not gonna lie as well, we've not seen the Ziggs do anything, so.
Yeah.
Unconvinced.
Well, BDD's still finding angles. They're attempting to find an angle onto him and punish it, but it's not looking likely. He does have the barrier. And the siege is on with the Baron. They still have 1:42 on this Rebel Baron power play.
Gideon's gone for like a Giga flank, but BDD's kind of just watching him, so. Not gonna happen. Aiming has picked up IE. They've got like kind of on hit slash crit. So he's got like 50% crit with that IE, but has picked up the agility cloak.
Medgiants for BDD.
Okay.
He's not messing around. He wants to end this game.
They have a lot of damage. Yeah. A lot of damage.
He's like, if we're gonna get ahead, I'm at least going to get stacks. Like we're not getting 14K ahead and not ending this game. And that's one way to do it. And they've got the angle, the three-man cyclone onto them, and immediately in goes aiming. Even the hook, everything is beautiful here from KT. They will put their fans out of their misery and finally give them a win here in this series as Bro group up for it, and KT knock them down.
Absolute decimation in the team fights in this game. BDD on his signature Zoe just smashes through Bro.
Those are
considering
KT fans.
How much slower the first two games were. This one was just like a brute force punch from KT. They will be able to close the series out. The expected result overall, but an interesting manner in how it played out.
Yeah, very nicely done here from KT in game number 3. Bro stood no chance. And apparently, with the KT win, we will not have a tiebreaker. And aiming, having a lot of fun here. Obviously, the pentakill on the Yunara, but also the Kai'Sa, lots of comfort for him. Didn't feel like an aiming angle for like POG for game 3, but he played well. I feel like everybody played well here on the side of KT.
Yeah, I think, honestly, whenever PDD plays Zoe, he's kind of just game warping. But I also think like the Yunara play probably going to swing it for aiming overall. And his Kai'Sa was pretty good. Lane was rough, but he really bounced back.
He was exhausted.
It's been a long day and a long series. KT had the battle for this one. I think it's going to be a weird one because it's obviously good that they broke that bit of a loss streak. It's obviously good that they got this comeback. Bouncing back from the loss against T1, which was a rough loss. But still a lot of things to kind of reflect on. This wasn't a clean series. It was a KT series.
Yeah, it definitely was. I could feel it. And KT eventually did win in the end this time. As we send Bro off, unfortunately, that does leave them at, I believe it's 0-4.
Yeah.
At this point, so.
They will play DRX in the Super Week. So that's their last chance. That's the last team for them to play out of the 5, sorry, in the opposite group. To be fair, I feel like Group Elder, the average level has looked. It feels like if you are the weaker team of your, like the, out of Group Baron, I feel like when you look at Group Elder, it just feels like the average level is generally. Whereas I feel like in comparison, Group Baron is top heavy.
Yeah.
So Group Baron, you're probably going to get blasted by Gen.G and T1, but it's easier to pick up wins from the others. Whereas, for Group Baron, DRX is like the easiest opponent, and then.
And even they're like pretty good.
Yeah.
Took a game off of T1. They almost won that series against DNS. It feels like a lot of contenders in there,
Yeah, for sure. Well,
Cubs was pretty big here on the Wukong. Lots of big cyclones.
What are we laying today, Brendan?
Gold still in general is not real.
Yeah, I think definitely teams can afford to. I think we've seen a lot of compositions where when you have clear like go buttons, Gen.G definitely had a comp that was a bit like that, where it's like you have clear, this is how we're going to set up fights, this is how we're going to go, working a lot better. That composition we saw in game 1 with like the Braum, Lucian, Azir was not working. Games are going to be slower though, so having some scaling aspect, definitely a boon.
Now that's a gold difference.
And we did also learn what a wheelhouse was. So that was important.
Yeah.
We also
learned about the history of it.
That you used to be Brendan Valdez, and you're now Brendan Valdez.
Yes. A big change has been made over the years.
Yes.
Happened a while ago. It was like 2016.
You're a whole different person now.
Yes, I have totally changed. Let's look at the POM. We'll be aiming. Not a big surprise.
Yeah. I don't think so either.
Even the Lucian, 3-1. Like, obviously, I think the Lucian pick was more of an issue. I think his play on it was fine. I mean, there wasn't really good angles for him. And he also did save the game by pentakilling.
Yeah, I think hard not to vote for him after the Yunara game. I think if we had POG, I think BDD probably gets it to game 3. But that Yunara game was just kind of crazy. And then he was still solid on the Kai'Sa game. So I think it makes sense.
Did you vote for Amy?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, spoilers. There you go.
I figured you did. I mean, it does make sense. But,
How did you know?
Well, he did play Unara and get a pentakill, so there is that. But guys, thank you so much for watching us here on the cast tonight. We're going to hand it over to Deer for the POM interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Aiming on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations! Aiming!
너무 힘들더라고요.
Wasn't it quite tough today? Yeah, it was exhausting. Please give it up for Aiming! It wasn't easy, but you were able to secure a second win for KT. How do you feel?
너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
It feels great to win. And it is getting quite late as the match extended. A lot of fans missed their bus and train. But it was worth it as long as KT won. So why do you think it ended up being a 3-game series? I think just looking at game 1, or the first match went to 3 games too, and then we were wondering, oh my gosh, what if we end up going into a 3-game series too? And we were just joking about it, but it actually came true. And in game 2, from early to mid game, Bro actually had control, but you were able to turn it around. So how did you keep your focus? You know, our comp was actually really good. And so even though the early game was kind of hard, as long as we were able to play it out until the late game, we knew that we would win. And you were able to take a pentakill with your Unara, which was the 7th one in your career. So of course we have to watch this highlight. Did you expect this pentakill? No, I had no idea, but I think I was just really lucky and I was able to just sweep the enemy. Did you feel like you were in danger at first? I mean, we weren't actually ahead or anything, but as I just autoed them, it just ended up happening. And it looks like you are maintaining the 2nd place in the pentakill rankings in the LCK, so congrats. And game 3, you had a rough time in the early laning phase. So as Kaisa Nautilus, wasn't it difficult to play Misfortune and Leona? Yeah, we were expecting that. And as I was playing it out, honestly, it was super rough. But our team managed to close it out, and I'm just really happy about that. And Coach Musang used Coach Voice to tell you to keep it together. And then from the double kill that you got from with Kaisa, you turned the tides. Yeah, from the Coach Voice. When I heard that, you know, it's really fun hearing that from a coach instead of a player, your teammates. So it felt really new, and I think it actually did help in turning the atmosphere in the game. And right now, you have been playing with Ghost and Polu. So, as you have played with them, do their playstyles differ at all? Yeah, the two supports. They seem somewhat similar, yet somewhat different. But I think we really try to focus on, you know, making sure that we get a good draft out of just utilizing both of the supports. And next week, you will be against Nongshim in a best of 5. So, what is your mindset? You know, against Nongshim, a best of 5 sounds like a blast, and I really want to win against them. And any word for your fans? You know, it ended up being such a late match, but you guys stayed until the very end to cheer for us, and it was such an amazing time. So I hope it was worth it. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the interview with Aiming, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear IAR, for that one. This is indeed my desk, and we are back at it. Congratulations to KT, but my goodness, what an incredibly long day it has been here. We've had maximum amounts of LCK here for the final day of the week, and I don't think we could have been blessed any further, except if it was the perfect week. Still very upset about that. Kind of wishing that KT could have got it done, and prior to that, there was another one that was depressing. One day we'll get all 6 games every single day to get all of them done. But gentlemen, Aiming picks up the POM, looks absolutely fantastic while he does it. The games today were slower, but this one I think was a little bit more KT favored the whole way.
Yeah, I'm surprised BD picked up some votes. I mean, obviously he had a pretty good Zoe game. Man, that game was the most one-sided of the 3. But I do think that the Aiming pentakill and Aiming saving the day there and having an amazing Kai'Sa game in Game 3 and also having a really stable Lucian game made him the pretty clear choice to me, but perhaps they saw something I didn't see. It's hard to remember even what happened in Game 1, but for me, the whole thing was that he was aiming, and then shooting.
He did do a fair bit of that.
He did kill the enemies. He hit the targets.
Simple. I don't even. Do we even need any more POM quotes from after that?
So, but I mean,
yes, we do. We'll have this one. What about with this one?
I mean, never give up. We got Aiming. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Accuracy as well.
I thought like maybe we were being rickrolled, but then we weren't. So it's like it's a bit wholesome. It's lovely. Thank you for that, what did. Beautiful.
What else do we got? I want to see some.
I want to know the BDD ones.
Yeah.
That's what I'm very intrigued about. Yunara really seems to be in your...
man, he keeps going. Stop it! Stop it!
I'm going to make a house out of wheels and make Ox live in it.
Are you going to call it the Mao House, or is it just called the Wheelhouse?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay, fair enough. That's absolutely fine. Yes, well, Yunara does indeed seem to be in his wheelhouse, and we don't need to dwell on that one any further. A player that carries when needed. Yep, nothing further to add.
Yeah, it's a pretty good summary.
They do need him to do it a lot, though.
Oh, yeah. Like, he had to do many things, but at the end, it was simple.
Without BDD, it was defeat. It would be 4v5. So,
good night, Rollster fans.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Rollster fans.
Thanks, Umpty. That is absolutely.
Like I said, if you forget Game 1 happened, easy 2-0 for KT.
Oh, look at this. BDD at the helm of the orchestra never disappoints. Absolute artistry. Thank you, Coco. That's gorgeous. Look at the lovely font there as well.
He did kind of set up those red buff defensive team fights for them in Game 2.
Yeah.
That led to Aiming having success. Thinking back on it a little bit more. Everybody loves BDD. Player of the Year.
Yeah. Honestly, I never fault a BDD vote. However, I feel like today was a little bit more about Aiming, but that's fine. It was, in my opinion, more about the culture of the games that we had in our last series, because they were long, they were arduous, and in the end, KT were able to come out on top. One thing that was absolutely fantastic, though, this week were some of our celebrations. For me, there is certainly a front-runner, but let's have a look at them now, checking out the best ceremony. First, it's Pyoshik shooting us with his gun.
The keyboard gun is a classic. He did not actually play Graves, even though he hovered it, but I'll accept it.
I think that was Jace, by the way.
I think it was.
Yeah. And Reach.
And that's Rich doing some threatening. Who was it that did that?
Showmaker was the OG.
Yeah, it was Showmaker. That's right. How did I forget that?
Girl never misses a chance to leave quickly, but also still give a greeting to his fans.
Yeah, the good old awkward walking strategy is what that one's being called.
What is
this is Valdez attempting to get a headset on.
What is happening? What the
he did it in the end. He did it in the end with burger in hand.
Oh my God. Okay, that's a surprise one. We didn't have that at the beginning of the day. And let us know who you think wins. I think oh my God.
Do we have Valdez emotes?
I'm pretty sure it's probably Valdez that wins that one 100%. We don't have a Valdez emote anymore, I don't think. But if there is one, use it.
Put
burger emote.
I don't know, spam hamburgers.
Yeah, or just spam Brendan or Valdez. Either of his handles works. It's absolutely fine. You could actually put in Brendan, Valdez. That's the best way to do it. That's the way to guarantee that you'll get your vote in. I'm pretty sure that one wins in a landslide, personally. If I could vote 1,000,000 times, I would. As Bro, 5th, unfortunately, not picking up a victory in series just yet, but have at least won a game. That is definitely good news. And KT sitting at 2-2.
The score differential is pretty heavily in favor of Group Baron, I think, right? Like, hold on, let me look at this. 8, 10, plus 3, plus 3. Oh, it's the same.
He's doing math on stream. I've got a little bit. I've got more math for you, by the way, guys. Brendan's currently winning with 92% of the votes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think he's probably going to win Best Ceremony this week. Yeah. I really hope that went out on the Korean broadcast as well. I don't have confirmation that did happen, but if it did, oh my goodness, it would be so good. No, it didn't.
I'm going to be honest.
Confirmed, it is just for us.
There is like not even 2 brain cells amongst the 3 of us firing right now. I think it has been a very long day.
Well, Wolf, do you know what happened in the end? We evened out the scoreline.
That's right.
And it's all just business as usual. Next week is the Super Week here at the LCK Cup, starting off with Bro versus DRX. Then we have DNS taking on BNK FearX. That's an interesting one. Nongshin versus KT, I think, is going to be pretty close. And then the weekend has some bangers. T1 versus DK going to be that matchup, and then Genji versus HLE to round it out. Probably a difficult one for HLE, I could say.
Yeah, I think that the T1 D+ is really interesting to me, just because D+ had a really rough end to this week, but still always has been a classic matchup. There's also CL as well going on.
Yep, make sure that you catch Chronicler's stream. He promised to co-stream Challenger every single day. So if he's not, make sure that you jump onto any social media you can find. If you're near the Mao house, probably just go knock on the door and say, what the heck are you doing? Not co-streaming.
Yeah, what's going on, Cronny? I thought that's...
He's the guy for CL.
Challengers streams in retirement.
Always Atreus.
I don't know. Well, I mean, like, he is going to. Like, it's a guarantee. We just saw the schedule there, and we'll blame him after he hasn't done it, okay? Even though he hasn't done it yet, and CL's been running for quite a few weeks. But still, let's give him an opportunity to figure it out and give us an opportunity to go to sleep. You guys as well. I know that there's some LEC coming up, some LCS still
in 1 hour, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's actually kind of ridiculous. So make sure that you guys go and like get something to eat or something like that. Get ready for some European League of Legends, and then a little bit later there is some North American stuff. We did sleep. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next week for the Super Week here at the LCK Cup. Good night.